Chapter 758. Big Brother, where did you get it? This is the same as the Tao manifestation, immortal fruit. It was given to me by a son of Providence. Chunhao rubbed his chin and smiled wickedly. As he spoke, he muttered in his heart, "It seems like I haven't met a son of Providence for a long time." Achoo! In the wilderness, Lan Feng, who was rushing towards a city with an excited expression, suddenly sneezed. "Damn it! Who's talking about me?" Lan Feng shuddered and stopped. He looked around to make sure that there were no other cultivators around. Then he calmed down. There won't be a problem this time, right? Damn it! Isn't it just a sneeze? Lan Feng, am being so suspicious. Humph! This time, Chunhao is dead for sure. Although I can't do it myself, I have to watch him die at the hands of Hu Meinyang and the 4 berserk dragons. And that old man, damn it, he's most likely Chunhao. Back then, I foolishly thanked him for giving me such a good fortune. That golden spear is clearly the weapon of the spirit race elite who hunted me down. Humph, you're dead for sure. Dead for sure. Shameless bastard. Lan Feng gnashed his teeth and growled. In the past 2 years, he had become a frightened bird. Coincidentally, he would always run into Chunhao. Fortunately, he was careful and could avoid him every time. However, he also realized that Chunhao, who had earned the title of Killing God, was using the same golden spear as the weapon of the Spectre tribe expert who had chased after him back then, only to be instantly killed by the shameless old man. Thinking back to the shameless old man who had stripped him naked and left him a message, Lan Feng was so enraged that he vomited blood. Now that he finally had the chance to see Chunhao being killed, how could he miss it? In the city where Chunhao was, cultivators were densely packed. Bathed in the dazzling light of the myriad palace, they stared at the city gate and into the distance and discussed excitedly. Today, there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. Moreover, it was a showdown between the most talented disciples of the human race. There were even more cultivators at the core of the palace. It was to the point that they were practically standing on top of each other. Those with weaker cultivations did not even have the right to get close. Normally, it takes an hour for a palace in a city to release its aura until it disappears. This time should be no exception. Hu Meinyang, the 4 mad dragons, and the others should be arriving soon, right? Of course. Azura Chunhao, Coiling Dragon, and the others should be coming out soon. I really want to know what realm the god of slaughter Chunhao can break through to. It's unlikely that he'll advance to the heavenly immortal stage if he didn't have the confidence to advance into the heavenly immortal realm. Then how could he dare to wait here? Isn't that courting death? This is indeed strange. Perhaps he has something else to rely on. Stop guessing. Like I said, it's my personality. Ever since the Killing God became famous, have you ever heard of him backing down? He slaughtered his way without fear. But this time, he's probably really underestimated the true might of the heavenly immortal realm. Rumble. Suddenly, the door of the core of the palace that was shaking opened with a rumble, interrupting everyone's discussion. Countless gazes immediately gathered on it. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps were accompanied by an ancient divine beast's aura, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Bitch, for reptiles, you still don't dare to show up? The moment Coiling Dragon stepped out of the palace door, he raised his head to look at the sky. His wild voice rumbled like thunder, causing the thousands of palaces that were already shaking violently to buzz. Many cultivators covered their ears in fright. So powerful, too powerful. Coiling Dragon's aura is much more terrifying than 2 months ago. His realm did not increase, but his strength increased by so much. I really don't know what kind of inheritance he obtained. It's too terrifying. Countless exclamations came from the crowd. He's Coiling Dragon. What do you think? It's indeed the inheritance of an extreme, supreme beast god. How? He actually gave it up. He's really powerful. Chunling and Li Yang should be the inheritors of an extreme, supreme spiritual god. I really didn't expect that these two extreme, supreme sacred masters would choose to leave their inheritances in the 9 seals of immortal sealing. In the crowd, a few figures who had concealed their auras whispered, F***, CKU, coiling dragon. You still dare to be arrogant when you're about to die? We, the 4 berserk dragons, will kill you like killing dogs today. Rumble, 4 pillars of light shot into the sky, and the 4 berserk dragons leaped over from afar. Countless cultivators were forced to retreat, afraid that they would be shocked by the 4 berserk dragons. The aura of the 4 berserk dragons was no weaker than coiling dragons. I'll tear you into pieces. Hu Meinyang's ethereal but bone-chilling voice sounded. Her long dress fluttered, and Dao laws swirled around her as she walked over leisurely. If it were not for the boundless anger on her face that affected her image, countless cultivators would have bowed down to her. Behind her, there were close to 30 heavenly immortal experts. Each of them looked excited and condescending. However, Hu Meinyang did not deliberately release her aura, and it completely covered their auras. When she got close to the 4 berserk dragons, even the aura of the 4 berserk dragons automatically avoided her. The innate Taoist embryo is really powerful. It's said that the innate Taoist embryo usually suppresses the advancement of one's realm. The more solid it is, the stronger one's future combat strength will be. However, people with this kind of constitution can advance much faster than us if they want to. It's also because of this that people with this kind of constitution are heaven-defying existences who become stronger when they meet strong opponents. This time, it looks like Hu Meinyang has made up her mind. She didn't even experience the early stage of the heavenly immortal stage and forcefully advanced to the peak early stage of the heavenly immortal stage. I'm afraid she'll directly step into the intermediate stage later, and it's very likely that she'll trigger a heavenly punishment of a small realm. Yes, when she stepped into the heavenly immortal stage last time, the heavenly punishment she triggered was extremely terrifying. Before Hu Meinyang entered the primitive mystic realm, the people she met were all the top heavenly immortal experts of the sacred temple. She must have accumulated a lot. The crowd discussed in shock. Even the 4 berserk dragons frowned slightly at this time and looked at Hu Meinyang with a trace of surprise. Clearly, Hu Meinyang's strength had exceeded their expectations. This bitch's aura has increased by so much. Seeing this scene, coiling dragon's wild and ferocious eyes suddenly shrank. Compared to 2 months ago, Hu Meinyang had become much more powerful. This was completely beyond coiling dragon's expectations. Hiss! 2 waves appeared, and Chunling and Li Yang suddenly appeared beside coiling dragon. Oppressive immortal chi streaked across the sky, and their sparkling eyes directly locked onto Hu Meinyang in the distance. Their expressions also became serious. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 759. Then Du Jing, who was surrounded by poisonous insects, also appeared. How arrogant! Qin Hao, you dare to stay here but don't dare to come out? Do you want to use the palace to protect us? Ha, ha, ha. The medium stage of the earth, celestial stage. I really want to know why you dare to wait here. Come out and die. Wan Long, the leader of the 4 mad dragons, still didn't see Qin Hao come out, so he said, arrogantly, Rumble. As he spoke, the 4 of them suddenly performed the 4 elephants unite into one. Kill. Hu Meinyang waved her hand and ordered. At this moment, she could clearly feel that the violently shaking palace was about to disappear. Taking advantage of this moment was the best time for them to attack. Perhaps they would be able to kill them before they attracted the heavenly punishment. That would undoubtedly save the most effort. Chi, bang, ah. Just as Hu Meinyang uttered the word kill, a shrill and horrified scream suddenly came from behind her, accompanied by an incomparably fierce and murderous aura that overflowed to the heavens. What? Countless people widened their eyes in horror. An expert of the heaven immortal realm, who was following behind Hu Meinyang, did not have time to summon all his strength when the back of his head was pierced by a golden spear. He could clearly see the bloody spear sticking out from between his eyebrows. He only had time to let out a scream before everything went black and his soul was destroyed. His head exploded like a watermelon. Chi, 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 ah, ah, ah. As the spear radiance flashed, screams came one after another. No one had expected that Chun Hao could rush behind an expert at the heaven celestial stage without anyone noticing. With Chun Hao's speed, murderous aura, strength, spear technique, and sudden attack, these guys didn't have time to react. The first person was killed instantly. The other three, who were next to the first person, didn't have time to react. They followed the first person to meet the king of hell. No, they were destroyed in body and soul, and would never exist again. Despicable and shameless. Chi, Hu Meinyang turned around and stabbed with her sword. The void suddenly broke open and violently attacked Chun Hao. Kill his mother. Pan Long roared angrily. Chun Ling and Li Yong combined their swords and rushed toward Hu Meinyang like lightning. Du Jing and tens of thousands of insects flew across the sky. Heavenly Dragon Domain. The 4 berserk dragons roared angrily and attacked the coiling dragon. Rumble. The terrifying battle broke out once again. Spear radiance, sword radiance, palm shadows, and fist mountains directly broke the void. The surrounding cultivators retreated frantically. After the killing god Chun Hao had killed 4 people in a second, his head and tail were nowhere to be seen. As if he was hidden in the void, he avoided Hu Meinyang and transformed into the world's most powerful assassin. With a flash of his spear, his silhouette appeared and disappeared. This caused more than 20 cultivators to scatter in panic. Their figures moved as fast as lightning, fearing that they would be killed by Chun Hao's unpredictable attacks. They didn't dare to stay for even a moment. Their whole body's strength and perception were crazily stimulated. All of you, step back and avoid the brunt of the attack. In just a few more breaths of time, the 9 seals of immortal sealing will disappear. After suppressing Chun Hao and Li Yong, Hu Meinyang was able to handle the situation with ease. She looked at the cultivators who were scattered like birds and beasts and reminded them coldly, Chi, Chi. Because of Chun Hao's sudden attack, the battle erupted too suddenly. Not only was Hu Meinyang and the others caught off guard, but they also didn't expect Chun Hao's concealment skills to be so terrifying. Even the few figures hiding in the crowd and concealing their auras didn't expect this. However, after sensing Hu Meinyang's terrifying aura, the 3 figures who originally wanted to deal a fatal blow to the opponent at the critical moment chose to attack decisively. Boom! Round after round of cold moons suddenly broke through the sky one after another, accompanied by a beautiful and graceful figure. She leaped over the crowd and slashed out with her sword. Hellion Wuzi had appeared. Boom! Caw! Caw! Like a scorching sun rising in the sky, the temperature of the world suddenly soared at a shocking speed. Amidst the raging flames, accompanied by the strange cries of phoenixes, Tantai Lien stepped on a 9-leaf immortal lotus formed by flames and cut through the sky. Buzz! Boom! Crystal radiance shone like a white jade crystal blooming. Amidst the brilliant sword radiance, Xia Yu stepped on the air. Ah! Chun Hao, who was in the midst of the attack, immediately cracked open his mouth. amidst the flickering spear radiance. He looked at the three beautiful figures of the divine soldiers and heavenly generals and couldn't be any more shocked. No matter what, he didn't expect the three women to arrive at this time. Even more so, he didn't expect their auras to be so terrifying. In particular, he didn't expect Tantai Lien to be nearby, but he only sensed the aura of the Phoenix inheritance now. Why are you here? Forget it, let's kill first. Chunhao couldn't help but ask. However, halfway through, he said directly, no matter how excited or surprised he was, now was not the time to reminisce. What's going on? How is this possible? Chunhao and the others have powerful helpers. What a powerful aura. It's definitely not inferior to the four wild dragons. Heavens, why did such a terrifying expert suddenly appear? Buzz. Hiss. Hiss. It was also at this moment that the trembling group of palaces suddenly trembled at a terrifying speed. In an instant, the radiance reached the extreme. A mysterious and dense aura covered the sky and earth as it descended. Immediately, all the palaces disappeared. Amidst the screams, the heaven celestial expert who was about to die at the hands of the three powerful girls suddenly became excited at this moment. A kind of shackle on his body and soul disappeared with the disappearance of the palaces. In an instant, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea, hundreds of birds flying out of the cage, endless power surged and surged. Heaven celestial. The real power of a heaven celestial rose. Ha ha ha. Let's see how you're going to kill me. Die. Now, who can kill me? Ha ha ha. Boom. Boom. At this moment, countless onlooking cultivators turned into streaks of flowing light and flew madly toward the core. The Forbidden City had already disappeared. It had become the real core of the barren mountains and mountains. Not even a trace of a city was left. Only the cultivators who were still here proved that this was once the city of the ninth seal. These onlooking cultivators had also recovered their magical powers. The first thing they did was to rush thousands of miles away. Without the restriction of the 9 seals of immortality, the safe distance to watch the battle increased by thousands of times. If they got any closer, those with lower cultivations might become the fish in the pond that would be implicated. Chaotic celestial light. Hellfire prairie fire. Jade crystal bloom. Die. The 3 girls shouted the word die in one. The 3 heaven celestial experts who were locked in a life and death situation but suddenly possessed the real power of a heaven celestial suddenly stopped laughing. Hellion Wuzi's chaotic celestial light turned one of them into air and returned to chaos. Tantai Lien's hellfire burned another person into ashes. Xia Yuyu released her jade crystal divine power and slashed her opponent into 2 halves, turning him into minced meat. Cough. Cough. This chapter was sent wrongly. I've revised it. It's done. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 760. Author's note. I'm going to faint. I said there were 5 chapters, but there were only 4. It turns out that Wushan was being stupid. Now, the content of the 4th chapter has been changed. The original 5th chapter should be the current one. Xiao Wu, stop Hu Meinyang for a moment. Xiao Lian, Yu, stop the 4 wild dragons. Chunhao's voice came from afar. With the disappearance of the 9 celestial seals, he was only at the medium stage of the Earth celestial stage, and couldn't compete with a real celestial being. When the palace shook violently, he hid himself and ran away quickly. He activated his essence, qi, and spirit to the extreme. Chunling and Liyang also attacked crazily and retreated quickly toward Chun Hao. At the same time, They activated their essence, chi, and spirit. Coiled Dragon was the most ferocious. He knew that the 4 wild dragons could increase his power several times, but he didn't retreat first. Instead, he activated his essence, chi, and spirit to trigger the divine punishment. Then he started to retreat toward Chun. How? Humph, can you stop me? Chi. Hu Mainyang was like a fairy from the 9th heaven. The recovery of the divine sense made her power soar many times. What was more shocking was that she activated her essence, chi, and spirit and rushed toward the sky. Chi. Hu Mainyang swung her sword toward Hellion Wuzi. Rumble. The continuous moonlight and the sword light met, and an extremely horrible aura burst out. A huge black crack appeared in the void. Today, you all have to die. So what if there are 3 more experts? Without the suppression of the 9 celestial seals, no one in the same stage can defeat me. Moreover, I want to reach the medium stage of the heaven celestial stage. Those who stop me will die. Hu Mainyang's power was awe-inspiring, and Hellion Wuzi frowned slightly. No one expected that Hu Mainyang, who had a natural Taoist embryo, had such horrible power. Before, Hellion Wuzi had absolute confidence that she could kill this woman who forced Chun how to kill her. But now, Hellion Wuzi knew that it was impossible for her, who had just reached the initial stage of the heaven celestial stage, to kill Hu Mainyang, who was at the peak of the initial stage of the heaven celestial stage, and was about to reach the medium stage. Moreover, her essence, chi, and spirit had triggered the divine punishment of a small stage. This was an extremely heaven-defying existence. Merge. Rumble. At this moment, the 4 berserk dragons activated their divine abilities and laws. In an instant, the 4 of them completed the true unification of the 4 beasts. You think the 2 of you can stop the 4 berserk dragons? Kill. Rumble. Crack. The combination of the heaven-defying 4 symbols once again triggered the heavenly punishment. Unlike the breakthrough of a cultivator, the area of the heavenly punishment triggered by the 4 berserk dragons was extremely small, and the time it took to gather was also very short. The 4 berserk dragons were like monsters as they charged towards Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu, who were blocking them. Elementary karmic fire burned fiercely. The power of the crystal jade body was fully activated. Contrary to the expectations of the 4 berserk dragons and everyone else, the 4 berserk dragons who had truly fused into one were actually unable to suppress Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu. The terrifying aura of the karmic fire made the 4 berserk dragons, who had truly merged the 4 symbols as one, not dare to recklessly face it head-on. Although the combination of Xia Yuyu's jade crystal and the power of her own sword Dao was much weaker than the 4 symbols as one, when combined with the karmic fire, she could unleash an even greater battle prowess. Mother of Asterisker, that bitch Hu Mainyang is actually so powerful. Senior brother, what should we do? Even if I become a heavenly immortal, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to resist her current aura. Your friend is really strong to actually be able to stop her for a while, but it won't be for long. A rare solemn look appeared in the wild eyes of the coiling dragon. Big brother, she's really very strong. Senior brother and I were completely suppressed by her even when we joined forces. The innate Tao embryo is really terrifying. I didn't expect her to improve so quickly. Du Jing is also in danger. Chun Ling frantically activated her essence, energy, and spirit as she spoke. At this moment, Du Jing, who was already a heavenly immortal, was controlling the poisonous insects to fight against several heavenly immortal experts. The situation was also very precarious. Man proposes, God disposes. This time, we really took too much of a risk. This woman hid too deeply. I underestimated her. Chun Hao said with a solemn expression. He was very clear that if it weren't for the arrival of Helian Wuzi and the other two divine soldiers, they might not have been able to trigger the heavenly punishment. Now, even if they could trigger the heavenly punishment successfully, what would happen after that? He was only at the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. Coiling Dragon, Chunling, and Li Yang had already judged that they were no match for Humanyang even if they became heavenly immortals. I'm afraid the innate Tao embryo is more powerful than we thought. After saying this, Chun Hao suddenly looked in Du Jing's direction and shouted, Du Jing, run away on your own. Big brother, I, Du Jing, am not that kind of person. If we die together. At most, I'll go first. I'll wait for you, big brother. The corners of Du Jing's mouth were stained with blood, but his expression was crazy. He had never had a real friend, let alone a brother. However, after becoming Chun Hao's slave and being freed by Chun Hao and treated as his brother, he felt a brotherly affection that he had never tasted before. How could he not see the danger at this moment? But at this moment, he answered without any hesitation. There was only one thought in his mind. That was, if we die together. Although he knew it was a stupid thing to do and it was not in line with the vicious nature of the disciples of the Poisonous King's Valley, he still wanted to be stupid for once. If you don't leave, you will die. We won't die for sure. If you treat me as your big brother, get out of here immediately. Moreover, I'm leaving too. In this life or death situation, Chun Hao didn't hesitate anymore and almost scolded him angrily. But his words not only surprised Du Jing, but also Coiling Dragon, Chunling, Li Yang, and the women. What did he mean by leaving? As long as there is life, there is hope. If I die, remember to avenge me. If you die and I don't die, Chun Hao, will definitely take the heads of all of them. If we all die, I'll see you on the road to the netherworld. Senior brother, what do you mean? Big brother, what are you going to do? Hao, run away. Run away immediately. I can hold on. Helian Wuzi suddenly said. Although she didn't know what Chun Hao was going to do, she knew that Chun Hao would bear the consequences himself. This was her understanding of Chun Hao. We can hold on. Run quickly. Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu said at the same time, the aura around them instantly becoming more violent. Humph, none of you can run away? You're just struggling at death's door. Humanyang said disdainfully, forcing Helian Wuzi to retreat step by step. Although Chun Hao and the others were also retreating quickly, the distance between them was still closing. If Humanyang was willing, she could use a forbidden move to force Helian Wuzi away. But to kill her, it was not something that could be done in one move. Therefore, she wasn't in a hurry. When her heavenly punishment descended and she stepped into the middle stage, she could easily kill everyone. She couldn't let anyone here go, especially the main culprit, Chun Hao, who had unlimited potential, and the young girl who was fighting with her now. Whether it was the young girl's appearance or strength, she was jealous. She believed that if the young girl was in the same realm as her, it would be hard to say who would win. Edited, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 761. No one is allowed to disobey my orders. No one is allowed to follow me. I won't die so easily. Chun Hao's voice was cold and arrogant. The core of the Tao manifestation celestial fruit is with me, and I have countless ancient magic treasures with me. I'm just at the medium stage of the Earth celestial stage. When I become a heaven celestial, there will be no place for this be *TCH in this world. The rest is up to you. Boom. Chun Hao's body suddenly surged with an extremely violent energy. his entire body turned into a stream of light, accompanied by the fluctuations of the world. He quickly flew in a certain direction. Hu Meinyang will definitely come after me. You should be able to stop the 4 mad dragons and the heaven celestials. I have a way to escape. Don't worry. A strand of divine thought suddenly entered everyone's ears. Xiao Wu, don't follow me. Stay with Xiao Lian Yuyu and kill the 4 mad dragons. Don't let them escape. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had been suppressed in the 9 restrictions of the celestial sealing spell for so many years. They had forgotten that they had recovered and could send messages. Du Jing, run away quickly, stay away for a while, and come back after they have completed their divine punishment, Chun Hao said to Du Jing, who was in a critical situation. Senior brother, big brother, big brother. Everyone shouted. Want to run away? Dream on. For mad dragons, you don't have to chase after me. Kill them all before they go through their heavenly tribulations. Leave Chun Hao to me. I'll be back soon. Chi, Hu Meinyang waved her sword and forced Helian Wuzi to retreat again. Then she turned into a ray of light and chased after Chun Hao at an amazing speed. She and Chun Hao had triggered their divine punishment. Although it had not been completed, the tribulation cloud in the void was following their footsteps and rolling forward. Chun Hao could not hide even if he wanted to. Of course, Chun Hao did not want to hide at all. His purpose was simple. He wanted to use Hu Meinyang's desire to get the core of the Tao manifestation celestial fruit to lure her away and create an opportunity for Panlong and the others. F*CK. You kill them? Easy for you to say. Hu Meinyang, that be *TCH, is really AB*TCH. D*MN, she's gone. How can we stop them? Don't hesitate. Retreat first. Do you think you can leave? Although Helian Wuzi knew that Chun Hao was very dangerous, she still chose to believe in Chun Hao. Although there was a huge gap between his cultivation level and Hu Meinyang's, escaping for his life might not be a difficult task for Chun Hao, especially since the speed that Chun Hao displayed just now was very fast. When the time came and Chun Hao took out the miniature flying machine, who could catch up to him? Therefore, without much hesitation, when Hu Meinyang left to chase after them, she immediately attacked the 4 wild dragons. However, Helian Wuzi didn't know that Chun Hao didn't have a miniature aircraft on him right now. However, Chun Hao had something more powerful than a miniature aircraft. As for Panlong, Chunling, and Li Yang, even when the 3 of them triggered the heavenly punishment, they could not be killed instantly by other heavenly immortal experts. It was enough to hold them back for a while. Once the heavenly punishment descended, the 3 of them were so heaven-defying that even the 4 wild dragons dared not approach them, let alone other heavenly immortals. Once they reached the heavenly immortal realm, it would be one-sided. It could be said that as long as Hu Meinyang left, they would have the upper hand. If we want to leave, who can stop us? Explode. Boom. The 4 wild dragons suddenly activated a golden talisman that bloomed with boundless pressure and threw it into the sky. In an instant, the boundless pressure combined with the thunderbolts triggered by the 4 of them and poured down. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles fluctuated terrifyingly, forcibly snatching away the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered by Panlong and the other 2. Supreme-grade divine territory talisman? Be careful! Li Yang suddenly shouted, Chi. At this moment, Helian Wuzi suddenly rushed into the void. Her hands frantically formed talisman after talisman. A boundless and terrifying aura rose from between her eyebrows. Her long hair and white dress fluttered. Her cold little face shone with bone-chilling coldness. Her killing intent was like a knife. The rolling spiritual chi of heaven and earth was actually dispersed by Hellion Woozy's violent aura and could not be condensed. Chaotic divine light. Come out. Boom. Crash. Following Hellion Woozy's clear and cold shout, the runes formed by her hands actually entered the space between her eyebrows. In an instant, a terrifying crystal light blossomed from the space between her eyebrows while she was high up in the air. Soon after, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the ninth heaven, an endless and colorless brilliance poured down and enveloped the 4 wild dragons. Ninth heaven, Milky Way, chaotic divine light. The colorless crystal light broke the 5 elements, went against heaven and earth, severed heaven's secrets, and messed up the void. Within the range, the Tao laws collapsed and heaven and earth collapsed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered by the 4 wild dragons with the divine territory talisman was instantly annihilated and swallowed by the chaotic divine light. The ninth heaven Milky Way suddenly became bigger, and the colorless chaotic divine light shone even more brightly. Puff, 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 puff. The 4 wild dragons, who were like a monstrous body, were instantly drowned by the endless chaotic divine light. There was no suspense at all as they spat out blood at the same time and scattered in all directions. How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of secret technique is this? No, what kind of magic treasure is this? The 4 wild dragons frantically resisted the chaotic divine light that almost annihilated them. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear. Evil slaying hellfire, jade crystal kill. Boom. Chi. Amidst their shock, Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu suddenly activated all the strength in their bodies and condensed an extremely powerful attack toward the 4 wild dragons, who were shrouded by the endless chaotic divine light. Rumble, the chaotic divine light, the raging hellfire, and the brilliant sword light superimposed on each other, causing heaven and earth to change color and the sun and moon to dim. Almost in an instant, the 4 wild dragons' mournful and unwilling screams were annihilated by the terrifying energy explosion. The 4 wild dragons, who had lost the 4 divine light, had fallen. Run. Split up and run. Boom. Boom. The nearly 30-plus experts of the Heaven Immortal realm had never imagined that the insufferably arrogant 4 wild dragons would perish so quickly, even though they had already surrounded Pan Long, Chun Ling, and Li Yang, who were drawing down the heavenly tribulation. They knew that it was absolutely impossible to kill the 3 of them with 1 or 2 moves. Moreover, the 3 women who were free would become the reapers of their lives. Fleeing, they could only flee in all directions as quickly as possible. *CKU, you still want to run away? Pan Long roared as he chased after them with his huge axe. Humph! No one can run away. Senior brother, let's split up and chase after them. Chi, Chi, Chi. Pan Long, Chun Ling, Li Yang, and the pale-faced Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu, who still had the ability to fight, split up in 5 different directions and chased after them. Crack! Chun Ling's heavenly punishment descended first. Thunder rumbled and instantly enveloped an area of several thousand miles. Sister-in-law Xiaolian, sister-in-law Yuyu, stop chasing them. They can't run away. Hurry up and take sister-in-law Xiaolian and leave this place. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 762. The terrifying heavenly punishment descended. Even Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu didn't dare to lower their guard at this moment. Just now, they had used a huge amount of energy to annihilate the 4 wild dragons, especially Hellion Woozy, who had even used a taboo technique and brought out the terrifying Ninth Heaven Silver River. She had already weakly collapsed onto the ground. So, when they heard Chunling's words, they immediately turned around and rushed to Hellion Woozy. They lifted her up and flew away. Crack, rumble, Chun Yang's heavenly punishment finally fell from the sky. Then, Pan Long's heavenly punishment exploded. Everyone's heavenly punishment covered thousands of miles. The three of them took the heavenly punishment and chased after the escaping cultivators. At this moment, they didn't even need to attack. The heavenly punishment's aura made nearly 30 heaven celestial stage experts feel great pressure, and their speed decreased sharply. The cultivators, who were watching from afar, were all dumbfounded. They ran away crazily. The heavenly punishment of the three of them was really heaven-defying. Once they entered the area covered by the heavenly punishment, those heaven celestial stage experts would be killed, let alone them, who dared to stay where they were, borrowing the power of the heavenly punishment to kill these cultivators. Such a crazy move was rarely seen in the world. It was rare since ancient times. Firstly, the heavenly tribulation itself was an existence that was difficult for cultivators to endure. Secondly, when the heavenly tribulation was triggered, it was undoubtedly the best time to temper one's body. Sensing the laws of the heavenly Tao and tempering one's body was the most important thing. No one would waste their energy on other things, but Pan Long, Chun Ling, and Li Yong would rather sacrifice the heavenly punishment to temper themselves than let anyone go. Crack, rumble, shrill and unwilling screams could be heard from 3 different directions. Under the terrifying 9 heavens' divine thunder, the bodies of the heaven's celestial stage experts were destroyed and their souls shattered. Pan Long, Chun Ling, and Li Yong also endured the more terrifying lightning, but Pan Long's body was unshakable. His soul, which had almost merged with his body, also withstood the first heavenly punishment easily. Chun Ling and Li Yong both had celestial spiritual bodies and were extremely powerful. As for their souls, needless to say, it was also easy. What they had to do was to use their fastest speed to get close to their enemies. How terrifying! I don't even need to do anything. After fleeing for a distance, no one chased after Du Jing. He had stopped a long time ago. At this moment, he stood in the void and stared at the extremely terrifying divine punishments in 3 directions. He also heard the shrill screams of the heaven immortal experts when they were on the verge of death. He was shocked, but more than that, he was excited. Chi, a stream of light, flashed past. Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu supported the pale-faced Hellion Woozy. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, they flew to the front of several figures, flying towards them. "How is Xiao Wu? Let me help you." Chun Shui caught Hellion Woozy and immediately channeled her energy into Hellion Woozy's body. At the same time, everyone landed on a mountain peak. Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu, who were also extremely weak, immediately sat up cross-legged. Crack, rumble, the 3 regions were filled with thunder and lightning. This continued for an entire 10 minutes, yet there weren't any more shrill cries. Even though they were too far away and couldn't really see it, everyone knew that none of the 30 heavenly celestial stage experts had escaped. It was also at this moment that 2 of the weaker divine punishments quickly merged together. Not long after, the 2 divine punishments merged into one. In an instant, an even more terrifying divine punishment descended. Chun Ling and Li Yong combined. This was their real divine punishments. Even the coiling dragon was defeated. No one knew that millions of miles away, endless tribulation clouds were gathering in the sky. The same terrifying divine punishments caused the surrounding cultivators to avoid them. No matter if it was the human race or the other races, no one dared to get close. Ha ha ha! Come on, My dear divine punishments, when I succeed, it will be the time for Lu Yuming to become famous in the 10 major galaxies. Ha ha ha! The Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Core is mine. Hu Meinyang of the vast universe galaxy is also mine. I, Lu Yuming, will become the nightmare of all the alien race experts. Ha ha ha! Lu Yuming, one of the top 10 experts of the Phantom Clan, stared at the terrifying tribulation clouds with disdain. He did not care about the divine punishments that were about to arrive. He, who had been well prepared and had a great opportunity, was full of ambition for his future. Just as he was laughing sinisterly, he suddenly sensed 2 weak waves of heaven and earth coming from afar. Such weak divine punishments! How dare you attract them near me? And 2, what? They're approaching quickly? Their speed is amazing, but they're courting death. Ha ha ha! Come on, let my divine punishments blast you to smithereens. Boom! Lu Yuming, the Phantom Clan expert, suddenly raised his aura again. His figure flashed, and he charged toward the person who dared to challenge his divine punishments. Good timing. Crack! As the terrifying thunder crashed down, Chen Hao didn't seem to be affected at all. He focused all of his strength and mind on increasing his flying speed. Less than 100 miles behind him, there was a streak of light that wasn't any slower than Chen Hao. It was also enduring the terrifying heavenly punishment, but it didn't seem to care at all. This person was, of course, the abnormally powerful Hu Meinyang. You want to use other people's divine punishments to deal with me? You're dreaming. Hu Meinyang shouted coldly. She, who had attracted thousands of heavenly Daos, naturally sensed the terrifying waves of divine punishments in the distance. This must be the great divine punishments of an earth celestial stage cultivator who had stepped into the heaven celestial stage. Moreover, it was triggered by a rare genius. At this moment, it was indeed several times more powerful than her and Chen Hao's divine punishments. However, such divine punishments were not much of a threat to her. What was there to fear? Why do I need other people's divine punishments to deal with you? If you have the ability, catch up with me. 100 miles is so close, yet so far. Be asterisk TCH. Chen Hao said, laughing wildly. At this moment, although Chen Hao was only at the medium stage of the Earth celestial stage, the perfect combination of his abnormal soul and body made his speed comparable to that of Hu Meinyang, who was at the peak of the initial stage of the heaven celestial stage. In a short time, Hu Meinyang would not be able to catch up with him. Even if Hu Meinyang completed her divine punishments and stepped into the medium stage of the heaven celestial stage, Chen Hao was absolutely confident that he could get rid of her completely. But now he would not do that. His purpose was to lure away Hu Meinyang, who had the most powerful combat capability. How could he let her get away? I will tear you to shreds. I'd like to see how long you can laugh. This is already the 5th level of divine punishments. After 4 more levels, I will step into the medium stage of the heaven celestial stage. Then you can't escape. If I wanted to escape, I would have left you far behind. Be asterisk TCH. Let me tell you, I'm just luring you away. The 4 furious dragons and those idiots who are following you may be finished now. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 763. You think I'll believe you? Why would I care about the lives of those people? Idiot! No matter what you say now, it's useless. What I want is to kill you and get the Tao manifestation fruit and all the treasures. Hu Meinyang said coldly. At this moment, there were no onlookers around. She no longer concealed her viciousness. The more Chun Hao tempted her to give up the chase, the more she believed that Chun Hao was at his wits' end. Moreover, as she said, she did not care about the lives of the 4 wild dragons and the group of heaven immortals. She already knew that there was not much hope in killing Pan Long and the rest. The best result was to die together with them. That way, she would not have to share the treasures with those heaven immortal experts in the future. In her opinion, this possibility was still very high. After all, although Hellion Woozy was strong, it would be difficult to kill the 4 wild dragons in a short time even if she joined forces with Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu. 30 heaven immortal experts besieged Pan Long, Chun Ling, and Li Yang. As long as they formed a joint attack, they would be able to kill the 3 of them in a short time. However, she did not know that although the 4 wild dragons were wild, they had no intention of risking their lives for her. When she left, they wanted to escape. If that was not the case, Hellion Woozy would not have used a forbidden power that was beyond her ability. Otherwise, if she delayed a little, Pan Long, Chun Ling, and Li Yang would really be in danger. However, when the 4 wild dragons wanted to escape, Hellion Woozy, who already knew that the 4 of them wanted to kill Chun Hao twice and force Chun Hao into a dangerous situation, hated them to the core. She did not hesitate to use the forbidden power, and joined forces with Tantai Lien and Xia Yuyu to kill the 4 wild dragons in an instant. When the 4 wild dragons died, the nearly 30 heaven immortal experts were scared out of their wits. The joint attack that they formed with great difficulty collapsed instantly, and they frantically fled in all directions. What happened next was naturally simple. This was something that Hu Meinyang and Chun Hao did not expect. Ruthless? Is that so? Soon, you will know what it means to be even more ruthless. Humph! Hu Meinyang's eyes shone with a strange light as she said coldly, God of Slaughter Chun Hao, Saintess Hu Meinyang, they are both heaven's wrath. Very good, very good. The heavens are helping me. It's time for me, Lu Yuming, to prosper. Keek keek. When Lu Yuming saw Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang in the distance, he suddenly showed a look of surprise. But soon, he was filled with boundless excitement and laughed sinisterly. Just in time. Come down. Crack, rumble, rolling heavenly thunder fell from the sky. Lu Yuming suddenly accelerated and rushed toward Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang. He was very confident in his heaven-defying divine punishment. In his opinion, as long as he got close to the 2 of them, he would be able to kill Hu Meinyang and Chun Hao. This was absolutely a great fortune for him. Originally, after he stepped into the celestial immortal stage, he would have a chance to kill a top expert like Hu Meinyang by relying on the innate concealment divine ability of the Ghost Clan and his own powerful assassination skills. As for the god of killing, Chun Hao, although he was not afraid of him because of his stage, he also knew that Chun Hao had several experts by his side. But now, he was able to take down the 2 of them effortlessly. He had obtained the Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Core, and Hu Meinyang, who had made thousands of geniuses of the human race submit to him. How could he not be excited? An expert of the Ghost Clan? When Chun Hao saw the ferocious appearance of the rolling heavenly thunder, he immediately showed a smile. This way, there would be no burden in his heart. If it were a human cultivator, it would be a little unkind of him to disturb him while he was triggering divine punishment. But for an alien, it was natural to kill him, not to mention disturb him. Chun Hao suddenly sped up and rushed toward Lu Yuming's divine punishment field. Crack, crack, rumble. Chun Hao's divine punishment of a small stage suddenly overlapped with Lu Yuming's terrifying divine punishment and violently bombarded Chun Hao. What a powerful divine punishment! Feeling the terrifying power and pressure from the thunder, Chun Hao suddenly and violently activated his essence, qi, and spirit. Instead of slowing down, he approached Lu Yuming at an even faster speed. The The closer he was to Lu Yuming, the stronger the divine punishment would be. Humph! Just a last-ditch struggle. Hu Meinyang's eyes were cold, and her figure flashed. Facing the power of the double divine punishment, she was relentless and fearless. You're seeking your own death. You're underestimating me too much. When Lu Yuming saw that Chen Hao had stepped into his heavenly punishment domain, he actually dared to take the initiative to approach him. Lu Yuming didn't take his heavenly punishment seriously at all. Even if it was exactly what he wanted, it was still very unpleasant to be looked down upon like this. This is only my first heavenly punishment. I'd like to see to what extent you dare to approach me. Humph! But only a moment later, Lu Yuming's face changed. In the rolling heavenly thunder, Chen Hao and Hu Meinyang were like madmen. They did not care about the terrifying pressure on their bodies and souls. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed to only a few hundred miles away from him. A few hundred miles was almost the core of his divine punishment. Even if it was not as strong as what he was enduring, it was not much weaker. Moreover, both of them were enduring their own divine punishment. It could be said that, at this moment, the pressure they were enduring was definitely not less than his, but their speed was still as fast as lightning. How can they be so strong? No, I can't let them get any closer for the time being. Otherwise, I'll be in danger. Swish! Lu Yuming did not dare to delay. He suddenly turned sideways and rushed quickly. But as soon as Lu Yuming moved, Chen Hao also changed his direction immediately. Then, Hu Meinyang also changed her direction immediately. In an instant, Lu Yuming was in front, Chen Hao was in the middle, and Hu Meinyang was following behind. Accompanied by rolling heavenly thunder, they went into the depths of the divine punishment at an astonishing speed. Thousands of miles in an instant, Lu Yuming's initial excitement had disappeared and was replaced by uneasiness and irritation. He had always been confident. Although he had seen the strength of Chen Hao and Hu Meinyang before, they were only on par with him. Even if Hu Meinyang had triggered a divine punishment of the medium stage of the heaven celestial stage, he did not take it to heart. He believed in his divine punishment, but now the two of them looked relaxed, especially when they were enduring their own divine punishment. They were even more relaxed than him. It was not until now that he felt the danger. No, I can only speed up the divine punishment and enter the 9th level as soon as possible. Swish! Seeing that Chen Hao was getting closer and closer to him, although Lu Yuming was unwilling, he had to make a choice. He could only give up the training of resisting the divine punishment and let the more powerful 2nd level of divine punishment descend. Without much hesitation, he slashed at the tribulation cloud in the void above his head. Rumble, the brilliant sword light was incomparably sharp. The sword chi crisscrossed and broke the tribulation cloud in half. Swish! 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 Lu Yuming, who was flying at high speed, once again gathered the tribulation cloud above his head. An even more terrifying divine punishment poured down. In this period of time when there was no divine punishment, Lu Yuming put all his effort into increasing his speed. Even so, Chen Hao was still approaching him little by little. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 764. Chen Hao, the god of slaughter, is only at the medium stage of the earth celestial stage. His physique, soul, and speed are so powerful. Hu Meinyang is much more powerful than before. Did they hide their strength? CK them. I thought it was an opportunity. I didn't expect it would put me in danger. I even had to give up the tempering of the heavenly punishment. Lu Yuming gnashed his teeth. Crack! Rumble! A moment later, Lu Yoming's second heavenly punishment arrived. Hu Meinyang's fifth heavenly punishment was still ongoing. She was not anxious at all. In her opinion, everything was under her control. The heavenly punishment of a small stage was still a heavenly punishment. It was a heavenly punishment that targeted her own shortcomings. It was a rare opportunity for her to temper herself. She could totally resist the heavenly punishment and pursue Chun Hao at the same time. Chun Hao's minor heavenly punishment was the same as Hu Meinyang's. He was also in the fifth heavenly punishment. Humph! I don't believe you can hold on until the end. When my ninth heavenly punishment comes into contact with the heavenly punishment, I will be restored to the peak of the heaven celestial stage in an instant. At that time, I will show you how powerful I am. Chi. Lu Yuming was very reluctant. However, after the second heavenly punishment lasted for a moment, he slashed at the tribulation cloud again. The third heavenly punishment, the fourth heavenly punishment, the fifth heavenly punishment, the heavenly punishment became more and more horrible. At this time, Lu Yuming, who was in great pain, became more and more frightened. I can't die like this. Break it for me. Chi. Lu Yuming endured the pain all over his body and slashed at the tribulation cloud again with all his strength. If he stopped and endured the heavenly punishment with all his strength, he could resist it easily. However, flying at such a high speed and the consumption of his strength to break the tribulation cloud was too much for him to bear. However, Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang, who were chasing him, were much slower. They were still in a better state than him. Moreover, they were getting closer. Crack! Like a purgatory of thunder. The seventh heavenly punishment finally reached a qualitative change. The majestic and horrible pressure and endless thunderbolts fell violently. Chi, 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 rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, Lu Yuming, who had triggered the great heavenly punishment, and Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang, who were chasing him, summoned all their strength to resist the seventh heavenly punishment. Has it finally stopped? Very good. Lu Yoming's eyes shone with a crystalline light. This time, he did not directly slash at the tribulation cloud. Instead, he activated just the right amount of power to resist the heavenly punishment's attack. At the same time, he frantically extracted the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to restore himself. Damn it! Could it be that this slut is still hiding her strength? Chun Hao urged his energy to resist the terrifying heavenly punishment. His heart was filled with shock. Originally, he had wanted to use Lu Yoming's terrifying heavenly punishment to see if he could find an opportunity to kill Hu Meinyang. But now, it seemed that his plan had been completely wasted. Regardless of whether it was her physical body or soul, Hu Meinyang was able to keep up with his footsteps under this terrifying heavenly punishment. Moreover, she didn't seem to be injured at all. At the fifth level, Chun Hao suspected that Hu Meinyang had not pushed her speed to the limit and had deliberately slowed down. After that, Hu Meinyang also slowed down and maintained a certain distance from him. But now, Chun Hao pretended that he could no longer move forward and stopped. Hu Meinyang also stopped. This was already very obvious. Hu Meinyang was definitely at ease. The reason why she did not chase after him was nothing more than to tease him and use Lu Yoming's heavenly punishment to temper herself. Fortunately, I still have a trump card. Otherwise, I would really die in the hands of this stinking TCH. Since you want to play with me, then I'll play with you. After confirming that he had guessed Hu Meinyang's intention, Chun Hao immediately bluffed and resisted the heavenly punishment. However, he channeled more of the heavenly punishment's power and pressure into his body to temper his physical body and soul. Moreover, He deliberately made his physical body show signs of cracking and charring. Hu Meinyang was even more direct. She actually began to resist the double heavenly punishment. Good. Very good. God of Slaughter Chun, how obviously can't take it anymore. Hu Meinyang wants to use my heavenly punishment to temper herself. I have to say, this woman is really strong. But in the end, she is still too confident. In that case, I have nothing to be afraid of. Seeing the situation of the two, Lu Yuming was completely relieved. God of Slaughter Chun, how was no longer a threat. As for Hu Meinyang, since she had chosen to resist his heavenly punishment, then as long as she persevered until the heavenly punishment ended and was instantly restored to the peak of the heavenly immortal stage, he would have the absolute advantage. He believed that no matter how strong Hu Meinyang was, after withstanding his 9 heavenly punishments, she would be weakened to a certain extent. At that time, with the innate concealment ability of the spirit race, he was very confident that he could assassinate Hu Meinyang. Even if he could not, it would be easy for him to escape. Chi, Rumble, Lu Yuming also chose to resist the heavenly punishment directly. Even if he was severely injured, he did not care. After all, once the heavenly punishment ended, he would be a heavenly immortal and in his peak state. Humph, aren't you very strong? You are only at the 7th level, and you can't take it anymore? Don't worry. I promise I won't let you die under the heavenly punishment. After resisting the heavenly punishment, every inch of Hu Meinyang's exposed skin vaguely appeared with runes of Tao. It looked extremely shocking. What was even more shocking was that she could divert some of her attention to speak casually. Damn, what kind of monster is this woman? Chun Hao did not say a word. It seemed that the terrifying heavenly punishment had robbed him of the ability to speak. However, he was cursing in his heart. Chun Hao had never encountered such a shocking situation. He thought that he had seen through Hu Meinyang's strength time and time again, but he had miscalculated time and time again. She is not a monster. She is using the body of the Khanate Taoist fetus as a weapon. She is using the powerful runes to condense on her body, using her body as her natal magic treasure. Fortunately, she has only started to condense it after she stepped into the heavenly immortal stage, and has not succeeded yet. If she had succeeded, all of you would have died in her hands. However, Old God's voice suddenly sounded in Chun Hao's mind. With the disappearance of the 9 seals of immortality, Old God could already appear. In these years, although he could not communicate with Chun Hao, Old God's strength had also risen. However, what? I'm afraid that she is not going to simply kill you. What do you mean? Oh, no, there is a problem. Master, you have to be careful. Old God suddenly said in horror. After saying this, he completely disappeared from Chun Hao's perception. What's going on? Old God! Old God! Chun Hao immediately called out in his mind. However, there was no response from Old God. This made Chun Hao dumbfounded. Old God! F*CKU. Chun Hao had the urge to vomit blood. Was he F*King playing with him? One must know that he had always been calm and collected because he had Old God, his biggest trump card, which was more powerful than a miniature aircraft. But now, the Old God, who had always been reliable, had dropped the ball when he was facing a life-or-death crisis. This was going to kill him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 765. Master, if you want to scold me, then so be it. I'm doing this for your own good. I've already said that I don't have a mother, or rather, my mother is a man. Hee, I believe you can do it. Chun Hao didn't know that in the depths of his mind, the Old God, who had already taken human form, was laughing sinisterly. F***CK. I'm the only one who can be relied on. I don't believe that this bitch can kill me. Did the old god intentionally let me be captured by this bitch? Chun Hao's eyes shone with a crystalline light, but he still didn't move. He was only desperately resisting the heavenly punishment. Chun Hao felt extremely strange that the old god had suddenly dropped the ball. It was obvious that the old god had done this on purpose. However, Chun Hao didn't know why. His intuition told him that it had something to do with the runes that had appeared on Hu Meinyang's body. However, Chun Hao couldn't figure out what the old god couldn't tell him. Let's go. We'll chase after Big Brother. All right. That bitch Hu Meinyang really hit it well. Senior brother might be in danger. Wait, don't chase after them. At this moment, Tantai Lien, who had recovered a little, suddenly stopped them. Why? We're not in danger now. Chunling didn't understand. You won't be able to catch up. The entire space in the core area is constantly changing. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, every rock has an ancient formation. Look around. Xia Yuyu explained. What's wrong with the surroundings? The wild coiling dragon looked around and asked in confusion. That's not right. There were so many cultivators watching before, but now there's no one within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Chunling said in surprise. 10,000 miles of distance, changing every 10 minutes. There's no way to know where they've fled to. Even if we keep comprehending and deciphering the formation's mysteries, we won't be able to find them. They're chasing and fleeing, so it's impossible for them to distinguish their direction. Then what should we do? Li Yong frowned. Although he and Chunling were born in the 9 restrictions immortal sealing area, their master didn't leave any records of the core area. There's no other way. I'm afraid that I'll only be able to see it after I've obtained all the ancient inheritances in the core area and opened a space-time gate to step out of this holy land for cultivation. I believe that Hao will be fine, Xia Yuyu said. When little Wu recovers, she will be able to bring you to the place of inheritance of the supreme expert. Crack! Rumble. Amidst the endless lightning, Chun Hao seemed to be extremely weak as he frantically resisted the terrifying heavenly punishment. Very good. You actually managed to persevere all the way to the 9th level. Hu Meinyang stared at Chun Hao with a hint of excitement in her voice. At this moment, the runes on her body had become even clearer after being tempered by the heavenly punishment. Damn, even the 9th level is so easy? Chun Hao had miscalculated again. At this time, Chun Hao knew he couldn't wait any longer. Lu Yoming's 9th level heavenly punishment was so powerful that Chun Hao, who was only at the medium stage of the Earth celestial stage, started to seriously injure his body. His recovery speed couldn't keep up with the speed of damage. Break. Chi. Chun Hao's spear pierced the sky. Rumble. He, who had just reached the 9th level heavenly punishment, directly pierced through his own tribulation cloud. However, the power of the tribulation cloud was instantly devoured by Lu Yoming's great tribulation cloud, which was several times more powerful. Whoosh! Chun Hao's figure instantly turned into a streamer, shuttled through the lightning, and flew away at an amazing speed. He broke through the tribulation cloud and escaped in one breath. What? You were pretending? Hu Meinyang's expression changed abruptly. Don't even think about escaping. Chi. Hu Meinyang didn't hesitate at all. The moment Chun Hao broke through the tribulation cloud with his spear, she also attacked. Her fist smashed the void and broke her 9th level heavenly tribulation cloud. She immediately chased after Chun Hao. Rumble, the tribulation cloud was broken, and the cultivation stage rose. Chun Hao, who had broken through to the medium stage of the Earth celestial stage, was twice as fast as before. However, Hu Meinyang, who had also reached the medium stage of the heaven celestial stage, was even faster. You want to leave just like that? Dream on. Ha ha ha. Die. This time, Chun Hao didn't run toward Lu Yuming, who was at the core of the tribulation cloud. Instead, he ran to the left. He wanted to escape from the realm of heaven's punishment as quickly as possible. Hu Meinyang was also chasing after Chun Hao. In Lu Yoming's opinion, they were afraid that he would kill them after he succeeded in executing the realm of heaven's punishment. Therefore, he shouted complacently. He was ready to sacrifice his last bit of time to break through the tribulation cloud, kill Chun Hao, and kill Hu Meinyang. Now, he had no intention of subduing Hu Meinyang, who was a freak. However, he didn't expect that Hu Meinyang, who was chasing after Chun Hao, would suddenly turn around and attack him with her sword. The dazzling sword radiance, which seemed to have broken through the space barrier, arrived in an instant. Lu Yoming's sinister laughter stopped abruptly and turned into a horrible scream. It wasn't that Lu Yuming was too weak, but that Hu Meinyang was too powerful. Of course, it was also because Lu Yuming was too stupid. At this moment, he was resisting the realm of heaven's punishment. He was in a weakened state and hadn't recovered yet. How dare he provoke Hu Meinyang? Boom! Hu Meinyang didn't even look at him. Her body only paused slightly because of the sword radiance. However, under the realm of heaven's punishment and Hu Meinyang's fatal sword radiance, Lu Yuming, one of the top 10 elites of the Phantom Clan, was directly turned into ashes. What a tragic guy, what a tragic life. How is this possible? Chun Hao's hair stood on end. He was extremely frightened. He. Chun Hao, do you think you can still run away? If I, Hu Meinyang, want to kill you, one sword is enough. Don't think about hiding. If you didn't expose your concealment skills in front of the core palace, you might have a chance to escape. But now, don't even think about it. He. Hu Meinyang's expression no longer had the purity of a saintess. She was a pure demon. Her laughter was extremely charming. If it were an ordinary person, their bones would have melted. However, the words she said were bone-chilling. Even Chun Hao was no exception. *TCH. Who are you trying to scare? Trying to scare you? Go ahead and try. Hu Meinyang still maintained a distance of 200 miles from Chun Hao. At this distance, if she wanted to, she could kill Chun Hao with one sword strike. She had stepped into the middle stage of Heaven Immortal. If she was in the vast universe galaxy, she would definitely be an invincible Heaven Immortal. Chun Hao was at most an invincible Earth Immortal. He could only fight against an ordinary Heaven Immortal. He was no match for Hu Meinyang. After all, this was not a situation where the 9 seals of immortality were suppressing him. Hiss! With Lu Yuming dead, the realm of heaven's punishment dissipated. Therefore, Chun Hao did not hesitate to activate the appearance-changing ring. At the same time, he activated the Heart Sutra of merging with heaven and earth. In an instant, he disappeared into thin air. Not even a trace of his aura was left behind. Humph! Chi. Hu Meinyang snorted coldly and spread out her hands. Instantly, the sound of 10,000 Daos rang out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Boundless Daos appeared out of nowhere, locking down the space around Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 766. How is it? Hu Meinyang said with a relaxed expression. However, there was a hint of shock in the depths of her eyes. At the same time, she used her vast magic power to activate thousands of Taoist laws to shrink them. After witnessing Chun Hao's concealment technique in front of the core palace, she was already prepared, and she was sure that Chun Hao hadn't run away. However, she was actually unable to sense a trace of Chun Hao's aura even though she attacked so quickly. After all, she was now a true middle-stage heaven immortal, and her perception had been pushed to the limit. She could not help but be shocked. Damn it! Chun Hao, have such a day. Old God, what the hell do you mean? Hidden between heaven and earth, Chun Hao could not help but curse in his mind. He knew very well that Hu Meinyang definitely did not sense him. However, it did not matter whether she sensed him or not. As the dense and crisscrossing Taoist laws closed in, he was like a bird in a cage to Hu Meinyang. Catching him was as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. Moreover, Chun Hao did not have any ability to resist. Bitch, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Chun Hao did not continue to hide. He revealed himself and stared at Hu Meinyang. Deeply? You still haven't seen the true strength of me, Hu Meinyang. Ha ha. If I'm not wrong, you were the one who forced me to run away and chased after me, right? Smart. If I didn't do that, how could I have the Tao manifestation immortal fruit and all your magic treasures? I am the saintess of the Misty Rain House, holy and flawless. No flaws are allowed. What about before? With your true strength, I don't believe that you couldn't defeat me in the previous battle. Chun Hao said, Ha ha ha, you overestimate me. With the suppression of the 9 seals of immortal sealing, I am a bird without wings. The innate Taoist embryo's strongest attribute is the word Tao. The Taoist laws are incomplete, and I don't even have 1% of my strength. Even if I become a heaven immortal, I can't do it. What else do you want to know? Meinyang can tell you everything. Hu Meinyang said patiently with a smile as she stared at Chun Hao. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw them, they would think that Chun Hao was her friend. You think you've got me? What do you think? Ha ha ha. Hu Meinyang's entire body exuded boundless charm. Her jade-like face blossomed with the radiance of spring. Her eyes were bright and misty, filled with naked provocation as she stared at Chun Hao. Slut, an ugly bitch like you, even if your seduction technique is 100 or 1,000 times stronger, it still won't work on me. If you want to kill me, just come. What was the point of doing so? Don't say you're going to rape me, Chun Hao said disdainfully. Actually, he was already certain that Hu Meinyang would not immediately kill him. However, he did not know exactly what Hu Meinyang wanted to do. At this moment, seeing Hu Meinyang's appearance, Chun Hao faintly guessed at something. If Hu Meinyang wanted to kill him, there was no way he could resist. There was no need for her to use her seduction technique on him. Is Meinyang that kind of person in your eyes? Hu Meinyang was still smiling as she said, Meinyang is as pure as ice and as pure as jade. You're the only one who has taken advantage of Meinyang, the medium stage of the earth, celestial stage. Oh, now the late stage of the earth, celestial stage. You have such powerful strength. I have to say that you're the most talented man I've ever seen. When you step into the heaven celestial stage, perhaps even Meinyang at the medium stage of the heaven celestial stage may not be your match. Especially your physique. You're obviously immortal, but in the 9 seals of celestial sealing, you're so powerful that you're comparable to the number 1 genius in the history of our vast universe galaxy. Yi Xian, Meinyang is indeed very interested in you. Unfortunately, you have no background. However, if I kill you just like that, it would be a pity. Ha ha ha. Seal. Chi. As Hu Meinyang laughed coquettishly, tens of thousands of Daos resonated, and the wind and clouds surged. In an instant, The spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the Taoist principles in the space within 1,000 miles converged and formed a protective barrier with a diameter of 1,000 miles, completely isolating her and Chunhao from the outside world. F***CK. What are you trying to do? Chunhao's expression changed slightly as he cursed. This woman was too monstrous. Chunhao had a feeling that he could not guess what she was trying to do. He also did not know what she was trying to do to him. Ha ha ha. I know that your soul and will are very, very strong. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hide from my senses. I also know that you must have cultivated a rare soul technique. Therefore, I won't kill you directly. I'll give you a chance. A chance? That's right. If you can seize this chance, you only need to agree to one condition of Main Yang. Moreover, it's a condition that will only benefit you and not harm you. Main Yang will definitely not make things difficult for you. If you can't seize it, then you can only die. Ahem. Why is it different from what I imagined? Just as Chunhao was frowning and feeling extremely depressed, Old God's voice suddenly appeared in Chunhao's mind. Old God, F***CK your sister. Ahem. Master, don't blame me. I originally thought that she would definitely forcefully fuse her yin and yang with you and then devour your body, soul, and the Tao manifestation immortal fruit to refine into her body cauldron. If that's the case, I believe that with Master's soul and will, as well as my and treasure hunter's help, you can easily take her down. Not only can you obtain her primordial yin, but you can also refine her. If I had made it clear to you, Master, you might not have agreed to it. Even if you can't resist the temptation and agree to it, I'm afraid it will leave a knot in your heart. Therefore, you might as well avoid it and wait for it to happen. When it happens, I'll appear. Then, you can do whatever you want and won't have a knot in your heart. However, I didn't expect this woman to act so unconventionally. F***CK. Old God, can you be any more shameless? Chunhao was speechless when he heard Old God's words. Ahem. Everything is for Master. F***CK. You can still escape, right? I'm afraid not. But don't worry, Master. Let's see what she wants to do. I'll find an opportunity. Old God said, don't look at me like that. You don't have a choice. If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of raising my hand. Hu Meinyang said with a smile. Speak. Chunhao said helplessly. When one was under the eaves, one had to lower one's head. A real man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. As long as it did not go against his conscience, he would deal with it and look for a breakthrough. First, sign a soul symbiosis contract with me. For a year. I know that if you have the chance, you'll kill me immediately. What we're about to do, I can't be distracted. Your soul cultivation is not inferior to mine. You won't be afraid, right? Hu Meinyang stared at Chunhao. Do I have a choice? No. Then what are you talking about? Bring it out. Chi. As Chunhao spoke, a ball of milky white light appeared between his eyebrows. At the same time, Hu Meinyang did the same. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 767. These were the imprints of their respective soul dwellings. Under the control of their pure soul power, they slowly converged in the middle of the two. It seemed simple, but Hu Meinyang was very careful, afraid that Chunhao would make things difficult for her. On the other hand, Chunhao was fearless. The reason was simple. He had no choice. Chi. When the two soul dwellings' imprints slowly met, they suddenly blossomed with resplendent light and quickly merged. Soon after, with a chi sound, they split into two again and merged into the space between their eyebrows at an astonishing speed. He he he. Fortunately, you didn't act impulsively. Do I look like such an idiot? Chun Hao disdainfully glanced at the endless Tao laws around him and said, I didn't expect your soul to be stronger than I thought. If you had really fought with me just now, you could have taken me down with you. It's even more possible now. But your life isn't worth it. Chun Hao said, Of course. Even a mortal would think that their life is more important. If not, why would I sign a soul symbiotic contract with you? Ha ha ha. Well said. But I suddenly feel that it's worth it. I don't know if you're smart or stupid. After signing this contract, what else can you threaten me with? At worst, I'll die with you. Ha ha ha. Chun Hao stared at Hu Meinyang and said, arrogantly, Of course. He was just saying this to give Hu Meinyang a warning in advance. If his conditions were too difficult and went against his own heart, then he would take her down with him. Do I look like such an idiot to you? Hu Meinyang smiled faintly and repeated Chun Hao's words back to him. Say it. What do you want? Chun Hao said, I'll teach you the Secular Heart Sutra and dual cultivate with me. What? Chun Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide. What? You're not willing? Hu Meinyang's eyes suddenly bloomed with boundless flirtatiousness as she stared at Chun Hao with a sweet smile full of provocation. Nonsense. Chun Hao, am not a casual person. His head could be severed and his blood could flow, but he would absolutely not do something like selling his body. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, we'll die together. Chun Hao said righteously. You hate me that much? Is there a need to ask? If I could, I would have stabbed you to death long ago. Chun Hao stared at Hu Meinyang and said without hesitation, Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? I'm serious. Do you think I don't dare? You do dare. I'm very clear about your killing intent towards me. Unfortunately, you don't have that ability. Hu Meinyang stared at Chun Hao, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. However, am I, Hu Meinyang, a casual person? The dual cultivation I'm talking about is not the fusion of yin and yang. You are not qualified. Chun Hao frowned slightly. At this point, he realized that he could not understand the thoughts of this seductive woman in front of him. He also did not know what her purpose was. All he could do was to take one step at a time. Now that you and I are dual cultivating, you need to merge our souls. I will open up the complete Mortal Heart Sutra for you. If you can comprehend the first level of the sutra before we form the soul symbiosis contract, you will have succeeded in the first step. If you can't, then you will die with me. I'm not joking either. What's your purpose? Do you think I'm afraid of dying together with you? If you can't comprehend it, you don't have to do anything. I'll drag you down with me. Can you let go of your Taoist companion? Can you let go of your family, relatives, and friends? Death is like blowing out a lamp. What's the point of talking about letting go when you're already dead? Don't be so hypocritical. You can't let go. As for me, I have no family, relatives, or friends. There's nothing I can't let go of. If you can't succeed, death is a release for me. Hu Meinyang's face shone with determination. There was no longer a trace of seduction. He looked straight into Chun Hao's eyes without avoiding his gaze. At this moment, Hu Meinyang was no longer a femme fatale who attracted thousands of geniuses. The loneliness in her eyes was not fake. It was not something that could be faked just because she wanted to. Old God, King, get out here. Master, don't ask me. I don't understand at all. We can only take one step at a time. This woman isn't as simple as she seems on the surface. What she said shouldn't be false. If you don't succeed, she might really take you down with her. However, I feel that her goal is related to the Mortal Heart Sutra. Moreover, she should have a lot of difficulties and needs someone with an extremely high innate talent to be able to save her. Master, you are a monstrous genius of the human race that only appears once in a trillion years. If you can't do it, then she will never be able to free herself. In addition to her hatred for you, she will naturally choose to take you down with her. If you didn't mess around and help me escape earlier, how would we have gotten into this mess? Forget it. As Chun Hao communicated with Old God, he looked at Hu Meinyang. After looking at each other for half a minute, Chun Hao spat out 2 words. Lunatic! Isn't the Mortal Heart Sutra something that only the innate Taoist embryo can cultivate? And that's a woman's martial art. I'm not the innate Taoist embryo, and I'm not a woman. That's just a rumor in the cultivation world. Because only the innate Taoist embryo can comprehend the Mortal Heart Sutra, it's taken for granted that only the innate Taoist embryo can cultivate it. Because it's the Misty Rain Tower's ultimate martial art, it's considered a woman's ultimate martial art. Let's begin. Without further ado, Chun Hao sat down cross-legged. In a flash, Hu Meinyang appeared in front of Chun Hao and sat cross-legged facing him. She stretched out her jade-like, beautiful hands. At the same time, a dazzling light shone from between her eyebrows and slowly extended toward the space between Chun Hao's eyebrows. When Chun Hao's hands came into contact with Hu Meinyang's hands, the light between Hu Meinyang's eyebrows connected with Chun Hao's eyebrows. Boom. Both of their minds shook at the same time. I've opened it. Don't worry, just come in. With the soul symbiosis contract, their souls were easily connected. Hu Meinyang opened up a space in her mind and communicated with divine thought. Hiss! At this point, Chun Hao no longer had any scruples. His mind entered the space in Hu Meinyang's mind. This woman is really abnormal. Even if I become a heaven celestial, I'm afraid I won't be stronger than her. Sensing the vast and boundless space within Hu Meinyang's mind, Chun Hao was astonished. Even though he had been confined to a tunnel by Hu Meinyang and was constantly venturing deeper, he was still able to sense the vastness of her mind through Hu Meinyang's divine sense seal. Moreover, it was filled with endless Tao laws, as if it was a complete world. In terms of the space in her mind, Chun Hao, who had just reached the later stage of the Earth, celestial stage, had no advantage at all. Don't try to explore my memory. Do you think I care? You don't have much time. You'd better hurry up and comprehend it. Buzz. Chun Hao's mind was suddenly activated by Hu Meinyang's mind. Like lightning, he entered an independent space in her mind. In front of him, there were 13 white jade steels, which were as tall as mountains. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 768. This is the Red Dust Heart Sutra. Chun Hao gazed at the 13 white jade crystal steels and asked with his divine sense. That's right. These 13 white jade crystal steels are both independent and integral. Each of them contains a sentence of the Red Dust Heart Sutra from the 1st to the 13th layer. Only by comprehending all 13 white jade crystal steels at the same time will you be able to grasp the mystery within and comprehend the Heart Sutra. The so-called Red Dust Heart Sutra is the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the mortal world and has a total of 13 layers. It can only be understood, but not explained. This is also the Tao mark left on these 13 white jade crystal steels by the founder of the Misty Rain Pavilion. I hope you can comprehend it. This is all I can tell you. After hearing Hu Meinyang's words, Chun Hao didn't ask any more questions, but asked coldly, "What are you doing near my mind?" Since it's dual cultivation, it naturally has to be fair. Don't you think you should open up a space in your mind for me? I'm not trying to uncover any secrets. I'm just trying to maintain an absolute balance so that our soul channel will be more stable. This way, you won't be affected by any fluctuations in your comprehension. Are you still afraid? Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? If you can do it, Chun Hao, can naturally do it. Go in. Chi. At the same time, Chun Hao used his spiritual will to bring Hu Meinyang's spiritual will into his own mind. At the same time, he opened up an independent space in his mind. However, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. There was nothing for Hu Meinyang to comprehend. By the way, you should know about the red dust sword Dao, right? Chun Hao suddenly thought of this question and asked again. Of course I know. You don't tell me you've cultivated the red dust sword Dao? Hu Meinyang asked in surprise. That's right. I understand. No wonder you have so many sword intents. Massacre, destruction, immortality. If that's the case, you'll have a higher chance of comprehending the Red Dust Heart Sutra. The Red Dust Sword Dao also originates from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the mortal world, just like the Red Dust Heart Sutra. However, it's only a pure sword Dao, while the Red Dust Heart Sutra covers many fields. After mastery, it can evolve into various magical powers and laws. It's not something the secular sword Dao can compare to. If you can comprehend the secular Heart Sutra, your secular sword Dao will definitely improve. Hu Meinyang said excitedly. You know quite a lot about me. After Chun Hao finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged. His mind entered a state of emptiness in an instant. His pitch-black eyes bloomed with a bright crystal light as he looked at the 13 Dao marks that seemed to be casually drawn by his fingers. There was no pattern, nor were they runes or words. Hu Meinyang, who wanted to ask Chun Hao for the secular sword Dao Heart Sutra, could only shut her mouth. Dao marks were the marks left behind by cultivators in the world. In the world of cultivation, this was the most common method of inheritance. Most of them were unintentionally left behind by senior experts, while a small number were intentionally left behind. There were countless places in the world of cultivation that were left unintentionally, such as the places where senior experts fought and cultivated in seclusion. A mountain peak that had been severed by a sword would still retain the might of that sword even after millions of years had passed. Sword marks, palm prints, finger holes, fist holes, and so on left behind by those who comprehended the Tao. As long as the cultivator's original state of mind, energy, and spirit were fused into it, they could be called Tao marks. However, this kind of Tao mark inheritance required an extremely high level of comprehension because it could only be understood and not explained. There was no Heart Sutra, only aura. Different people had different views. How much and what one could comprehend from the remnant aura differed from person to person. The only similarity was the origin. Just like the 7 emotions and 6 desires, if they were compared to Tao marks, then the Red Dust Sword Tao and Red Dust Heart Sutra were comprehended by different cultivators in this Tao mark. The origin was the same, but the manifestation was different. Boom, 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 boom. Chun Hao's mind and eyes turned into strands of strands, merging into the countless oddly shaped and irregular Tao marks on the 13 white jade crystal tablets. His mind suddenly felt as if the mountains and rivers were collapsing and thousands of swords were ringing. The fine ripple-like Tao marks made Chun Hao's state of mind ripple like water, light and agile. The Tao marks that were as sharp as a sword splitting the sky made Chun Hao's state of mind cold and fierce, and filled with killing intent. The crisscrossing and strange Tao marks made Chun Hao feel as if he was besieged by rats, and his anger soared to the sky. The seemingly simple Tao marks brought about 1,000 changes in Chun Hao's state of mind in an instant. Even though Chun Hao was mentally prepared, he was still extremely shocked. This was only the Tao marks left behind by the founder of the Misty Rain Tower. but the power it released was as if it could control the ups and downs of the world. Chun Hao didn't have any room to resist at all. He only kept his mind clear for a moment, and then he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, completely merging into the infinite power of this mental transformation. Illusions appeared one after another. Sometimes he was overjoyed. Sometimes he was furious. Sometimes he was filled with endless sorrow. Sometimes he was filled with endless fear. And sometimes he was filled with love, happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil desire, smell, touch, the 7 emotions and 6 desires circulated. In front of the 13 white jade crystal tablets, Chun Hao was crazy, as if he had gone mad, and made a fool of himself. Hu Meinyang's mind had been locked onto Chun Hao's every move since the beginning. He actually merged into the 7 emotions and 6 desires so quickly. It should be because he has laid the foundation for cultivating the red dust sword Dao. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so fast. However, it's not that easy to comprehend the first level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. I hope you can succeed. This is just the beginning. 5 days later, he actually entered the state of happiness so quickly. It's only been 5 days, and he has already jumped out of the flow of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. At this moment, Chun Hao had a smile on his face that came from the bottom of his heart. His joy was beyond words and came from the bottom of his heart. Even though he was only a manifestation of his divine sense, he had a boundless charm that affected all things in the world. Even Hu Meinyang, who was observing Chun Hao with her mind, revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. 18 days later, Hu Meinyang was furious, like a volcano erupting, and she was unable to restrain her anger. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Chun Hao had entered the state of lust. Hu Meinyang, whether it was her manifestation of her mind or her true body that was sitting cross-legged, touching Chun Hao's palms and connecting their brows, both of her cheeks were flushed, and she was filled with boundless lust. He's only immersed in the most primitive state of mind, and he can already affect me. His chances of success should be greater, right? Hu Meinyang muttered to herself. She had always been the one to influence others with the Red Dust Heart Sutra. However, at this moment, Chun Hao, who was immersed in comprehending the Red Dust Heart Sutra, was able to make her rise and fall with Chun Hao. Although this was the reason why she didn't resist, it also showed that Chun Hao was deeply immersed in the state. Once he jumped out, even if he couldn't comprehend the Red Dust Heart Sutra, the benefits would still be huge. P.S. 3 chapters have been updated. A new month, a new beginning. Please guarantee the monthly votes. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 769. It's been half a year, and I'm only short of 5 desires. There's enough time. Let's see if I can comprehend the mental cultivation method from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Although Hu Meinyang's face was red, she still locked onto Chun Hao's aura. To her, this was also a form of cultivation. If I fail, I'd rather die, Hu Meinyang said resolutely in her heart. I am me. So what if you're the founder of the sect? I'm the master of my destiny. If I can't master it, I can only destroy it. Kill his mother. Big guy, do you have any shame? This is mine. Don't snatch it. Cough, cough. Ling, you and Brother Yang have already killed so many people. Don't you feel embarrassed? Fine. I'll help sisters-in-law. Big guy, go rest somewhere else. We don't need your help. Brother Du Jing, your unorthodox method is too tiring. Let me help you. Big guy, I don't need. You have to help me even if you don't need it. F***CK, you're bullying me. I have no choice. You're the only one I can bully. Do you have the heart to watch me panic? Ha ha ha. Chee chee chee. Rumble, terrifying explosions followed by shrill screams could be heard. In just 10 minutes, the 1,000-man army was completely annihilated. Everyone could not even hope to escape. And their enemy was only 11 people. Chen Shui, Long Ting, Lung Ning Huan, Lung Ning Lu Pan Long, Chen Ling, Liang, Du Jing, Helian Wu Zi, Tantai Lian, and Xia Yuyu, with the help of Helian Wu Zi and the rest, Han Mei, Yun Wei, Pan Dong Lu, and Pan Dong Sheng had already entered the ancient Almighty's land of inheritance. The place where they were fighting was also the entrance of an ancient Almighty's land of inheritance. When Pan Long and the rest arrived, a group of hundreds of people had already been slaughtered. Only a dozen cultivators were left. Thank you for saving my life. You're welcome. Without you, Aotian would still kill these bastards. This is the mission set by our boss, Chen Hao, to fight for the human race. Ha ha ha. Don't steal my loot. Pan Long laughed wildly. However, halfway through his laughter, he suddenly cried out in alarm. With a chi sound, his body moved like lightning. He grabbed with both hands, and a terrifying spatial force collected the well-preserved magical equipment on the ground. Aotian, Chinhao, let's go. Wait, these spiritual herbs are for you to heal your injuries. Chi. Chun Shui tossed out a few ancient spirit herbs that emitted a dense mist from afar, floating in front of over 10 heavily injured human cultivators. Thank you, Commander. If it weren't for proud heaven, we would have already fallen. That's right. It seems like we don't have to think about it anymore. Hundreds of people, hundreds of brothers and sisters died just like that. The person who was called the captain felt his heart bleeding. Leader, don't be sad. Life and death is up to fate. When you step into the primal mystic realm, it is fated to be a bloodbath. How many of you can truly return victorious? If only we had the strength of Proud Heaven's members. Don't even think about it. God of Slaughter Chun, Hao has long been famous in the primal mystic realm. In less than half a year, the Proud Heaven that he formed has become a nightmare for the strange races. How many human cultivators did he kill? Countless. I believe that after stepping out of the primal mystic realm, Proud Heaven will become the most dazzling existence in the vast universe galaxy. It's a pity God of Slaughter Chun, Hao has not appeared since he was chased by Hu Mainyang. There's no news about him. There's also no news about Hu Mainyang, whether he's dead or alive. He's destined to be the pride of the human race. The name of God of Slaughter Chun, Hao will become a legend in the vast universe galaxy. I believe that God of Slaughter Chun, Hao won't die so easily. He's only at the intermediate Earth celestial stage, and he's able to kill the top prodigies at the heavenly celestial stage under the 9 celestial ceiling restrictions. When the 9 celestial ceiling restrictions disappeared, other than Hu Mainyang and the 4 berserk dragons, the other top prodigies at the heavenly celestial stage were no match for him. How much luck did such a monstrous prodigy have? How many fortuitous encounters did he have? That Hu Mainyang is also a monstrous prodigy. It's hard to say. However, it's strange that there's no news about either of them. No matter who wins in the end, one of them should appear. With their strength, it's impossible for them to be unknown. Stop guessing. This is not a level that we can reach. Let's find a secluded place and heal our wounds. After we're healed, we'll cultivate in the outer area and wait to leave this holy land. Staying alive is more important. Proud Heaven. This was the name that Celestial Venerable Han Mei had suggested. The reason was simple. Chun Hao and the others had killed many prodigies from the human race. Once they stepped out of the primal mystic realm, they would definitely be hunted down by many top forces. No rules could protect them. However, if they could become the most dazzling existence in the vast universe galaxy and obtain unparalleled contribution points, they would be able to obtain the highest honor and protection from the Divine Temple. To put it bluntly, it was to make up for their mistakes. The slogan of fighting for the human race was purposely promoted. In the beginning, Pan Long, Chun Ling, and the others did not pay much attention to it. To them, this kind of empty slogan was meaningless. However, as the war between the 10 galaxies became more intense and fierce, this slogan became the glory of the human race. Even Pan Long and the others said it from the bottom of their hearts. There was no right or wrong, good or evil. There was only killing all the foreign races. This was a competition between galaxies. They were born to be on opposite sides. There was no one else. Du Jing, come and try it. This place should be suitable for you. After cleaning up the battlefield, Hellion Woozy looked at Du Jing and said, "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law." Du Jing said excitedly. The endless cycle of reincarnation and the inherited memories gave Hellion Woozy an advantage that no one else had. She could go directly to the place of inheritance every time, and it was targeted at everyone's talent. In just half a year, this was already the 5th. Among the crowd, Pan Long, Chun Ling, and Li Yang had already lost the qualification to obtain the inheritance of other ancient mighty figures because this was the true inheritance of the mantle and alms bowl, not the universal supreme art inheritance of the palaces and cities in the 9 restrictions of immortal sealing. Hellion Woozy, Tantai Lien, and Xia Yu also lost the chance to receive the legacy. In just an hour, the entrance of the place of inheritance shone with a milky white light door, and Du Jing disappeared in front of everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 770. After Du Jing entered the ancient land of inheritance, Hellion Woozy led the group and set off on their journey again. In this core area, there were a total of 1,000 ancient inheritances. Even though Hellion Woozy was familiar with the situation, she still had to race against time. Otherwise, others might beat her to it. As for Chun Hao, who had not received any news for half a year, the only thing they could do was wait. Perhaps only when the inheritance of this holy land was completely obtained and the door of time and space opened would they be able to meet again. They firmly believed that Chun Hao would not have any problems. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the 1-year deadline was about to arrive. The last day, my fate. Will I be destroyed in the end? Hu Mainyang's divine sense stared at Chun Hao, who was standing in the space of her mind like a sculpture. 2 months ago, Chun Hao had experienced every realm of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, Chun Hao did not move at all. Even his divine sense did not fluctuate. It was as if he had fallen into absolute silence and his consciousness had stopped. Even now, there were still no signs of him waking up. The light shining from the 13 white jade steels had weakened to a very, very weak point. When the light disappeared, it meant that Chun Hao had failed. This was the time limit for any cultivator to comprehend the white jade steels. 1 year. If the time limit was not met, it meant that one did not have the qualifications to cultivate the Red Dust Heart Sutra. If Chun Hao failed, it meant that Hu Mainyang had failed. Moreover, there would be no chance for her to succeed again. And now, the time limit was about to expire. Hiss, the 13 white jade steels finally retracted their last ray of light and turned gray. Huff! It was also at this time that Chun Hao slowly opened his eyes. He frowned and looked at Hu Mainyang. "You, go. Chun Hao was puzzled. The soul symbiotic contract will be lifted soon, and you will be free. You are the person with the greatest talent I have ever seen. If you don't die, then in the future within vast universe galaxy, you should be able to bloom with an extremely dazzling light and become a true peak character. Hu Meinyang slowly stood up. She didn't look at Chun Hao, but rather at the endless void as she muttered to herself. Her figure was still that graceful and exquisite figure. However, at this moment, she no longer possessed that high and mighty brilliance that was the moon surrounded by the stars. Instead, she was filled with desolation, loneliness, and lethargy. Unfortunately, you still didn't succeed. Then I'll take my leave. Chun Hao looked at Hu Meinyang's silhouette. After a slight hesitation, he cupped his fists and said, after he finished speaking, he stood up and walked away. Ha ha ha. Hu Meinyang suddenly laughed. Do you hate me that much? Don't you want to know why I did it? A hateful person is bound to have a pitiful side. Sorry, I really don't know anything about sex. Chun Hao stopped in his tracks and said without turning his head, a hateful person is bound to have a pitiful side. You don't want to know anything about me because you don't want to change your impression of me. If you could, you would still kill me without hesitation, right? You can think whatever you want, Chun Hao said. Then I want you to know. Buzz, rumble, as they spoke, the soul symbiotic contract between the two of them reached the time limit and collapsed in their minds. Chi, at this moment, Hu Meinyang pointed a finger at Chun Hao, and thousands of Tao laws instantly bound him. F***CK, what are you doing? Chun Hao said angrily. He had the opportunity to perish together with Hu Meinyang when the soul symbiotic contract was signed. However, Chun Hao was not an idiot. As Hu Meinyang had said, there were too many people he couldn't let go of. Hu Meinyang had calculated this and was not afraid at all. In fact, when Chun Hao escaped from the Red Dust Heart Sutra, he was already prepared. However, he did not expect Hu Meinyang, who thought he had failed, to let him go. This was beyond his expectations. However, what surprised him even more was that he had only said a few manly words, and this woman actually went back on her words. Whoosh. Hu Meinyang did not say anything. However, she did something that made Chun Hao's eyes widen. She gently removed her Taoist robe and let it slide down. Under the pink bra, her twin peaks were towering. Her slender waist could be held with one hand. Her perky buttocks, which had been kicked by Chun Hao before, were plump and perky under the bra. Her skin was like congealed cream, smooth and delicate. Her two slender and well-proportioned jade legs were even more alluring. Buzz, at this moment, her beautiful face was as delicate as a peach blossom. Her crimson face carried the shyness of a young girl. Her eyes made the world darken as she looked straight at Chun Hao. This caused Chun Hao's mind to tremble. It was obvious that Hu Meinyang had pushed the Red Dust Heart Sutra to the extreme. In the past, Hu Meinyang could make countless geniuses prostrate themselves in worship, subdued by her peerless demeanor. But now, Hu Meinyang could absolutely make any man go crazy just by taking off her Taoist robe. Her power was completely different. F***CK, are you really going to use force on me? Chun Hao, swear that I won't do it. Chun Hao's bewildered eyes suddenly regained a trace of clarity as Hu Meinyang approached him with light steps. Then he shouted angrily, You can still stay awake. Hu Meinyang was slightly surprised. Her face became even redder. This blush was definitely not something that the Red Dust Heart Sutra could fake. However, even though Chun Hao was familiar with the Red Dust Heart Sutra, he could not tell and would not tell. You're an entire realm apart. Your willpower is so strong. I don't believe. Hu Meinyang's figure flashed, and directly appeared in front of Chun Hao. Wearing only her underwear, she looked straight at Chun Hao. She was getting closer and closer, standing on her tiptoes. The tip of her nose was almost touching Chun Hao's nose. Her delicate lips were also about to touch. At this moment, Chun Hao's senses were uncontrollably sharp to the extreme. An alluring fragrance madly attacked his nostrils. Hu Meinyang stretched out her jade-like, soft, and boneless hand and directly unbuttoned Chun Hao's Taoist robe. Hu Meinyang's hair touched Chun Hao's face. Her slightly disordered breathing and heartbeat ravaged Chun Hao's every nerve. Coupled with the effect of the Red Dust Heart Sutra, Chun Hao fell into absolute torment. "Bitch, do you still know what shame is? You can have my body, but you can't have my heart," Chun Hao said gloomily. He even had the urge to vomit blood. Damn, this scene should be reversed. But he was a man, and he was actually being molested by a woman without any room to resist. "You can't have my body, and you can't have my heart," Hu Meinyang whispered into Chun Hao's ear. However, this was the first time she had done so, so the fragrance that came out of her mouth was intermittent and trembling. "Bitch, stop, I've already... Chi." Just as Chun Hao was about to lay his cards on the table, his eyes widened. Hu Meinyang suddenly sealed his mouth with her delicate lips. At the same time, a stream of energy also directly imprisoned Chun Hao's mouth. Chapter 771. Boom. When Hu Meinyang's Red Dust Heart Sutra made direct contact with his body, Chun Hao felt as though his mind was about to explode. Flames of lust rose within him, but his mind remained clear-headed. Chun Hao was certain that if he had not experienced the Red Dust Heart Sutra for a year, perhaps he would have already fallen for her. However, his current state was even more painful than falling for her. He was not Lu Xiaohui, a hot-blooded young man. How could he not have a reaction? However, as a man, being forced by a woman was something that Chun Hao could not accept no matter what. This was absolutely a disgrace, a disgrace. If people knew that he, Chun Hao, had been forced to be molested, where would he put his face and dignity? However, there was nothing he could do now. He could not even bite Hu Meinyang because this woman had used her powerful cultivation at the intermediate heavenly celestial stage to completely imprison him and completely cut off his control over his body. Damn it, it seems like this woman is really going to rape me. If anything, it should be me raping her. F***CK. Feeling Hu Meinyang's proud twin peaks pressing against his chest, feeling the obvious trembling and inexperienced forceful kiss, Chun Hao had no choice but to admit it. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well close his eyes and enjoy it. No, there's still one last way. Having lost control of his body, Chun Hao, who had originally planned to lay his cards on the table, did not dare to hesitate anymore. This woman was a lunatic who did not play by the rules at all. Every time Chun Hao miscalculated, she would miscalculate. In a year's time, Chun Hao had actually comprehended the first layer of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. But until the end, he didn't reveal it. It was just to make Hu Meinyang despair. After all, Hu Meinyang's words had already revealed that if he couldn't succeed, she would be finished. Chun Hao was forced to do so, so naturally he would not let her be too happy. However, he did not expect that the vicious Hu Meinyang would let him go after he failed. However, when he was about to leave, Hu Meinyang's attitude changed because of him. Chun Hao immediately focused his mind and integrated it into his soul abode. At the same time, he activated the first level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. He believed that since Hu Meinyang had used her cultivation at the middle stage of heaven celestial to control and imprison his body, she would naturally be able to sense the fluctuation of his soul. As long as she could sense that he had comprehended the Red Dust Heart Sutra, then she might be able to stop her current actions. Sure enough, when Chun Hao's soul released the faint aura of the first stage of the Red Dust Heart Sutra, Hu Meinyang, who had been conflicted but had hardened her heart, suddenly trembled, and her eyes blossomed with 2 rays of crystal light. Chi. Then, Hu Meinyang abruptly retreated 2 meters. Looking at Chun Hao in surprise, she said, You've comprehended the first level of the Secular World Sutra? F***CK. Surprise my ass. So, what if you've comprehended it? Chun Hao instantly regained half of his freedom and was able to speak, but he was still angry. Why didn't you say so earlier? You shut my mouth. What do you want me to say? Hiss. Hu Meinyang's face was flushed red. She suddenly put on her Taoist robe. At the same time, she used her magical power to put on Chun Hao's Taoist robe and said, Don't be so arrogant. It's still very easy for me to kill you now. If you don't want to die, then according to our agreement, we'll proceed to the second step. Chun Hao wanted to say something, but this time he controlled his mouth and said, Say it. Start dual cultivation with me and break through the 9th level of the Secular World Sutra. I'm now at the 9th level. With me dual cultivation with you, you'll be able to cultivate to the 9th level in a few years. Once you break through to the 10th level, you'll have succeeded in the second step. This is a good thing for you. Although I really don't want to understand you. Now I want to know what you're going to do. I'm sorry, when I wanted to say it, you didn't want to listen. Now, since you've comprehended the Secular World Sutra, there's no need for me to tell you. You know, a hateful person must have a pitiful side. I don't need your pity. Bitch, don't call me bitch again. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. I mean what I say. I can only tell you that what happened just now was the first time in my life. Although I forced you, I'm not harming you. At most, I can't let her continue to be Hu Meinyang, or let others become Hu Meinyang again. It's a good thing for you. It's up to you to believe it or not. Hu Meinyang's face was like a peach blossom, but she looked straight at Chun Hao and said calmly, We need to sign a new soul contract this time. 1,000 years. 1,500 years. You don't need 10,000 years. If you're in danger, do you think I'll have to save you? 1,500 years is about the length of time in the primitive mystic realm. Once we step out of the primitive mystic realm, we'll be able to get rid of it immediately. But 10,000 years seems safer. Stop dreaming. 10 years, 20,000 years, 20 years, 30,000 years. F***CK, 1,500 years it is. When the time comes, you're welcome to kill me. Of course, I'll rape you before killing you. Chun Hao was fuming as he stared at Hu Meinyang. Chi, however, Hu Meinyang's face was already red, and she didn't say anything. She directly took out the soul imprint, which made Chun Hao feel like he was punching empty air. I hope you can help me reach the 10th level. If you can't, I won't let you die with me, but I'll do what I just did. Although it's a good thing for you, it'll be the shame of your life, right? By a woman, After the soul contract was completed, Hu Meinyang looked at the furious Chun Hao and reminded him. Such a state was not suitable for dual cultivation. Humph, you won't have the chance. Let's begin. That's what I want to see the most. Papa, their palms met again. Chun Hao, who had no choice, instantly threw away all distracting thoughts and entered an ethereal state. Their eyes looked straight at each other, and their souls were connected. If you're a man, don't peek at my memories. I have my pride and my perseverance. This time, your soul must be integrated into the Red Dust Heart Sutra without any distractions. You must adapt to my rhythm and be guided by me. Don't talk about men and women. At most, we're the same. If you dare to look at me, I won't let you go. Then let's begin. I'll follow you first and see how you've comprehended it. Then you can follow me. The two of them spoke through telepathy. After speaking, they activated the first level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra at the same time. The reason why it was said to be similar was because each of them had their own comprehension. There was no complete mental cultivation method, and it differed from person to person. In an instant, Chen Hao was integrated into the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Hu Meinyang, who needed to observe Chen Hao's comprehension, was integrated into Chen Hao's mind. Chapter 772. Rage. Kill. Boom. Chen Hao, who had been suppressing his anger, directly entered the rage state. His powerful soul force, under Chen Hao's urging, suddenly released a mysterious fluctuation, causing Hu Meinyang to instantly enter a state of uncontrollable rage along with Chen Hao's mood. If Hu Meinyang and Chen Hao's souls weren't connected, and if she didn't merge into Chen Hao's mind, she would only follow Chen Hao's rage and be infected with a trace of rage. But now, she had merged into the specially created illusion by Chen Hao. What made Hu Meinyang frown was that in the illusion, she also appeared. The boundless rage of Chen Hao crazily chased and killed. Humph, you only know how to be satisfied here. Hu Meinyang's soul force fluctuated as she transmitted her voice. Ha ha ha. After a round of killing, Chen Hao cut off Hu Meinyang's head with a sword and stomped it with his foot. He laughed heartily in his mind, ignoring Hu Meinyang's ridicule, and directly entered the pleasure state. This time, Hu Meinyang frowned as she watched. Her breasts were heaving up and down. Obviously, it was beyond her tolerance. She had long been aware of Chen Hao's killing intent and hatred towards her, but she didn't expect it to be to such an extent. In the pleasure state, she was also, but she was casually trampled on by Chen Hao. Punches and kicks, insults and ridicule, and so on. Even if she knew that Chen Hao was venting, Hu Meinyang was still a little angry, but she still endured it. When Chen Hao entered the lust state, Hu Meinyang was finally fuming with anger and jumped out of Chen Hao's soul. Otherwise, she was afraid that she really couldn't help but attack Chen Hao. Bastard! Shameless! Hu Meinyang's face flushed red. Her soul-piercing eyes stared fiercely at Chen Hao, angrily cursing in her heart. In the lust state, Chen Hao made her crawl at his feet and did all kinds of obscene actions. She was a asterisk, 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 asterisk. Slut, why can't you bear it? You're at the 9th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. At this time, Chen Hao's provocative voice sounded in her soul force. Hu Meinyang was suddenly startled. I've been influenced by you so much. This is just an illusion. I'm forcefully condensing it. If it's an illusion from the heart, I'm afraid you'll get lost, right? Chen Hao said, don't waste time. You have to come in order to fully grasp my comprehension. So be it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hu Meinyang said, wait for me to guide you. You'll suffer. I'm looking forward to it. Chen Hao said disdainfully. Finally, he felt a little elated. Even though it was just a fantasy, it was still a relief to be able to make this woman so angry. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. At this moment, the two people who were sitting cross-legged with their palms touching each other exuded a mysterious aura. Under the influence of Hu Meinyang, even Chen Hao's body was surrounded by endless rules of the Great Path. Moreover, it formed a world of its own, independent of Hu Meinyang. Although it was far inferior to Hu Meinyang's, it was still extremely shocking for Chen Hao, who did not have an innate Taoist embryo. The two of them looked at each other with their soul-piercing eyes. There was no sadness or joy in their eyes. They were ethereal and detached. They had temporarily put down the hatred in their hearts, and were completely immersed in the mystery of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Time flowed like water. The two of them had no concept of time and were detached from the mortal world. At times, Hu Meinyang would guide, and at times, Chun Hao would take the initiative. Every time Chun Hao broke through a level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra, Hu Meinyang would take the lead and guide. Every time their understanding was completely controlled by each other and truly integrated, Hu Meinyang would dominate Chun Hao to break through to the next level. Over the past 20 years, Hu Meinyang's confidence had grown. Chun Hao's talent and perception had shocked her more and more. Although she had been helping Chun Hao make breakthroughs in his cultivation, she had been able to gain unexpected benefits from Chun Hao's unique comprehension of each level. She was certain that once she stepped into the 7th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra, as long as she used the 7th level, she would be stronger than the 9th level. And now, they had both stepped into the 9th level. Perfect! Chun Hao, my highest level is the 9th level. To break through to the 10th level, we have to fully comprehend it. This is also the most crucial step. After stepping into the 10th level, you have to do something for me and fulfill our agreement. At that time, you can leave. Speak. Chun Hao said directly, although Chun Hao didn't want to admit it. During the 20 years of dual cultivation, apart from the illusions that Hu Meinyang had deliberately created to take revenge on him, he also discovered that Hu Meinyang wasn't the venomous woman that he had imagined her to be. Although all kinds of illusions could confuse and infect all living things, they were always neutral and peaceful, full of overwhelming righteousness. This was the most fundamental thing of a person, and it was definitely not something that an evil person could condense. In addition, Chun Hao had long guessed that Hu Meinyang might be under the control of the Red Dust Heart Sutra, and gradually he did not hate this woman as much. Of course, it was just that he did not hate her that much. You and I may be in danger, Hu Meinyang said after a slight pause. Do I have a choice? Chun Hao said disdainfully, yes, you can choose not to help me. And then perish with me? Stop being a hypocrite and speak. Humph. Is it fun to speak against your conscience? After 20 years, don't you know what kind of person I, Hu Meinyang, am? No matter who you are, I can say this for everything you did to me. What did I do to you? The Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Core is a treasure of heaven and earth. It is especially important to me. Why can't I take it? If I couldn't, I would have run away. You could have hit me anywhere, but you just had to kick me there. After that, I came to find you. When did I really kill you? What are you talking about? Other than the last time, when did you have the ability to kill me? You have also cultivated the Red Dust Heart Sutra to the 9th level, let alone the 9th level. Even if it was the 7th level, if I really wanted to do anything, do you think you could escape? I dare not say that I can mesmerize everyone in the world, but I have the ability to make all the cultivators here lose themselves and become my men of sacrifice. That's because you have scruples about your identity. You still have to maintain the image of a saintess. Saintess my ass. Hu Meinyang suddenly swore like Chun Hao. What image does a saintess who is almost destined to lose herself talk about? You said that you wanted to rape me, right? I'm a man. Do you know how humiliating that is? That's because you don't even want to hear the complaints of a dying man before he dies. Even if I die, I have to leave behind the secrets that I know. Since you want to do that, I can only wrong myself and fulfill your wish. Chapter 773. At this moment, Hu Meinyang's eyes sparkled as if she was too emotional. However, she quickly regained her composure and looked directly at Chun Hao. You said so much. Could it be that you've forgiven me? Forgive my ass. Ha ha ha. Damn it, why are you laughing? I like to laugh. What does that have to do with you? Hu Mainyong cursed as well, not caring that her words were damaging her image. Speak. Chun Hao glared at the woman. He was speechless. You should have seen the rune shining on my body when we went through the heavenly punishment, right? Hu Mainyong cut to the chase. I saw it. Using your body as a cauldron. Only you could do that. Shouldn't the best way for you be to refine me and the Tao manifestation immortal fruit into your body? At that time, you wanted to be strong. Forget it. You can continue. Chun Hao thought of his conjecture and said. However, he stopped halfway. Since Hu Mainyong had mentioned the rune, perhaps it was what she meant when she said that she was no longer the root of her existence. Before the rune appeared on my body, I only had one goal, and that was to snatch the Tao manifestation immortal fruit from you. Only the Tao manifestation immortal fruit could help me escape my fate. However, it appeared when I resisted the heavenly punishment. At that time, I realized that even if I obtained the Tao manifestation immortal fruit, it would only be a gift to someone else. Instead, I would end up in an irreversible situation. So, I changed my mind. Your talent is the strongest I've ever seen, and you also have the Tao manifestation immortal fruit. This could be my only chance at survival. However, between us, I can only force you. Get to the point, Chun Hao said impatiently. That rune is the devil fetus in the 13 white jade crystal tablets. Devil fetus? What devil fetus? An existence that wants to devour your soul and take over your body? Yes, you should know that no cultivator can truly live forever. Possession and reincarnation are two ways of living, but they are not limitless. At a certain point, you will eventually walk towards death. However, when the founder of the Misty Rain Tower was about to die, he sealed his evil thoughts on the 13 white jade tablets of the Red Dust Sutra as a training object for his disciples. But the founder didn't expect that no disciple in the Misty Rain Tower could cultivate the Red Dust Sutra. Therefore, after the evil thoughts were born, no one killed them. Gradually, it gave birth to its own intelligence, until the Holy Virgin of the previous generation of the Misty Rain Tower with the innate Taoist embryo appeared. She should have discovered this secret. Unfortunately, she died unexpectedly because of emotional problems. She didn't leave behind any words. So, I wasn't prepared for it. When I reached the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage, it suddenly wanted to possess me, and I discovered it. Fortunately, it was too impatient and exposed itself before it matured. But even if I wanted to kill it, I couldn't do it. Its cultivation level is higher than mine. So, you thought of dual cultivation and borrowed my strength. Yes, previously, in the Holy Temple and the vast universe galaxy, I made friends with the top geniuses of the vast universe galaxy in order to find someone who could help me. Unfortunately, none of them caught my eye. TSK, do you want to find someone to help you or a cultivation partner? Previously, when I asked for help, I asked my guardian for help. The Holy Virgin of the Misty Rain Tower doesn't have a cultivation partner. Of course, I want to find someone who can help me. Oh, you mean you want to find me? You are not qualified. I suppressed it with my strength, and you just wanted to live. F***CK. Although I forced you, it didn't harm you. What we are going to do next, although it is dangerous, it will also benefit you a lot. Moreover, I will compensate you. Hu Mainyong said, what we are going to do next is to work together to comprehend the 10th level of the Red Dust Sutra. During this period, we must break the seal formed by the devil fetus before we can comprehend it. After we succeed, we will seize the opportunity to break into the 13 white jade tablets and kill the devil fetus. If we succeed, I will teach you every level of the Red Dust Sutra that I comprehend. This is my compensation. Without you, I can still comprehend it, can't I? It's just a matter of time. Chun Hao said, You are wrong. You have already comprehended the first level. Do you think you can comprehend the second level by yourself? Maybe you can. However, without the 13 pagoda tablets, it will be extremely difficult. Unless you experience the world of mortals and experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires, you will not be able to comprehend it without tens of thousands of years. Let's begin. Chun Hao did not say anything else. Chi. In an instant, the 13 pagoda tablets appeared in Hu Meinyang's mind again. This time, Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang's divine will manifested as one. They pushed the Red Dust Sutra to the limit and merged it with the Tao marks on the 13 white jade tablets. The seal left by the devil fetus blocks the 10th level of the Red Dust Sutra. The first thing we need to do is lock onto it. Hiss, hiss, the two of them were as one, shuttling back and forth in the white jade steel to capture any abnormalities. What surprised Chun Hao was that every time the two of them were about to lock onto it, a wisp of extremely cunning energy would suddenly escape, cutting off the flow of the 10th layer of the white jade steel. Follow the tracks and force it to the edge of the 11th level. It has no way to escape. It has only comprehended the 10th level. Hu Meinyang said in her mind, Humph, little girl, you dare to join forces with outsiders to deceive your master? Do you really think the two of you can kill me? Suddenly, a voice that was pleasant to the ear, like celestial music, resounded out, and even Chun Hao felt his heart tremble when he heard it. My master has already passed away. You are just a devil fetus. How dare you call yourself my master? Hu Meinyang said coldly, You don't know what's good for you. Being the continuation of my life is the best ending for you. In the future, you will be able to look down on the world and be invincible. Since you want to die, don't blame me. The melodious voice rang out again. Suddenly, it continued, Little brother, my junior disciple wants to deceive his master. Why are you helping him? Moreover, he forced you and did not give you any benefits. If you join forces with me now, I can easily take over your body and be reborn. At that time, I will let you be my guardian. This body is the primordialine body of the innate Taoist fetus. If you obtain it, you will definitely reap great benefits. Moreover, I have all kinds of divine powers and ultimate skills that can guarantee that you will become stronger. Chun Hao, don't be tempted by her. Sounds good. The conditions are very generous. Maybe I should think about it. Hu Meinyang was angered by Chun Hao's words. Chapter 774. He. Little brother, you're a wise man indeed. Remove the fusion with her now and help me succeed. Later, I'll give you my primordialine. As long as you're willing, I can accompany you any time. He. Shameless. Chun Hao, if you listen to it, you won't even know how you died. Don't forget that we have a symbiotic soul contract. Hu Meinyang said angrily when she sensed Chun Hao's mental fluctuations. Even she didn't expect the demon fetus to be so cunning. Little brother, don't be afraid. After I take over her body, her soul won't be destroyed. It won't affect you. Come on, let's get started. You'll be able to obtain the primordial een of this connate Taoist fetus and satisfy all your desires. Come on. Right away. I'll help you right away. Don't tempt me. Your offer is very tempting. Chun Hao wasn't affected by the demon fetus' seductive voice. Hu Meinyang, do you have anything to say? Actually, you still have an advantage. No. If you want to do it, then do it. I Hu Meinyang can only give you that condition. Then don't blame me, Qi. Chun Hao thought that he could use this opportunity to blackmail the demon fetus, but Hu Meinyang, who was obviously nervous, refused to compromise. Moreover, she didn't put up any defenses and fused with Chun Hao from beginning to end. Therefore, as soon as Chun Hao finished speaking, Hu Meinyang pushed herself to the limit and fused with Chun Hao. Since the two of them were already one, Chun Hao only needed to use his mind for Hu Meinyang to know what Chun Hao's decision was. The dazzling sword light instantly blossomed with a terrifying destructive sword intent. It condensed the profound energy of 7 emotions and 6 desires from Hu Meinyang and Chun Hao's Red Dust Heart Sutra. With Chun Hao as the main character, it was a sword of destruction. You're courting death. Rumble! The devil fetus didn't expect that Chun Hao, who seemed to be on its side, would suddenly join forces with Hu Meinyang. Unable to restrain its anger, it immediately used the 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra to condense a powerful ultimate skill and faced the two of them head-on. The Tao marks of the 13 white jade crystal steels were all under its control. Qi. Chun Hao, you're the main attacker. I'll stop it from controlling the steel. Hu Meinyang's attention was divided by more than half. In an instant, the devil fetus' terrifying attack was weakened by several times. Good. Old bitch, I'll let you be my stepping stone for the secular sword Tao. Qi, Qi, Qi. In a battle of pure soul and mind, Chun Hao wasn't shackled by his cultivation base. At this moment, he had completely integrated the 20 years he had spent cultivating the Red Dust Heart Sutra into his Red Dust Sword Tao. Destruction, deathless slaughter, rivers and mountains, all kinds of sword lights crisscrossed, displaying unimaginable power under the essence of the solitary sword art. How is this possible? At this moment, both Hu Meinyang and the devil fetus were shocked. No one had expected Chun Hao to be so fierce. He had an overwhelming advantage. Hu Meinyang let her control a little more of the white jade crystal steel's power. Otherwise, she won't even be qualified to be my stepping stone. Are you sure? Nonsense. Don't worry. I guarantee that she won't be able to cause any trouble, Chun Hao said. All right then, be careful. It's the manifestation of the patriarch's evil thoughts and is extremely cunning. It won't be that simple. It's easy to suppress it, but difficult to kill it. Hu Meinyang said, That's for you. Do as I say. Chun Hao said arrogantly. Seeing how confident Chun Hao was, Hu Meinyang didn't hesitate anymore. Moreover, at this moment, it was indeed very difficult for her to compete with the devil fetus for the power of the 13 white jade crystal steels. Boom, boom. As Hu Meinyang relaxed, the devil fetus power suddenly increased, and he fought Chun Hao. Red Dust Heart Sutra and Red Dust Sword principle complement each other. If I were to apply the profundity of the soul healing technique to it, I would definitely be able to unleash an even greater power. This devil fetus is no doubt the best opponent. Qi, Qi. Chun Hao's battle intent rose wildly. The killing intent, anger, and depression that Hu Meinyang had suppressed for 20 years were all released. It was extremely terrifying, whether it was the Red Dust Sword Principle or the Red Dust Heart Sutra. The source of power was the 7 emotions and 6 desires that were unique to humans. This power was extremely mysterious. There was no clear boundary between soul power, physical body, and true origin. Once it was activated, it could cause a huge increase in power. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the increase. Even in the secular world, there were occasionally people who could erupt with this power. There were many examples in the real world. A weak mother lifting a car that weighed several tons, rescuing her son from under the car, and so on. These were all extraordinary powers released by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. What Chunhao wanted to do now was to use the soul power involved in the soul healing technique and combine it with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Enter the mortal world, control the mortal world, and finally transcend it. In one thought, the 7 emotions and 6 desires were transformed. Damn it, it's so difficult to deal with. Chunhao had the absolute advantage and bombarded the devil fetus countless times. However, this evil thought was invisible and formless. Although it was getting weaker and weaker, it could always reform. Let's see how long you can last. Chunhao's attacks became fiercer. Hiss, while Chunhao was fighting the devil fetus crazily, Hu Meinyang became more and more relaxed. Every time Chunhao destroyed the devil fetus, Hu Meinyang's mind became stronger. At this moment, Hu Meinyang had completely given up the control of the 13 white jade crystal tablets with the devil fetus. She was completely immersed in devouring and refining the evil thought of the devil fetus that Chunhao had destroyed. She was becoming stronger and stronger. Ah! The devil fetus screamed again, but it was reborn in an instant. Little brother, if you kill me, you will regret it. The Red Dust Heart Sutra has 13 levels. If deceiving people with your lies, you can die now. Chi, Hu Meinyang suddenly shouted coldly. The majestic and terrifying energy suddenly turned into an endless black vortex. In an instant, it sucked in the weakened devil fetus. F*CK, what do you mean? Chunhao was instantly enraged. I'm helping you, of course. All right, Chunhao, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to kill this devil fetus. Now, it only has less than 1/10 of its power left. I have temporarily suppressed it. However, to completely destroy it, I need your help to refine it. Hu Meinyang said in Chunhao's mind. Hu Meinyang, don't you think you've crossed the line? You mean I've devoured its power? Nonsense! I've worked so hard to kill it, but you've devoured all its power. Can you be any more shameless? I want to use it to train myself. At the last moment, you're going to make a move? Are you afraid that it will confuse me? Or are you afraid that it will reveal your secret? Ha ha ha! Chunhao, you think too much. We have a deal. If you help me kill it, I will teach you how much I understand in the future. I didn't say that I will share its power with you. Hu Meinyang said. Chapter 775. Besides, this belongs to me in the first place. You have to be clear about this. As for attacking now, that's because it's already very weak and won't be of much use to you. Moreover, no matter how many times you kill it, it will condense together and not much energy will be released. This is the mark of the devil fetus. Only by tempering your mind can you truly destroy it. Damn it, people like you change their faces faster than flipping a book. Refine it yourself. I won't accompany you, Chunhao said angrily. Help me one last time. Otherwise, I won't be able to refine it in a short period of time. In the end, it might even turn the tables. At that time, I won't be the only one dying. You have to think carefully. Hu Meinyang threatened. Master, I've checked everything. This woman is not a good person. You've been played. Suddenly, Old God's voice sounded in Chunhao's mind. In the past 20 years, Chunhao's impression of Hu Meinyang had improved. However, this did not mean that Chunhao was truly at ease. On the contrary, Hu Meinyang, who was completely unfathomable, made Chunhao feel uneasy. Chunhao had long wanted to check Hu Meinyang's memories, but Hu Meinyang was extremely cautious. At all times, she would leave a trace of her mind to protect Chunhao's sole residence. The more Hu Meinyang acted like this, the more suspicious Chun Hao became. During the decisive battle with the devil fetus, Chun Hao finally seized the opportunity. Hu Meinyang, who had no other thoughts, temporarily merged all her mind into her own space to refine the energy of the devil fetus. Moreover, she probably thought that Chun Hao could not spare any energy, which was why she did this. In fact, Chun Hao could not spare any energy, but Old God took advantage of this opportunity to enter. What's going on? The devil fetus is indeed the manifestation of the founder's evil thoughts. It was also left behind by the founder to train his disciples. However, more importantly, it sealed the Heart Sutra after the 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. It's true that the devil fetus wanted to possess Hu Meinyang, but it couldn't. As long as Hu Meinyang continued to refine it, the devil fetus would never be able to truly mature. This is because its source of power comes from the 13 white jade crystal tablets. This is something that Hu Meinyang can control. Moreover, the founder left a handwritten message predicting the possibility of the devil fetus being born from evil thoughts and how to deal with it. Unable to explain it clearly, Old God shared the information he had found with Chun Hao. After that, Chun Hao clearly understood what was going on, and he forcefully restrained his killing intent. Okay, I'll help you one last time. Tell me, how do you want me to help you refine it? In Hu Meinyang's mind, Chun Hao, who had taken the form of his divine sense, seemed to be extremely depressed as he spoke. This devil fetus imprint is the manifestation of the evil thoughts of the founder of the Misty Rain Tower. It can be said that it's an immortal existence. If we want to completely erase it, we have to merge our soul palaces and combine our soul imprints to refine it. This time, we'll rely on our own abilities. Whoever can refine the most will get it. With the devil fetus imprint, our soul imprints will also receive amazing benefits. Not to mention the improvement of our cultivation talent, the unique skills and memories of the Misty Rain Tower's inheritance in it will be a great fortune. You mean my soul must completely leave my body and enter your mind? That's right. Why? Are you afraid? Nonsense. Do you think I'm an idiot? Once my soul enters your mind, you can do whatever you want of me. Are you still a man? Don't you know what I've been like for the past 20 years? If I want to kill you, I can do it just by raising my hand. Why go through so much trouble? Hu Meinyang said coldly, if it weren't for the mysterious existence of the old god, who had quietly probed into Hu Meinyang's memories, Chun Hao would never have thought that Hu Meinyang was lying. Whether it was her expression, acting skills, or analysis based on common sense, Hu Meinyang was right. Even if she wanted to use Chun Hao to deal with the devil fetus, if she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have signed a 1,500-year soul symbiosis contract. On the surface, she didn't seem to have any intention of harming Chun Hao. Damn it, meeting a woman like you. This old man must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Let's begin. Wait, let's both recover to our peak condition first. You've consumed a lot of energy just now. You can't let your guard down. I also need to recover. Up to you. Chi. As Chun Hao spoke, his mind jumped out of Hu Meinyang's mind. Their minds were connected, but they were cut off at the same time. They slowly closed their eyes and immersed themselves in their own cultivation. Master, this woman's soul and willpower aren't any weaker than yours. She's 100 times more vicious and cunning than you. Do you really want to go in? Do I have a choice? If I don't go in with the soul symbiosis contract, although she won't dare to kill me, she can definitely control me. She can even seal me. When she grows to a certain level, she'll enter my mind directly. At that time, it'll be worse. So, although entering her mind now is a little passive, it's still better than that. That's true. Since it's unavoidable, then, Master, Let me enter the core of your soul residence first. No need. Master, say no more. If I can't even deal with a woman, how can I reach the peak of martial arts? Only by killing her, with my true strength, can I be at ease. All right, but Master, you have to be careful. This woman is full of tricks. She says she's resting now, but she's definitely preparing to deal with you. She knows how strong Master's soul and willpower are. I'm afraid she won't fight you head-on. Okay. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hu Meinyang's body was surrounded by laws and thousands of great daos. In the depths of her soul residence, vast and pure energy revolved around the devil fetus and crazily devoured it. Her so-called resting to her peak state was nothing more than refining the devil fetus in advance. Against Chun Hao, due to her advantage in cultivation, she indeed had the complete initiative. However, against Chun Hao's soul and willpower, especially the sword Dao that Chun Hao had displayed when dealing with the devil fetus, she didn't dare to let her guard down. If she was confident in something, she had to maximize her chances and ensure that nothing would go wrong. After refining the devil fetus's imprint, I'll be stronger. Then I'll condense a fake devil fetus and set it up as a trap. I'll fight him head-on while I attack from behind. No matter how strong his soul is, he'll be completely under my control. First, I'll take his soul residence and remove the soul symbiosis contract. Then, I'll be able to destroy him. The Tao manifestation immortal fruit core, and countless treasures will be mine. I'll also be able to obtain his memories. Then, I'll refine his entire body into mine. I'm really looking forward to how strong I'll be at that time. Humph, this kid must have some doubts, but I don't have any flaws. Even if he did, he wouldn't have a choice. Chapter 776. Still not done. 4 hours later, Chun Hao asked impatiently, "Don't worry, I might be able to comprehend the 10th tier. Wait for me and don't disturb me. I'll call you when I'm done." Hu Meinyang said, refining the devil fetus was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Hu Meinyang had already thought of a reason. After receiving Hu Meinyang's reply, Chun Hao guessed what Hu Meinyang wanted to do. He did not say anything else, and instead immersed himself in comprehending the fusion of the secular sword principle, secular heart sutra, and soul healing technique. 3 days later, Hu Meinyang had finally finished refining the devil fetus. Chun Hao did not say anything and directly sent his soul into Hu Meinyang's mind. "I've already absorbed the devil fetus into my soul residence. Come in and use your soul imprint to refine it with me. I believe it will only take a few hours to kill it." "Hu Meinyang, why do I feel like you're going to do something to me? I have 100 ways to control you. Why do I have to use this?" "You're right. Let's merge our souls first. Only then can we act in unison," Chun Hao said. "There's no need. I've said it before. This time, we'll rely on our own abilities to refine the devil fetus's imprint. Whoever refines more will get more. As long as the two of us work together, it won't be able to resist us. There's no need to merge our souls. Come in," Hu Meinyang said calmly. "All right, let me remind you, although your soul power is not bad, it's just SOSO to me. If you really want to do something, don't blame me for fighting to the death," Chun Hao said arrogantly. Don't worry. You're so long-winded. You're not a man at all," Hu Meinyang said. In her heart, she thought, "Idiot, after refining the devil fetus's power, my soul power is only half of what it used to be. Do you really think you can compete with me?" The other half of Hu Meinyang's soul power had already been refined into a fake devil embryo. Once Chun Hao entered her soul palace and started to refine the devil fetus. She would launch a pincer attack. She would control and seal Chun Hao. Then, she would have no choice but to swallow Chun Hao's soul energy bit by bit. Eventually, she would have complete control over Chun Hao, cancel the contract, and kill him. Hiss! Chun Hao didn't hesitate and directly stepped into Hu Meinyang's soul palace. You first, Chi, Chi, Chi. Hu Meinyang had just opened her mouth to bait Chun Hao into starting, but she hadn't expected that Chun Hao would directly attack. What shocked her even more was that Chun Hao wasn't tempering himself. Instead, he was using his most berserk spiritual strength to attack the devil fetus. Chun Hao, what are you doing? I asked you to refine it, not kill it. I don't care about the energy of the devil fetus imprint. I'll give it all to you. I'll kill it, and you can refine it yourself. The sooner you finish refining it, the sooner we can part ways. Rumble! A terrifying soul explosion suddenly sounded. How dare you not listen to me? Hu Meinyang said angrily, seal. Chi, Chi. Boundless soul power formed a terrifying rune and bloomed from Hu Meinyang's soul imprint. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it enveloped Chun Hao. Their souls intertwined. In an instant, neither Chun Hao nor Hu Meinyang objected to this, because neither of them wanted the other to explode their soul imprint and die together. Bitch, do you really think I don't know what you're doing? What do you mean? If you act recklessly again, I'll kill you immediately. Do as I say. Use the power of the soul imprint to refine the devil fetus. Immediately. You think I'm an idiot? The devil fetus now is you, bitch. Chi, 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 Chi. Chun Hao soul emitted a dazzling sword light and attacked Hu Meinyang's rune. However, Hu Meinyang's heart trembled, and her voice suddenly became extremely cold. You actually know about it. It seems that I've underestimated you. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide anymore. It's just a matter of wasting more time and energy. Sacrifice. Chi, Chi. In an instant, 13 white jade tablets appeared out of thin air. Each of them bloomed with a dazzling light. The runes on the tablets seemed to have come to life at this moment and connected together. They suppressed Chun Hao's soul. Condense! Chun Hao shouted angrily. His soul shrunk in an instant as if it had turned into a solid crystal, emitting a sparkling and translucent light. Chi! His soul turned into a sword and ferociously attacked Hu Meinyang's soul imprint. Rumble! The moment the white jade tablets came crashing down like mountains, Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang's soul imprints collided and became entangled. Chi! At this moment, the devil fetus returned and merged with Hu Meinyang. Bitch, let's see who's going to devour who. Buzz! Chun Hao's soul trembled. Suddenly, thousands of high-speed whirlpools appeared on the surface of his soul and began to devour Hu Meinyang's soul energy. Humph! How can you be compared to me, Hu Meinyang? Whether it's soul energy, soul imprint, or will, there's a huge gap between us. He. Chi, Chi. Hu Meinyang sensed Chun Hao's soul and snorted coldly. At the same time, she began to devour Chun Hao's soul energy at an even faster speed. At this moment, Chun Hao's sudden attack caught Hu Meinyang off guard. Her carefully laid trap was completely ineffective. She was forced to entangle her soul with Chun Hao's. It became a battle of soul energy and will. However, although Hu Meinyang was shocked and angry, she was not afraid. This was because Chun Hao was much weaker than she had imagined. She believed that with her powerful soul energy and will, it would not be difficult for her to control Chun Hao. If she had known that Chun Hao was only this strong, she would not have spent so much effort to wait for 3 days. Then let's try it. It won't be long before you know that you're just struggling on your deathbed. Hu Meinyang, did not want to waste too much energy. That's why I set a trap for you. It can also reduce the time you're in pain. Hee. I didn't expect you to be so useless. I'm curious. How did you know that I was going to devour you? Are you curious? Why don't you sense your soul abode? Ha ha ha. Chun Hao said disdainfully. What? What's going on? Hu Meinyang was shocked. Are you fusing with your soul? Congratulations, you're right. Bitch, it must feel good to be attacked from both sides, right? Humph. Fusing with your soul and splitting into two. Even I have underestimated you. However, even if you fuse with your soul, you're still not my match. Devour. Hu Meinyang shouted. Her soul-devouring power increased by several folds. Chapter 777. She's stronger than I expected. Although Chun Hao had expected this, he was still shocked when he sensed Hu Meinyang's terrifying speed of devouring and refining. Hu Meinyang had an innate Taoist embryo and a devil fetus. Moreover, her realm was much higher than Chun Hao's. She was definitely a strong opponent that Chun Hao had never encountered before. If Chun Hao hadn't made sufficient preparations to break through Hu Meinyang's perilous situation at the beginning and split his fused soul into two in advance, it wouldn't have been long before he was killed by this woman. Even so, Chun Hao was still at a disadvantage when facing Hu Meinyang, who suddenly went all out, without any hesitation. Chun Hao's two souls suddenly trembled violently as he immersed himself in the chanting of the primary principles of the Great Tao. The Sanskrit of the Great Tao resounded in the soul, connecting the two souls and resonating with each other. The secular sword way and the solitary sword art merged together, activated by soul power, violently attacking, devouring, and refining. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light and the 13 white jade crystal steels activated by Hu Meinyang set off monstrous waves in Hu Meinyang's soul abode. Terrifying explosions, devastating soul power, and earth-shattering pressure. If they were in the big world, many experts of the heaven's celestial stage would have been intimidated. At this moment, whether it was Hu Meinyang or Chun Hao, the pain their souls were enduring was beyond their imagination. The feeling of being crushed and devoured by the other party was 100 times, 1,000 times more painful than being bitten by thousands of ants. At this moment, their willpower and state of mind were crucial to the two of them. Once either of them couldn't bear the pain, and their mind collapsed, then no matter how strong their soul power was or how fast they could devour and refine the other party, they would disintegrate in an instant. However, the two of them gritted their teeth and were determined to win. At this point, it was a fight to the death. There was no way out. Both of them knew that only one of them could survive. Whoever controlled, the other could kill the other. In the entanglement of souls, it was impossible to detonate the soul using the soul symbiotic contract. The only way was to continuously attack, crush, devour, and refine. Formless, without thought, without heaven and earth, without me. Chun Hao, who had long surpassed his own limits, was in more and more pain. However, the Sanskrit chants of the Great Tao became more and more magnificent. The general outline of the Great Tao that Chun Hao still didn't know how it worked suddenly took shape with his voice as he recited it over and over again. It condensed into golden characters that floated around Chun Hao's soul that had been split into two, radiating crystal light in all directions. Attacking, crushing the opponent's soul power, devouring, refining, all of this was done under the control of Chun Hao's will. But at this moment, the enlightenment and changes from the general outline of the Great Tao allowed Chun Hao to enter a state of emptiness. The secular swordsmanship, the secular heart sutra, the solitary sword art, the use of the soul, and many other ultimate techniques suddenly merged into one, as if they had become the most natural rhythm of millions of years, the pulse of the world. However, the general outline of the great Tao was the cauldron that fused everything together. How can he be so strong? I, who Mainyang, have a pre-celestial Tao embryo, amid heavenly immortal. Furthermore, I've refined the evil will of the patriarch, and I'm in my soul abode. There's no reason for me to be inferior to him. I can't lose. Ah. Boom, boom, boom. Hu Mainyang's soul suddenly let out an extremely sharp, soul-piercing howl. Using the sound to form a seal, she isolated herself from the pain. Once again, she was evenly matched with Chun Hao, who had suddenly become stronger. Buzz, 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 but only a moment later, a soul-shaking sound that contained a mystery that Hu Mainyang couldn't understand directly drowned out her howl. Chun Hao's speed of devouring her soul power became even faster. Impossible. I can't lose. I, Hu Mainyang, am loved by all. I was born in defiance of the heavens, and I grew up in defiance of the heavens. No one can stop me from stepping on the path to the peak. I must trample all the heavens under my feet. Ha ha ha. Hu Mainyang, you deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors. You're doomed. This is karma. This is retribution. Ha ha. Suddenly, from the depths of Hu Mainyang's soul imprint came a charming but cold voice that took pleasure in her misfortune. What? You're still here? Humph. You're just a heaven, celestial. You want to really kill me? I'm the spiritual intelligence born from the evil thoughts of your ancestor. I'm immortal, indestructible, and immortal. Ha ha ha. Now, submit to me, and I can still let you live. Together with me, we can rise above the heavens, become true immortals, and attain eternal life. Otherwise, you'll be killed by this kid. This kid is not as simple as you think. Ha ha ha. Dream on. No one can kill me, Hu Mainyang, and no one can make me submit. You better think carefully, or it'll be too late. When your soul power is almost completely devoured by this kid, even if I take control, you won't be able to turn the situation around. Stop dreaming. If you don't want to die, then submit to me. Become my slave. Then you can just wait for death. At most, I'll return to the 13 white jade crystal tablets and wait for my spiritual intelligence to be born again. Ha ha. Chi, chi, chi. Hu Mainyang could clearly feel that Chun Hao was devouring her soul power faster and faster. The sound of the great path's Sanskrit, which could shake one's soul, made it difficult for her to breathe. At this point, no matter how unwilling she was, she knew that this time she was defeated. Defeated by a cultivator at the Earth's celestial stage who was being toyed with by her. She regretted that she had underestimated Chun Hao. But it was useless to regret. Let's each take a step back. Your mark and my mark will fuse together and coexist forever. You and I have the same goal, so we won't affect each other. The devil fetus sensed Hu Mainyang's condition and said again, everything was under its control. The 10th level of the Red Dust Sutra, illusion is reality. Even Hu Mainyang didn't know what was happening to her. Similarly, the 10th level of the Red Dust Sutra, illusion is reality, affected not only Hu Mainyang, but also Chun Hao. Okay, I promise you. Come in. Ha ha ha. Don't play tricks with me. Without me, you know the consequences. Chi, the devil fetus, which Hu Mainyang couldn't sense in the slightest, suddenly appeared and fused into her soul imprint. Buzz. In an instant, their soul marks merged into one. I'll take the lead. You and I become one. Chi, 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 chi. Rumble, as the devil fetus spoke, the 10th level of the Red Dust Sutra, which merged with the power of their soul marks, started to run wildly. At this moment, Chun Hao suddenly felt the pressure on him increase greatly. The 10th level of the Red Dust Sutra, the aura of the devil fetus, Chun Hao, who was in the state of thoughtless tranquility, suddenly woke up. He was shocked. He had thought that victory was in his hands, and he would soon be able to control Hu Meinyang completely. He didn't expect that the devil fetus would appear again and merge with Hu Meinyang's soul mark. What's going on? Did Hu Meinyang not only fail to refine the devil fetus, but she was also conquered by it? This wasn't the situation when he and Hu Meinyang had joined forces to deal with the devil fetus. At that time, the devil fetus could only control a small portion of the power of the 13 white jade crystal tablets. Now, the devil fetus and Hu Meinyang had complete control over the white jade crystal tablets, including Hu Meinyang's soul strength. This situation, coupled with the power of the 10th level of the Red Dust Sutra, put Chun Hao in a dangerous situation. The tables had turned. Chapter 778. What should I do? Chun Hao's mind raced. No matter how much he urged the primary outline of the great Tao to devour, his speed of devouring and refining was overtaken by Hu Meinyang and the devil fetus who had suddenly joined forces. If this continued, Chun Hao would definitely die. The only way is to devour and refine faster. Let's do it. Boom. At this moment of life and death, Chun Hao threw caution to the wind. He gave up on his defenses and used all his strength to devour and refine Hu Meinyang's soul. This was a gamble that Hu Meinyang would not choose to die with him. Originally, both of them had split their energy to prevent the other from fighting to the death. Even when Hu Meinyang was in danger, they did not dare to do so. But now, Chun Hao was going crazy. What? Hu Meinyang exclaimed. This lunatic! Why is he not afraid of death? Boom, boom, boom. All of Chun Hao's mind, all of his strength was used to crazily attack, devour, and refine. In the state of thoughtless tranquility, the general outline of the great Tao rumbled, and the speed of devouring and refining rapidly increased. At this time, Hu Meinyang and the devil fetus, who had used all their trump cards and could not become stronger, were very nervous. If the crazy Chun Hao's devouring and refining speed surpassed theirs, the only thing they could do was to die with Chun Hao. But just as Chun Hao's devouring and refining speed was about to catch up to Hu Meinyang and the devil fetus, it stopped. It could not grow any further. Hu Meinyang and the devil fetus heaved a sigh of relief. He. Chun Hao, I didn't expect you to be so crazy. Your soul and will are indeed very strong, but it's a pity that it's still lacking. Now, it's just delaying your death. Chun Hao was desperate. He had given up on his defense. He thought that he could surpass Hu Meinyang's devouring and refining speed. He would stop when he reached the same level. Otherwise, if Hu Meinyang fell into true despair, she would definitely choose to die with him. Chun Hao only wanted to reach the same level and then think of a way out. But now they couldn't even reach a stalemate. Little fellow, I told you to cooperate with me long ago, but you didn't listen. Now that I've become one with this shameless girl, do you regret it now? Ha. You two bitches. Chun Hao said angrily. His mind, however, was frantically working. He was looking for an opportunity to change his fate in the Soul Palace. The general outline of the Great Tao, the 3,000 Great Taos, various inheritances, and all his past experiences flashed rapidly in his mind. He had no reason to give up until the last moment. But there was no effective way. No, I can't be killed by these two monsters. If I can break through to the 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra in the remaining time, there is still hope. Or perhaps he could master the great devouring technique. But that was impossible. Only the Red Dust Heart Sutra is left. Kid, no matter how much of a genius you are, the time you have left is too short. Who? Chunhao was startled. An aged voice suddenly rang out from within his soul palace. However, shortly after, Chunhao determined who it was from the voice and asked in surprise, "Senior, it's you?" "Yes, it's me. You have the ultimate technique of the 3,000 great Daos, but you don't know how to make use of it. It's good that you can find your own Dao, but you don't care about it even though you have the ultimate techniques of your ancestors that have been passed down for billions of years. Senior, it's not that I don't care about it, but that I don't have the time." Chunhao said. All along, Chunhao had been in a nervous state. He had never stopped moving. There was no possibility of him calming down and cultivating in seclusion for a long period of time. As for the 3,000 great Daos, any one of them required him to truly calm down and cultivate in seclusion for a long period of time. Only then would he be able to learn the ultimate techniques. It was not something that could be grasped in a short period of time. Chunhao had already made plans. The abnormal space-time laws in the primitive secret realm were an opportunity. After he had settled down, he would slow down and truly cultivate in seclusion. Old Man's strand of consciousness originally wanted to see if you could fuse the two great Daos together. Now, it seems that I won't be able to see it. As for the final power, Old Man will help you suppress the God's consciousness. God's consciousness. God's consciousness is what you call the demon fetus, the evil consciousness left behind by the peak mighty figures of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm after they die. If they gain sentience, they will be called God's consciousness. However, the one you encountered was only in its embryonic form. It doesn't even have a 10,000th of its peak strength. All right, that girl isn't an evil person. The demon fetus is the original sin. Senior, what do you mean? Illusion is reality. Reality is illusion. In fact, when you thought that you had destroyed the God's consciousness, Humaingyang had already entered its illusory reality. However, she didn't know it. This is also the 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. It's beyond the imagination of the two of you. This Red Dust Heart Sutra is indeed a supreme technique. How can that be? I clearly probed Humaingyang's memories. Otherwise, how could the illusion be reality? When you destroyed the God's consciousness, it directly changed Humaingyang's fundamental memories. You, on the other hand, were indirectly affected because you probed her memories. All right, you'll understand after I help you destroy the God's consciousness. I hope you can take care of Old Man's only disciple, Pan Long. If possible, pass on that Old Man's soul technique to Pan Long as well. Of course, you can also pass on my legacy technique to those two little fellows. Extreme Tao might be their final destination, but if they don't try it, they'll end up like Old Man. It'll become a lifelong regret. Prepare yourself. Senior, Old Man is just a strand of consciousness. It'll dissipate sooner or later. It's worth it to be able to help you in the end. Prepare yourself. Chunhao was grateful. He knew that this was just the light of the legacy memory that Pan Long gave him after his return. However, he didn't expect that the weakened consciousness would still exist and enter his mind along with the legacy memory, becoming the only thing he could rely on at this moment. Sensing the weak consciousness from this strand of consciousness, Chunhao didn't hesitate any longer. He divided his attention and once again guarded the symbiotic soul contract with Humaingyang. Huh, you're guarding it again. Hee. Do you think we'll die together with you? The devil fetus's pleasant voice was full of ridicule and relaxation. Chi. It was also at this moment that the divine consciousness left behind by the extreme Tao powerhouse suddenly turned into a wisp of fluctuation. It was very, very weak, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. However, it was precisely this weak fluctuation that imperceptibly penetrated Chun Hao's soul palace. Immediately, it easily broke through the violent attack and devouring force formed by Hu Meinyang and the devil fetus and directly integrated into the two's combined soul imprint. Without any warning, a dazzling light as bright as the sun suddenly bloomed. There was no energy fluctuation or coercion, only light. It seemed like a light that could purify all evils in the world. The devil fetus, who was still proud of himself, suddenly let out a horrifying scream. Chi! Chi! Immediately, her scream came to an abrupt end. Hu Meinyang was shocked to find that the devil fetus imprint that she had formed with her for all eternity had returned to nothingness in an instant, not even leaving behind a trace of its aura. What happened? What's going on? What's that light? At this moment, Hu Meinyang's mind was filled with all kinds of questions, but more than that, she was shocked. The release of her nature, the experience just now, and the sudden fluctuation of the memories in her soul. Instantly, Hu Meinyang broke out in a cold sweat. Fourth update, looking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 779. Chen Hao, it wasn't me. Hu Meinyang said, anxiously, "Are you afraid? Why don't you continue to be arrogant?" Chen Hao said sternly as he continued to devour her soul. "It really wasn't me. I won't do it. I said that even if I can't succeed, I'll fulfill your wish. It's impossible for me to succeed and kill you. You have to believe me." "Why should I believe you? I was almost killed by you. Why should I believe you?" Chen Hao said arrogantly, seemingly unmoved. "The devil fetus used the 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra to make me lose my sense of self. If you don't believe me, then kill me," Hu Meinyang said bitterly as she endured the pain of her soul being devoured. Not to mention Chen Hao. Even Hu Meinyang herself felt that this reason was ridiculous, because everything was too natural, so natural that there were no flaws. Her nature changed, her memory changed, and the result was a world of difference. At this point, Hu Meinyang gave up resisting. "Forget it, I won't lower myself to your level." However, Hu Meinyang didn't expect that when she gave up resisting and prepared to die, Chen Hao would magnanimously stop. "Remove the soul symbiotic contract. Don't force me to do it myself." Chen Hao said, "Whether you believe me or not, I still want to say that I'm not that kind of person. I don't need your pity." Chi. Although Chen Hao stopped devouring her, Hu Meinyang didn't feel any joy, because Chen Hao's cold words showed that he didn't believe her at all. She didn't need to be merciful and soft-hearted. She directly floated the imprint of her soul residence to Chen Hao's soul. Hiss! Chen Hao sent out a stream of soul force into Hu Meinyang's soul imprint. Without encountering any resistance, he controlled her soul imprint, directly synchronizing it with his own. The soul symbiosis contract between the two of them was cancelled, and immediately stepped out of Hu Meinyang's mind. Although Chen Hao knew what was going on, he still stared at Hu Meinyang after returning to his body and asked, "You won't attack me again, right? If I can comprehend the next few layers of the Red Dust Heart Sutra, I'll fulfill my promise and teach them to you. Or you can look for me at any time, and we can practice dual cultivation." Hu Meinyang didn't look at Chen Hao again. She took a deep breath, looked into the distance, and waved her hand. Rumble! 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 In the instant that Hu Meinyang waved her hand, the 1,000-mile seal collapsed, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. Rubble flew everywhere, and dust covered the sky, as if venting the loneliness and desolation in Hu Meinyang's heart. She had already said what she needed to say. Whether he believed her or not, she didn't want to explain anymore. "It's over," Ah. Chun Hao looked up at the sky and muttered. Then he let out a long howl. Rumble. A loud and vigorous howl resounded through the 9 heavens like the descent of thunder, and a vast and terrifying essence, energy, and spirit shot into the sky like a true dragon leaving its lair or a ferocious tiger leaving its cage. Wind and clouds gathered, heaven and earth rumbled, Tao laws surged, multicolored light was born, and auspicious chi was vast and mighty. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. At this moment, countless cultivators from various galaxies looked at the void where Chun Hao was. Their faces were full of shock and horror. Huff! The howl lasted for a full 5 minutes. Then, Chun Hao breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. His mind was clear, and his spirit was refreshed. The suffocation of more than 20 years had been completely vented. It was as if he had been reborn. His spiritual altar became more crystal clear, and the enhancement of his soul power made his senses sharper. Even the scenery in front of him had undergone subtle changes. Chun Hao knew that this was a transformation of the soul and state of mind. Congratulations, Master. Old God only dared to speak at this time. It's just a narrow escape from death. Old God, you mother of Astrasker, this is the only time. If you dare to make decisions for me in the future without telling me the truth, don't blame me for being rude. Chun Hao said sternly. Although this could be considered a blessing in disguise, Chun Hao did not want to experience it a second time. If Old God had not dropped the ball, he would not have been suffocated for more than 20 years. As for Hu Meinyang, although Chun Hao knew what was going on, he did not want to get close to this woman. Her character dictated. She was too smart and too powerful. She could play him in the palm of her hand at any time, especially when she almost did him. This made Chun Hao, who was arrogant in his bones, very unhappy. Cough, cough. Master, I won't do it again. I finally realized that you humans are never something that we, the weapon spirits, can understand. The Mortal Heart Sutra is really powerful. Old God had already understood what was going on from Chun Hao's shared memories. From Hu Meinyang's memories, Chun Hao knew that the white jade crystal tablet was created by the Misty Rain Tower's founder, who was on the verge of death. He had collected countless supreme materials and condensed them with supreme divine ability. He had also left behind the Misty Rain Tower's supreme inheritance on it and suppressed his evil thoughts within it. The reason why she did this was to prevent her disciples from cultivating from the 10th to the 13th level of the Mortal Heart Sutra when they were not in the right realm, according to the handwritten instructions left by the founder of the Misty Rain Tower. The last 4 levels of the Mortal Heart Sutra could only be cultivated after reaching the peak of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. From the 10th level onwards, there was a qualitative change. This was also the reason why she used her evil thoughts to prevent her disciples from comprehending the 10th level. Unless one's state of mind was beyond the realm of evil thoughts, otherwise they would be possessed by the devil and become a peerless devil who harmed the world. This was because if one's state of mind was not in the right realm, they would be trapped in the 7 emotions and 6 desires, unable to extricate themselves. They would completely lose themselves, and all kinds of desires would be magnified infinitely. It was easy to enter the world, but difficult to leave it. The closer one reached the end of the Mortal Heart Sutra, the deeper one would fall into the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If one did not have the corresponding state of mind, they would not be able to extricate themselves from it. One could imagine how terrifying that would be. Even the founder of the Misty Rain Tower could not sever his Tao and sever his evil thoughts from cultivating the Mortal Heart Sutra. Hu Meinyang being infected by the devil fetus was a precedent. Chi. Hu Mainyang took a deep look at Chun, how before she turned into a ray of light and left at lightning speed. It's been more than 20 years. They should be fine, right? I wonder what the outcome of the battle back then was. Chi. After a while, Chun Hao withdrew his aura and blended into the world. He also flew into the sky and headed toward the depths of the heavens with an agitated heart. A few days later, help! I'm Lan Feng, a disciple of the divine palace of the human race. Whoever saves me will be rewarded with an ancient divine artifact. Ha ha ha! Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one can save you. Stop and hand over all your treasures. Maybe we'll consider letting you live. Bullsh asterisk T. I'd rather be destroyed than let you outsiders get any of my treasures. Save me, you bunch of trash. Even if you kill me, Ao Tian will not let you go. He will kill you all in the world. Chapter 780. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Proud heaven is strong, but there are only a few of them. Do you think they'll hunt us down for you? Besides, Proud Heaven's members have been gone for a long time. They've already entered the land of inheritance. What's there to be afraid of? You know who I am? Aren't you Lan Feng, a disciple of the human temple? Then do you know who gave Proud Heaven Boss Chun how the Tao manifestation immortal fruit core? I'm Lan Feng. Do you know the relationship between me, Lan Feng, and Boss Chun How? We're master and disciple. Ha ha ha. Why do I hear that you and Chun Hao have a grudge? And that's why Chun Hao stole your Tao manifestation immortal fruit core. You don't know shit. Chun Hao did have a grudge with me at the beginning, but after that, he gave me treasures to Chun Hao. Also, Chun Hao taught me his peerless sword art and undying sword Tao. Were you all blind in the previous battle? Didn't you see how strong my peerless sword art was? Lan Feng shouted as he fled on his firestorm wheels. Boss, it really does look a little similar. Back then, I saw Chun Hao slaughtering our clan's army. Every move he made was aimed at our vital points. It was so ingenious that there was no trace of it. It's indeed very similar to the sword technique Lan Feng used to fight us. One of the dozens of cultivators who were chasing after Lan Feng said, So what? Even if Chun Hao was really related to him, he didn't even know if Chun Hao was dead or alive. Most likely, Chun Hao had already perished together with Hu Mainyang of the human race. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he's not dead, we'll just kill him and hide. The 9 restrictions will end in a few years, and then we'll be teleported back to where we came from. Even if we close our eyes, we won't run into him again. What's there to be afraid of? Chun Hao flew along for a few days, becoming one with heaven and earth. Along the way, he encountered quite a few cultivators, and also learned a bit of news about what had happened in recent years. That news filled Chun Hao with excitement, warmth, and pride. Proud of Proud Heaven, his women, his brothers, and his reputation in the primal secret realm, they were going to make Proud Heaven's name resound throughout the world. Follow boss's orders and fight for the human race. Chun Hao did not know the purpose at all. This made Chun Hao blush with shame, and even his balls hurt. However, Chun Hao knew why his brothers and sisters were doing this. However, Chun Hao, who had just put down all his belongings, never imagined that he would meet the son of destiny, Lan Feng, again here today. What was even more unexpected was that Lan Feng was actually being hunted down and in a dangerous situation. What was even more unexpected was that Lan Feng had actually used his name to intimidate foreign cultivators. Moreover, they were master and disciple. What was going on? Even Chun Hao was confused, especially when he heard the foreign cultivator's words. It seemed like Lan Feng had learned his solitary sword technique and invincible sword intent. Could it be the message I left behind last time? Chun Hao combed through all the details regarding Lan Feng in his mind and locked onto the only possibility. It must be. Back then, in order to disguise myself as an expert, I used the solitary sword technique and invincible sword intent to confuse this guy. I didn't expect them to become Dao marks. Furthermore, this guy's comprehension ability is quite high. He actually managed to comprehend them with just a few words. Damn, he really is the son of destiny. What a pity. Chun Hao, who had become one with heaven and earth, smirked wickedly. He had originally thought that his fate with Lan Feng had come to an end, but now it seemed that it was really an unbreakable fate. They had only been out for a few days, and now they had met again. He. I should be able to get some good stuff, right? There's no hurry. Chun Hao merged into the myriad of things in the heavens and the earth, and he followed the group of xenorace experts in a carefree manner. Even though there were many experts at the peak of the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm amongst them, and they might be more formidable than Chun Hao in terms of true essence alone, Chun Hao believed that he would be able to annihilate these few tens of people with a flick of his finger, and there was utterly no suspense. For more than 20 years, Chun Hao had not refined his true core strength, and his cultivation level was still at the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. However, his Red Dust Heart Sutra, Red Dust Sword Principle, and his soul power after devouring Hu Meinyang were many times more powerful than before. As long as he did not encounter a freakish heaven, celestial like Hu Meinyang, no one could stop him. Even his soul power could imprison these guys, let alone his Red Dust Heart Sutra and Red Dust Sword Principle. Boss is right. This guy has so many treasures with him. Just the saint-level runes alone. He has already used 3. This is a person with great providence. His divine rune is already at the end of its flight and does not have much energy left. Go after him with all your might. Yes, Chi. Dozens of mysterious clan cultivators sped up again. D*MN it. Don't push me. If you push me too far, I will take you down with me. Chi. As expected, the firestorm wheels under Lan Feng's feet suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared automatically after exhausting all its energy. In just a few breaths' time, Lan Feng, who was covered in wounds and had consumed a lot of energy, was caught up by the mysterious clan cultivators. Chi. At this moment, a horrible pressure suddenly came from the void in the distance. The sword essence soared into the sky. It was immortal and indestructible. Who dares to hurt my apprentice? A majestic, arrogant, cold, and disdainful voice came from thousands of miles away. It was like a bolt from the blue. Chun Hao. No, Boss Chun Hao. Chun Hao's master. Wahahaha. You are here. I am here to give you treasures. Save me. When Lan Feng heard this voice, his eyes widened to the size of copper bells. After a moment of sluggishness, he suddenly laughed wildly with incomparable excitement, as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. What? Chun Hao? Killing God? Chun Hao? What a terrifying, indestructible sword essence. This aura, this voice, it is definitely him. I am sure of it. The mysterious clan cultivator who had said that he had seen Chun Hao turned pale. Boss, run, run. Chi. As soon as the word left his mouth, he turned into a ray of light and fled with all his strength. Run. Split up and run. Boom, boom, boom. All of them fled like frightened birds. In an instant, they scattered and fled thousands of miles away. However, Chun Hao was confused by the scene in front of him. This was because Chun Hao, who was focused on the mysterious clan cultivators, and Lan Feng did not sense the aura around him at all. Even Chun Hao himself felt that the voice and the sword essence were very similar to him, let alone the other cultivators. Qi, filled with confusion and surprise, Chun Hao instantly released his powerful soul perception. A moment later, thousands of miles away, Chun Hao locked onto an aura. It is her? Chun Hao was speechless. This was an aura that Chun Hao had almost forgotten. It was much stronger than before and had changed a lot. If Chun Hao's soul perception had not improved by many times, and the other party's aura and bloodline aura could not be changed, even Chun Hao would have thought that it was someone else. Monday, please recommend me. Thank you. Chapter 781. She took the initiative to save me and even impersonated me. How unexpected. Chun Hao sighed. With a flash of light, Chun Hao quickly arrived near the blue peak. Her expression and appearance were exactly the same, but the moment Lan Feng saw her, he was dumbfounded. Although this Chun Hao had the same appearance and aura as Chun Hao, at such a close distance, this Chun Hao exuded the aura of primordial Yin that only a young girl could possess. This woman was Bailey Ningbing, whom he had not seen for a long time. If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of here. I can't save you with my real strength. I can only impersonate Chun. How to scare them away? Bailey Ningbing said to Lan Feng, who was staring at her in a daze. We're finished. Lan Feng sat on the ground and said, They planted a seal on me. We've been exposed. Seal? What seal? Can't you erase it? If I could, I would have erased it a long time ago. No matter how hard I tried to hide, or how far I ran, not only could these bastards catch up with me, they even know what I've been through. We're finished. I'm afraid you're in trouble. The aura of the invincible sword principle is so strong. I didn't expect you to be in the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. Qi. Just as Lan Feng had said, the demonic clan cultivators who had fled in all directions came back aggressively. Other than the direction where Bailey Ningbing had come from, the rest of the demonic clan cultivators were blocked off. In an instant, powerful cultivators filled in the gaps. Ha. Damn it, a woman dares to impersonate Chun Hao. Luckily, there's nothing I don't know with the heavenly talisman. Boss is awesome. This woman's invincible sword principle is very strong. She's also an original in body. Even if she doesn't look that good, she's still of the highest quality. Boss, your luck is unparalleled. Ha. Tisk TSK. She's still in the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. There are more and more geniuses in the human race. Her potential must be very strong. Ha. Little girl, show me your true form. If it's not bad, I can take you as my cultivation partner. Qi. Light streaked across the sky, accompanied by aggressive voices. One after another, the demonic clan cultivators returned. Humph! You dare? My boss is in seclusion nearby. Touch a single finger of mine, and he will know. Killing all of you will be as easy as killing dogs. Bailey Ningbing coldly declared. Ha. Don't tell me that your boss is the god of slaughter Chun Hao. Idiot! Other than members of Proud Heaven, who would dare to impersonate Chun Hao, who could disguise themselves so well? Scram immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind disturbing bosses' closed-door cultivation. Bailey Ningbing spoke proudly, and her cold and arrogant gaze seemed as if she was looking at a group of ants, even though she was only at the advanced stage of the earthly immortal realm. Boss, one of the foreign race cultivators, was intimidated by Bailey Ningbing's aura. He looked uncertainly at the leader of the group, but was interrupted by a raise of his hand. Do you think we grew up in fear? You did indeed disguise yourself well, especially the undying sword intent. However, who didn't know that the god of slaughter Chun, Hao, and Saintess Hu Mainyang's whereabouts were unknown? If the god of slaughter Chun, Hao, was here, would we still have a chance to live? Why would you ask us to scram? Ha ha ha. Brothers, take it easy. Don't hurt this woman. Go. Boom. The leader of the foreign race attacked first. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after, the other foreign race cultivators also surrounded them. Bailey Ningbing, who was still in the appearance of Chun Hao, changed her expression. She knew that she had failed. Hence, without any hesitation, she attacked the group that she felt was the weakest. Mother of asterisk Kerr, I'll fight it out with you. Boom. Lan Feng's glabella shone brightly as he activated a rune that emitted a terrifying aura. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to burn his soul. Good disciple, don't be rash. Don't waste it. Just at this moment, a voice floated out. Shortly after, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire area. Bailey Ningbing's heart skipped a beat. Lan Feng's mouth, that was spitting out blood, froze. He couldn't close it, and his eyes were wide open. As for the foreign cultivators who had formed an encirclement within a radius of 1,000 miles, they all felt their hair stand on end. Their souls instantly felt as if a towering and heavy mountain was pressing down on them, causing them to suffocate. They even lost control of their bodies and were separated from their souls. Chun Hao appeared next to Lan Feng without making a sound. Pa! A slap landed on the head of the stunned Lan Feng. Immediately, the rune that was emitting a bright light floated in front of him. Lan Feng was forcefully interrupted, and his inner yuan that was about to explode from the internal injuries he suffered instantly calmed down. Chun Hao. Bailey Ningbing bit her lips as she muttered in her heart. There were too many strange emotions in her eyes, as though she was struggling. She knew that even though she was still in the appearance of Chun Hao had already seen through her. But Chun Hao didn't even look at her. Haven't I already let it go? Why? Bailey Ningbing's delicate body trembled. Her tranquil heart was once again in turmoil. Ever since Moling Takshu wanted to be intimate with her, she suddenly woke up and understood her own heart. She completely jumped out of the demon barrier of the past. When she recalled the past, there was only bitterness and irreversible. Letting it go might be her final destination. Only then could she maintain the peace in her heart. All these years, no matter where she went, she would hear all kinds of news about him. She had even met him by chance, but she would choose to avoid him immediately and hide far away. She had always thought that she had truly let it go and could face the past calmly, because every time she heard news about Chun Hao, she could remain calm. There was no jealousy, no envy, and no hatred. He was a person who had nothing to do with her anymore, wasn't he? And today, she heard Lan Feng's cry for help. She even casually disguised herself as Chun Hao. Being able to save a human disciple was also a good thing. But she didn't expect. She actually met the main character. The main character, who had disappeared for more than 20 years. She also didn't expect that after meeting him in person, she would still be blatantly ignored. Her heart, which she thought was tranquil, actually began to ripple uncontrollably. Bailey Ningbing bit her lips tightly, tasting the unbearable bitterness. I can't forget. I can't forget. I can't forget. What are you still standing there for? Go, kill the dog, and take the treasure. Chun Hao kicked Lan Feng's, but, Chun Hao, no, Boss Chun Hao, Master Chun Hao, save me to the end. I don't want to die. Idiot, just kill when I tell you to. Chun Hao scolded. Can't move? Can't move? Lan Feng, who had been kicked like a meteor by Chun Hao, wasn't hurt in the slightest. When he was about to reach a foreign cultivator, he saw that the foreign cultivator's face was covered in cold sweat and his eyes were empty. It was as if he didn't see him at all. Instead, he saw something extremely terrifying. Lan Feng finally noticed the abnormality and was extremely shocked. F***CK, your mother, die? Lan Feng shouted excitedly and attacked. Chapter 782. Lan Feng had turned into a cold and merciless executioner, harvesting the lives of the non-human experts who had wanted to kill him just a moment ago. Screams, blood mist, meat paste. One by one, they walked towards destruction. Under Chun Hao's terrifying soul pressure, no one could resist. They didn't even notice Lan Feng's approach before they died. In less than 10 minutes, the cultivators who had surrounded Lan Feng, Bailey Ningbing, and Chun Hao were all killed by Lan Feng. Bailey Ningbing stared blankly with mixed feelings among the dozens of cultivators. Half of them were at the heaven celestial stage. However, regardless of whether they were earth celestial stage, heaven celestial stage, or even their leader, there was no difference. From the beginning to the end, Chun Hao only had a crystal between his eyebrows and a pair of shining eyes. Other than that, there was nothing special about him. However, he was able to imprison every single cultivator within 1,000 miles. What kind of shocking strength was this? Whether it was Lan Feng, whose face was covered in blood, or Bailey Ningbing, who was biting her lips and feeling bitter, they couldn't imagine that he was only at the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. Boss Chun Hao, these are all the treasures that we've collected. There are not many decent items. Thank you for saving my life. Give me all the elixirs and spiritual fruits that can refine one's magic power, including yours. Don't tell me you don't have anything. I won't strip you naked this time. Hiss. The sparkling and translucent mark between Chun Hao's eyebrows suddenly disappeared. The corner of his mouth carried a devilish smile that made Lan Feng's heart skip a beat. No problem. Chi. Lan Feng hurriedly took out the ancient era's spirit herbs and spirit fruits he had obtained and presented them all to Chun Hao. There were over 100 ancient era's jade bottles exuding a mysterious aura and spirit fruits that emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Not to mention Bailey Ningbing. Even Chun Hao, who had been mentally prepared, was shocked by Lan Feng's son of providence. Damn it, his cultivation is not high, but his luck is frightening. Not bad. This is 1/4 of what you have. Cough, cough. Boss Chun Hao, this is all. 1/5? Half. It's really half of me now. If you don't believe me, I can open my mind and let you see. Forget it. Chun Hao, am not that kind of person. Thank you, boss. You don't have to thank me. The other half, as well as the ancient sacred artifact, can be handed over to me for safekeeping. You can keep the rest for yourself. If anything happens to you, I will avenge you. And after stepping out of the primitive mystic realm, I will also send it to your family. Boss, don't be shy, it's nothing. Give it to me. The clothes you're wearing don't look bad, either. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, Lan Feng's face turned deathly pale. All right. Then I'll have to trouble you to keep it for me. Chi. In an instant, the sky was filled with dazzling light. Countless ancient treasures, spirit pills, and spirit fruits floated out from Lan Feng's forehead. Chun Hao waved his sleeves, and the dazzling light disappeared. Then, a milky white light shot out from his forehead and floated in front of Lan Feng. Undying, indestructible, immortal law, solitary sword art. These 2 things are the most important to you. Study them well and try to return alive. Lan Feng looked like a frozen eggplant. When he saw the light in front of him and heard Chun Hao's words, he looked at Chun Hao excitedly. "Boss, let me follow you. I want to join AO Tian." "No way. It's better for you to train on your own. That's it. Don't. Boss, don't go. Can you do me a favor?" "Favor? What favor?" "There's an ancient place of inheritance. I think it's very suitable for me. It's a pity that more than 10 elites from the Wing tribe have occupied the entrance. Those idiots can't even get in, but they refuse to leave. It's already been 2 years. Oh, you want me to help you get it?" "Boss, please help me. Lan Feng, promise you that everything I obtain in the primitive secret realm, other than what I can use, will be given to you. Lead the way." Chun Hao said directly. "Okay, boss, this lady is one of the sisters-in-law. Thank you so much." Lan Feng looked at Bailey Ningbing, who hadn't said a word since the beginning. Bailey Ningbing and Chun Hao ignored each other. However, in Lan Feng's eyes, it was as Bailey Ningbing had said. Chun Hao was cultivating in seclusion nearby, and Bailey Ningbing was with Chun Hao. "I don't know you," Chun Hao said directly. He looked at Bailey Ningbing and said, "Don't pretend to be me in the future." Bailey Ningbing's mouth twitched. Voila, her body shone brightly, and she returned to her original appearance. "Chun Hao, I hate you." "What, you want to fight me? Is your butt itching? Don't forget what I told you last time." Chun Hao narrowed his eyes, looking at Bailey Ningbing evilly. Bailey Ningbing's face instantly turned red, but her eyes were filled with humiliation. Her mood was already very complicated, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She glared fiercely at Chun Hao, then suddenly turned around and quickly left with a bang. Bailey Ningbing," Lan Feng said dumbfoundedly. "You know her?" "This, boss, everyone in the sacred temple knows her. Furthermore, she's destined to be your woman. It's no secret. Boss, aren't you with her?" "Why? What? Destined to be my woman? What do I have to do with her?" "What do you mean together? I just happened to meet you." Chun Hao frowned. "No way. This is too much of a coincidence." Lan Feng said, "I've realized, boss, you're my savior, and I am your lucky star. Cut the crap. Tell me what's going on." "What do you mean what's going on?" "Damn, you just said she's destined to be my woman. Oh, so you didn't know, boss. I only found out after hearing it from my friends in the sacred temple. The rumors are like this." Lan Feng repeated what he had heard to Chun Hao word for word. Chun Hao was speechless and finally understood why Bailey Ningbing wasn't with Moling Takshu. It turned out that on the aircraft that came to the primitive mystic realm, Moling Takshu wanted to enter an independent space with Bailey Ningbing, but was rejected by her. When he was about to use force, Bailey Ningbing actually slapped him in front of so many cultivators. This made Moling Takshu realize that Bailey Ningbing had rejected him time and time again, not because she was shy, but because she wanted to make use of him. This caused him to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and he directly scolded Bailey Ningbing. "Yes, in my heart, whether it's hate or love, it's all him. I want to make use of you to take revenge on him. I'm sorry." This was the last thing Bailey Ningbing said to the angry Moling Takshu in front of everyone. F***CK. "So, she's destined to be my woman? What has it got to do with me?" Cough, cough. "Boss, love and hate. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. The rumored relationship between the two of you seems to be the truth. You know so much about my affairs. Don't talk about me. In the primitive mystic realm, boss, you've become the most dazzling existence. Anything about you will become the topic of discussion. Even the other races know very well. Actually, if you didn't appear just now, boss, Bailey Ningbing only had to reveal her real face and say her name, and those guys wouldn't dare to kill us." Chun Hao was speechless. Lead the way. I'll settle it with you quickly. I want to go into seclusion. Okay. 2 days later, Lan Feng successfully entered the ancient land of inheritance. Chun how continued to go deeper. I'm afraid there are still undiscovered ancient land of inheritance in the core area. Looks like I can't leave this place in a short period of time. Little Wu, little Lien. And Yu, the last news I heard was more than 10 years ago. They must be cultivating in seclusion. When Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, and Xia Yu first appeared, Chen Hao didn't have time to communicate with them. He didn't know the situation in the core area at all. As for the ancient land of inheritance, Chen Hao didn't have much interest. There were countless treasures. How many was too many? Let's go deeper for a few more days. If I can find an ancient land of inheritance, then so be it. If not, I'll just find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Chun Hao blended into the world again. He felt the minute changes in space and headed straight for the core area. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. I hate you, woo woo woo. Why can't I forget why clouds and mist lingered in the deep canyon? The sobbing sound was intermittent. It was unknown how long it would last. Until now, it had already been 2 days, and there was still no sign of it stopping. Since young, she was blessed by the heavens. She had cultivated a proud heart, but now she couldn't be proud anymore. She thought she had forgotten, thought she could do it. But when they met again, facing Chun Hao's indifference and words, it almost made her crazy again. She wanted to fight him to the death, since you can't forget. Why should you? Who? Bailey Ningbing suddenly stopped crying and asked in shock. It's me, Venerable Han Mei. Bailey Ningbing opened her eyes wide and looked at Venerable Han Mei, who appeared silently in front of her. She immediately raised her energy vigilantly. She knew about the conflict between Venerable Han Mei and her mother. It was because of a man that they fought to the death. But she didn't know what it was exactly. She only vaguely knew that her grandfather was afraid of that man. You're exactly the same as your mother when she was young. Venerable Han Mei smiled. What do you want? Bailey Ningbing took 2 steps back and asked cautiously. She was extremely shocked. Before entering the primal secret realm, Venerable Celestial Han Mei was already on a different level from her. But now, Venerable Celestial Han Mei had actually stepped into the heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, even though she had restrained her aura, Bailey Ningbing still felt a power that she could not resist. Chapter 783. There's no need to be nervous. Venerable Han Mei looked at Bailey Ningbing gently and said, You must have met Chen Hao, right? Yes. He's not dead, and he's much stronger than before. He's able to immobilize a heavenly immortal expert with just his aura alone. That's all I know. Farewell. Bailey Ningbing left quickly with a red face. Venerable Han Mei shook her head and didn't chase after her. What I owe, my son will repay. Karma, fate, who can change it? Who can transcend it? Humph, you've been a playboy all your life. Why are you talking about karma? Cough, cough. Han Mei, the heavenly immortal realm's heaven's punishment has already severed your life. Why are you still so stubborn? Tell me honestly, how am I a playboy? I'm stubborn? You dare say that Bailey Ningbing isn't your daughter? Go to hell. Don't. I'm just a strand of my consciousness here. If you die, who's going to chat with you? There's still 1,000 years left. I don't mind dying. Give me control of your body. That won't do. What if you want to do something? What should we do? You're so nice to Tianxi. Why are you so different when it comes to me? Don't I have my own difficulties? Some things can't be avoided just because you want to. Beauties love heroes, but heroes can't resist the charms of beauties. Even if I'm a transcendent mortal, I can't hide my peerless beauty. Pui, how can you compare to how? In terms of appearance, how is 10 times, no, 100 times better than you. In terms of talent, how is a lot stronger than you. In terms of temperament, how is 10 times stronger than you. In terms of determination, how is 10 times stronger than you. Most importantly, when has how ever been sneaky with Little Snow and the others? What about you? You still have the face to talk to me about how. All right. Tianzi is stronger than me, but isn't it because you're too extreme? You're always fighting with others. Look at Little Snow and the others. Are they like you? Say it again. All right, I won't say it again. However, Han Mei, shouldn't you reincarnate again? With your mentality, you still can't sever your Tao. You can't even sever your own. Why are you talking to me? I can't sever my Tao because of you. If you want to reincarnate, then reincarnate yourself. From now on, I will no longer care about you. You can have as many as you want. Cough, cough. Give me the body. I'm going to find Yin Wei. It's fine. You rest. I'll do it. While I'm at it, I'll absorb some more soul force. A month later, after Chun Hao made several high-profile appearances, he casually found a cave house left behind from ancient times and began to cultivate in seclusion. The core area was vast and constantly changing. It was possible to meet someone by chance, but if one wanted to find someone, it would take too much time. Therefore, Chun Hao only made a few high-profile appearances to spread the news of his return. Moreover, the girls could also be in seclusion, so there was no need to look for them. In the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage, Chun Hao had too many things to consolidate, cultivate, and comprehend. With the numerous elixirs and spiritual fruits provided by Blue Mountain, Chun Hao was confident that he could break through to the heaven celestial stage. First, I'll refine my magic power to the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. Then I'll comprehend and cultivate the 3,000 great Daos. Even if they're not my Daos, I can use them as reference and have more trump cards. Phew, there are so many things to consolidate. I'm afraid this seclusion will be the longest seclusion in my life. Chun Hao swallowed a precious ancient spiritual fruit and immersed himself in cultivation. At the same time, Chun Hao communicated with the Tao manifestation celestial fruit for the first time. Although it hadn't taken root yet, the moment he communicated with it, the heavenly law in the cave house fluctuated violently. Vast universe galaxy, second world, Yang City, East Flow City. Countless cultivators came and went. The Alliance's core square was always crowded, paying attention to the changes in the Pagoda Tablet's ranking list. Although 40 to 50 years had passed in the primitive mystic realm, only a few months had passed in the vast universe galaxy. The ranking list had also undergone a huge change. However, for the past several months, there hadn't been any news sent out from East Flow City's first place Chun Hao and second place Chun Lin, as well as the higher-ranked Long Ting, Chen Xiaobai, Fan Dongsheng, and Fan Dongsheng, as well as at least a tenth of the cultivators. The same situation was happening in other cities. Mediocre cultivators were fine, but many experts were the same. This situation caused quite a stir in the beginning. However, when the Alliance announced that people might enter the 9 restrictions of celestial sealing or similar areas, everyone understood what was going on. It might be the 9 restrictions of celestial sealing. Once it's out, the ranking list will definitely undergo a huge change. Miss must have gained a lot from being with Chun Lin. That's for sure. Miss is very talented. With a top disciple like Chun Lin by her side, her gains will naturally be greater. Moreover, there won't be any danger. Yes, it's good, but it's a pity that Dong Sheng. Alas, this is fate. If it weren't for that incident, although Dong Sheng might not be as good as Chen Lin, he wouldn't be much worse. Childhood sweethearts. Shoo, don't mention this in the future. Let bygones be bygones. If the family head hears about this, we might be scolded. Second World, East Flow City. The cultivators of the Fan family, who were responsible for monitoring the ranking list, were discussing. I don't know what Lil Bing will do. Brother Guan, don't worry. You've already seen through Lil Bing. No matter what, Lil Bing won't kill Chun Hao. Things won't get out of hand. I'm not worried about this. Guan Nanchao shook his head. Then, who is Brother Guan? She's with the #1 genius of the Eternal Life sect, Moling Takshu. Based on my understanding of her, she'll definitely use Moling Takshu to deal with Chun Hao. Moling Takshu is one of the top 10 geniuses of the Earth celestial stage in the sanctum. Maybe there'll be a big problem. That's true. However, it's useless for us to worry. We can only wait and see. In the encampment palace on the Wuji planet, Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang were worried after they determined that Chen Hao, Bailey Ningbing, and Moling Takshu had entered the 9 restrictions of celestial sealing or similar holy lands. Everyone was concerned about their own disciples. Similarly, the 4 mad dragons, Chun Lin, Moling Takshu, Bai Yan, Hu Meinyang, and the others were also looking forward to the amazing performance of their disciples. Moreover, everyone was full of confidence. An area like the 9 restrictions of celestial sealing would block all auras. Even the longevity cards that the sects specially condensed for their disciples would not have any reaction. Whether they were alive or dead, they would only know after they stepped out of the area. I need to think about it. I'm writing too slowly and updating late. Chapter 784. Qi, 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 Qi. In the abode, the Taoist principles were rolling, the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth was raging, and a majestic and terrifying pressure covered the sky. In less than half a year, with the help of many ancient elixirs and spiritual fruits, Chun Hao had refined his true core strength to the peak of the later stage of the earth celestial stage. Moreover, with the Tao manifestation celestial fruits' incredible function, even refining his true core strength allowed Chun Hao to condense the heaven ways precepts naturally. The first thing is to fuse the secular sword way, secular heart sutra, solitary sword art, and soul healing techniques use of the soul together. As long as I can do this, my combat power will double, especially if I encounter an expert with a powerful soul, and will. After comprehending the secular heart sutra, with whom Meinyang for more than 20 years, his soul, and will had already reached the peak of the later stage of the earth celestial stage. Just by using the soul healing techniques pressure, he could completely suppress an ordinary expert at the initial stage of the heaven celestial stage. Just like when he helped Lan Feng kill those mysterious clans, there was no suspense at all. But Chun Hao knew clearly that if he encountered a genius with a powerful soul and will, that kind of pressure would be useless. If he could suppress it, he would suppress it. If he couldn't, it would be useless. But if the secular heart sutra, secular sword way, and solitary sword art were completely integrated into the pressure of the soul, it would open up a new world. It was like a simple, unchanging gravity suddenly became a gravity that could be big or small and unpredictable. Even if the highest gravity didn't change, it could catch people off guard. But to do this, it couldn't be done in a short time. Even if Chun Hao's comprehension was high, it was impossible. This was an extremely incredible fusion. Pressure turned into a sword, emotions turned into a sword, and it was driven by the soul. In the world, only Chun Hao would try such a heaven-defying fusion. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chun Hao, who was like an old monk in meditation, meditated bitterly for 8 years and didn't move at all. On the other hand, the pressure emanated from his body was like the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm, and it was profound and unfathomable. Sometimes the pressure covered the heavens and the earth, and it descended indiscriminately and enveloped the entire abode. Sometimes the pressure condensed into a small area, and it was like a sword that pierced through the sky and moved about like a bolt of lightning. Sometimes it was surrounded by dense air and layers of illusions. The fusion was successful. 8 years in the blink of an eye. It's only the Earth celestial stage, and I didn't feel anything for 8 years. No wonder powerful cultivators can cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years, or even longer. Fortunately, this is the primitive mystic realm. If I was in the vast universe galaxy, I'm afraid I'd become the heartless great Tao in the eyes of my brothers and sisters, right? Chun Hao muttered to himself. Half a year of meditation, to him, was like sleeping. Everyone has their own Tao, their own path. Walking the great Tao alone is the same for everyone. Chun Hao thought of his sisters and brothers, but his heart was calm and tranquil. Soon after, he immersed himself in cultivation again. Soul-healing techniques were profound and complicated. Even with Chun Hao's astounding comprehension, he was still only at the peak of the second realm and had yet to break through to the third realm. Of course, Chun Hao did not focus on soul-healing techniques. What he needed to do now was to unlock the memories left behind by the extreme Tao mighty figure and find a balance between the 2 extreme Taos. He needed to merge them and step onto the righteous Tao. Of course, it would be best if he could succeed. If not, then Chun Hao could only temporarily give up the cultivation of the 2 extreme Taos. Otherwise, he would unknowingly fall into the extreme Taos. Half a year later, Chun Hao opened his eyes and chose to temporarily give up. I don't know where to start at all, let alone merge the 2 extreme Taos. I'd better find one of the 3,000 great Taos to comprehend first. I already have the foundation of the platinum sky-splitting slash for the great 5 elements art. I'll start from here. Chi, chi, chi. Chun Hao stood upright and set up an extremely powerful restriction in the cave abode with a wave of his hand. He had started cultivating the great 5 elements art. Chun Hao immersed himself in cultivation crazily, breaking through his limits again and again. When he exhausted his energy, essence, and spirit, and could no longer support himself, he would meditate and cultivate quietly. When he recovered to a full state, he would once again activate the great 5 elements art. Time after time of cultivation, Chun Hao had a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao and the 5 elements. He also took a step forward on his own Tao. This was undoubtedly stepping on the shoulders of his predecessors. Chi, 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 chi. Huff, huff, rumble. Is it over? It's been 60 years. The gate of time and space is finally about to open. The sudden and terrifying tremors of heaven and earth caused the entire space to tremble. Mysterious and dense Tao laws surged, and a vast and terrifying amount of heaven and earth energy converged, causing countless cultivators who were immersed in seclusion to spring up and look up at the void with excited expressions. Rumble! Ha ha ha! Lonely as snow. I'm finally about to start a new journey. I'm going to die of boredom. A cave suddenly collapsed, and even the 1,000-foot mountain peak was reduced to flying rubble. A huge figure soared into the sky, exuding the terrifying aura of an ancient divine beast. Wild laughter resounded through heaven and earth like thunder. Coiling Dragon looked up at the sky and stared at the crazily surging Tao laws and heaven and earth energy. Immediately after, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, Li Yong, and Chunling also flew up from the nearby mountain peaks. They already had the inheritances of ancient divine beasts. Long before Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang returned, it was difficult for them to find a worthy opponent. They were all immersed in seclusion cultivation. Linger, Li Yong, you don't have the mark of the gate of time and space. Come and join us. Xia Yu shouted from afar. Okay, Chi. In the blink of an eye, everyone gathered together. I also want to go with you. At least I have to see senior brother. What should I do? Coiling Dragon looked at them and said gloomily, when he stepped into the 9 restrictions of immortal sealing, he was not at the same teleportation point as Chun Shui and the others. Therefore, the mark left by the gate of time and space would teleport him to the teleportation point when he entered. Big guy, you want to challenge my big brother, right? Ahem. Little Linger, don't talk nonsense. At most, I'll just spar with senior brother. I'm going to die of boredom. Lonely as snow, I'm a lofty figure. Who can fight with me? Bah, don't be so smug. Sister-in-law Xiao Wu only needs to use her chaotic divine light to scare you out of your wits. I'll join forces with senior brother to piss you off. Humph, Chunling said smugly. Over the past few decades, Coiling Dragon, who was addicted to fighting, had provoked and begged everyone to fight with him many times. However, after a few times, he no longer challenged anyone to a fight. He could not enjoy himself to the fullest. Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, and Xia Yu were all his senior brother's wives. He could not fight to his heart's content without any scruples. Chun Ling and Li Yang joined forces and appeared and disappeared mysteriously. They did not want to fight with him directly. Chapter 785. Chi, Kacha. A majestic mountain suddenly burst out with endless lightning. In an instant, the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. A graceful figure, surrounded by dazzling lightning, broke out of the mountain. Electric arcs surrounded her, releasing a destructive pressure. If the lonely Coiling Dragon sensed this aura at this moment, he would definitely fight. This was because this destructive aura was definitely not inferior to his. It's been 60 years. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes seemed to contain 9 layers of lightning as she stared at the void and muttered. Her blue dress and long hair fluttered in the wind. The surrounding Tao laws gathered, collapsed, gathered again, and collapsed again. She clearly had the might of Hu Meinyang's innate Tao fetus, but it was extremely contradictory. The resonating Tao laws were destroyed by the electric arcs around her before they could touch her. How? I've finally become strong. Chun Shui, who had once watched Chun Hao fall into a life-and-death situation, did not even have the right to show up and fight. Now, she had finally gotten rid of that serious psychological trauma. She had an unyielding belief in her bones. She was stubborn and eager to be strong. Even if it was the abnormal Chun Hao, she had never truly given in, because she didn't want to give in. Only by setting her goal higher and further could she keep up with his footsteps. If she admitted defeat in her bones, then she would never be able to catch up to Chun Hao. She could love deeply, but she could not worship him in her bones. That would very likely cause her to lose the right to love him. Tao, her own Tao. On the path forward, she could tremble with fear, respect, and even envy, but she could not worship him. Ha! In the cave, Long Ting, who was completely naked and soaking in the spiritual spring, slowly opened her sleepy eyes. She stretched and let out a long yawn. Her full and alluring breasts trembled, and the entire mountain trembled violently with her slight movement. So comfortable, so hungry, hiss! Light flashed, and Long Ting's beautiful and alluring body was immediately dressed. She opened her mouth slightly, and the mountain was suddenly enveloped by endless darkness and disappeared. Bah, bah, bah. Such a big mountain, but it only has so little energy. To think that it's a land of inheritance. He, he, he. I'll be able to see brother. How soon? I'll eat you until you're poor. Humph. Gee. With a flash of light, a silhouette appeared in the void, as if it had teleported. In terms of speed alone, it would definitely shock countless experts. Big sister, I wonder how Sister Shui and the others are doing? We have always been the weakest. This time, it should be better, right? Yes, it should be better. Our unity has already reached the point where our souls and bodies have completely become one. It's much stronger than the true unity of the 4 berserk dragons. Furthermore, we can shield ourselves from the heavenly secrets. At this moment, the 2 beautiful sisters were the same person. He muttered to himself and answered his own questions. However, as she spoke, the figure gradually split into 2. Huan and Lele appeared separately. Their charming and identical appearances and figures were extremely alluring. Heaven immortal realm. Every single one of them had stepped into the heavenly immortal realm and obtained the inheritance of an ancient mighty figure. Moreover, Hellion Woozy relied on her reincarnation memories to select the strongest among the thousands of ancient powerhouses that were most suitable for them. Hiss! Now's the time. Soundlessly, the cave abode and mountain were not damaged in the slightest. Not a single piece of rubble was left behind, and not even a trace was left behind. However, Chun Hao had passed through the top of the cave and directly appeared in the void. As he sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations and the rolling Tao laws in the heavens and the earth, his eyes flashed with a wisp of excitement. Boom! Boundless and vigorous essence, energy, and spirit suddenly bloomed. Like a sword piercing through the heavens, it shot straight to the 9 heavens. The duration of the space-time gate is enough for me to trigger the heavenly punishment. At this time, the energy of the world is definitely the most abundant and the most active. The heavenly laws are the thickest, the most majestic, and the most complete. The heavenly punishment that I trigger will definitely be stronger, and my benefits will naturally be greater. Come on, Buzz. His already terrifying essence, energy, and spirit suddenly underwent an even more terrifying change at this moment. It was as if it had turned into reality. Boom, whoosh. In an instant, a hurricane rose and thunder rumbled. The violent shaking of the world due to the arrival of the space-time gate suddenly surged 100 times, 1,000 times, and the world changed colors. 100,000 miles, 1 million miles, 2 million miles, 3 million miles. At this moment, countless cultivators looked in the direction of Chun Hao in horror. What's going on? Within a radius of several million miles, countless cultivators were shocked and confused. When the energy of the world above their heads suddenly flowed into the distance, everyone's eyes almost fell to the ground. Heavenly punishment. Someone is triggering the heavenly punishment at this time. Madman. It's him. It must be him. At the same time, Hu Meinyang, who was several million miles away, stared at the void and murmured with her pupils constricted. Apart from him, who else would be so crazy? Those who can step into the heaven's celestial stage have already stepped into it. Those who don't have the ability or dare to trigger the heavenly punishment wouldn't trigger it now. That's courting death. Only Hu Meinyang was quite sure that when she separated from Chun Hao was at the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. After several decades, she believed that with Chun Hao's abnormal talent and the numerous elixirs and treasures he had, he could definitely reach the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage and completely consolidate his cultivation. Triggering the heavenly punishment now was undoubtedly the best way to temper his cultivation. If she were Chun Hao, she would also do such a crazy thing. It's a pity that I'm already a heaven celestial, Hu Meinyang bit her lip and felt a little jealous. I reached the heaven celestial stage to deal with you. My loss. I'll take it back from you. You won't mind if I borrow the heavenly punishment, right? What a cold-hearted guy. Swish. Hu Meinyang suddenly turned into a strand of light and flew away quickly. At this moment, with the shaking of the world, she didn't need to sense the changes in space to find the direction. Crack, crack, rumble, rumble. It's so powerful. After pushing his essence, chi, and spirit to the limit, heavenly thunder rumbled. Thunder and lightning raged and rumbled continuously. Those who did not know what was going on would think that the heavenly punishment had erupted. However, this was only the beginning of the heavenly punishment, because the gathered energy and heavenly Tao law were too powerful. Such an abnormal situation had occurred. The strength of the pressure was several times stronger than Chun Hao's expectation. It was as if God was really angry. This is just the beginning. Is what I'm doing too heaven-defying? Even Chun Hao was shocked at this moment. My God, is this the collapse of the universe? No, I have to go farther. At this moment, the cultivators, who happened to be tens of thousands of miles away from Chun Hao, wanted to get closer to see who was so crazy. At the same time, they could also learn something from the heavenly punishment. However, as soon as they moved, they were scared silly by the terrifying pressure. How would they dare to get closer? The cultivators who rushed over from afar were also tens of thousands of miles away. Moreover, as the tribulation clouds gathered, the heavenly punishment's pressure became stronger and stronger. The cultivators who were close to the heavenly punishment were so scared that they quickly retreated. Swish, swish, swish. Only a strand of light could be seen approaching from a few million miles away at a terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, the great Tao hummed and the law of heaven rumbled. Hu Meinyang didn't hide her aura at all. She was racing against time to get closer. Many people exclaimed when they sensed her aura. Hu Meinyang, the saintess of the misty rain tower of the human race. After disappearing for decades, she actually appeared when someone triggered the heavenly punishment. Moreover, the aura she released was unimaginably powerful. Hu Meinyang was not dead. A few decades ago, Chun Hao had displayed his prowess in this area. So naturally, he had not died. Then was the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation now Chun Hao? All the cultivators within a radius of millions of miles thought of Chun Hao when they saw Hu Meinyang's figure. It must be Chun Hao undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Hu Meinyang is rushing over. She must be sure that the other party is Chun Hao. Let's go and kill him. The cultivators who didn't know the exact situation of Hu Meinyang and Chun Hao were guessing. However, when they were tens of thousands of miles away, they couldn't get any closer. As for the cultivators of the foreign races, they were afraid that they would be killed by the human race if they didn't hide well enough. None of them dared to show themselves. Even the foreign races who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Almighty could only endure for now. Because of Aotian, the human race had become the true ruler of this space. This, how can it be so strong? The heavenly punishment hasn't even started yet. How can it be the wrath of the heavens? Hu Meinyang's speed slowed down when she was tens of thousands of miles away. She looked at the endless thunderbolts in the void in shock. She, who had an innate Taoist embryo, was shocked to find that the thunderbolts seemed to have turned into the legendary celestial soldiers. It was a strange phenomenon. Even if the spatial gate has boosted the energy of heaven and earth and the laws of heaven and earth, it shouldn't be so strong. The wrath of the heavens is a phenomenon that only appears when one steps into the Daluo Jinxian. Although this isn't the true wrath of the heavens, with this kind of aura, it's impossible to resist. When Hu Meinyang was close to 20,000 miles away, her speed became slower and slower. Even she felt great pressure from the terrifying aura. What are you doing here? You've comprehended the Red Dust Heart Sutra and want to teach it to me? I don't think you're that kind. Are you trying to borrow my strength? At this moment, Chunhao's divine will suddenly appear. That's right. I don't dare to comprehend the 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. For now, I'm only here to temper it with your heavenly punishment. Can I do that? Hu Meinyang looked at Chun Hao from afar. Her expression did not change at all. Of course not, Chun Hao said without hesitation. I won't harm you, and I won't harm you. Why can't I? Besides, if I want to borrow your strength, you can't stop me, right? Then go ahead and try. Boom. Chun Hao's black eyes bloomed with an incomparably powerful fighting spirit, and the true essence around his body instantly surged. Hu Meinyang frowned slightly. Your heavenly punishment already contains the aura of the wrath of the heavens. Even if you resist it, it won't be easy for you to overcome it. Besides, you're no match for me. Don't even think about using me to vent. Even if you want to vent, I'll give you a chance after the heavenly punishment ends. Chapter 786. That's what you said. Chun Hao said, staring at Hu Meinyang. Of course, Hu Meinyang said confidently as she approached Su Quebec. Damn it, when I become a heaven, celestial, let's see how I'll deal with you. Chun Hao said to himself. Although Chun Hao didn't want to kill Hu Meinyang anymore, he still couldn't let go of the fact that he had almost been raped for more than 20 years. Chun Hao was still brooding over it. Chun Hao never held grudges. He always took his revenge on the spot. He didn't have the strength to face this woman. After decades of secluded cultivation, Chun Hao's fighting spirit rose when he saw Hu Meinyang. However, Hu Meinyang was extremely calm. She didn't care about Chun Hao's provocation. She saw through Chun Hao's purpose and confidently asked Chun Hao to become a heaven celestial. Crack! Countless thick thunderbolts finally descended. Each thunderbolt seemed to have formed a legendary heavenly soldier. With the brilliant heavenly might, they descended mightily. Chun Hao, who bore the brunt of the thunderbolts, felt the unimaginably horrible pressure. His dark eyes flashed with a touch of madness. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared. His essence, chi, and spirit surged. However, he didn't use any energy to resist the thunderbolts. At the same time, Hu Meinyang, who was within the range of Chun Hao's thunderbolts, also did the same thing. Rumble! Rumble! The endless thunderbolts seemed to destroy the world. The mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed, and the earth cracked. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles turned into a thunderbolt's purgatory. The cultivators, who were tens of thousands of miles away, felt their hair stand on end when they sensed the terrible shaking of heaven and earth. What would happen if they were in the core area? It's too horrible. This is only the first stage of the heavenly punishment. If I were in the core area, I'm afraid I would be turned into ashes. Countless cultivators at the earth celestial stage and the initial stage of the heaven celestial stage were horrified. Chi, F asterisk CK. This is too powerful. This was only the first level of heavenly punishment, yet Chun Hao's incomparably strong body actually cracked inch by inch. his soul, state of mind, will, and Tao laws were almost completely detonated. Humph, I want to see how strong you are. I can't take it head on. Chun, how clenched his teeth. Beneath his nearly destroyed body and will, he instantly cleared his mind and used the purgatory of thunder to temper his body and soul. He comprehended the terrifying heavenly might contained within and grasped the heavenly Tao laws. As for Hu Meinyang, who was 100 miles away, she also had a grave expression on her face. At this moment, her graceful and exquisite body was in an even worse state than Chun Hao's. Her entire body was pitch black and cracked, and her image was completely gone. What was even more unexpected to Hu Meinyang was that under the bombardment and pressure of the terrifying thunder and lightning, she was unable to control her essence. Energy and spirit, which she had been suppressing, soared into the sky. Oh no! Chen Hao, I triggered the heavenly punishment. Hu Meinyang couldn't help but exclaim. In the past few decades, she had already reached the peak of the medium stage of the heaven's celestial stage. However, she had suppressed herself and didn't trigger the heavenly punishment. For her, who had an innate Taoist embryo and amazing talent and comprehension, leveling up wasn't a problem at all. The key was to tap into her greatest potential in every stage. Therefore, she usually suppressed herself. Only when she reached the peak of the full circle stage would she choose to trigger the heavenly punishment and step into the next stage. Now, because of Chun Hao's heavenly punishment, which was close to the level of a heavenly soldier, it was like a fuse that caused her essence, energy, and spirit to blossom. The heavenly punishment of a small stage was also triggered. What does it have to do with me? Chun Hao, who was suffering from endless thunder and lightning, replied coldly when he heard Hu Meinyang's words. Fine, I can't borrow your glory for nothing. I'll borrow some from you. Chi, Hu Meinyang had subconsciously regarded Chun Hao as a friend. Therefore, after triggering the heavenly punishment of a small stage, she couldn't help but say this to Chun Hao. However, she didn't expect Chun Hao to say, "What does it have to do with me?" This made Hu Meinyang very angry. Therefore, without saying anything, she directly activated her energy to temporarily resist the heavenly punishment and rushed toward Chun Hao. Crack! Crack! Rumble! What's the use of a small heavenly punishment? What's the use of a grain of rice under my great heavenly punishment? Seeing Hu Meinyang suddenly appear beside him, Chun Hao didn't panic at all. Instead, he stared at Hu Meinyang, who had no image at all, and said disdainfully, "Is that so? Then what if we become one? Become one? We've been cultivating together for more than 20 years. Becoming one is no problem. As long as my essence, energy, and spirit are released through you, you should know what will happen. Do you dare? F***CK. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come, come." Chi, Hu Meinyang didn't talk nonsense. A ray of light shot out from between her eyebrows and connected with Chun Hao's eyebrows. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and held Chun Hao's hand, using the secular Heart Sutra as a guide. Their souls, minds, and wills merged instantly. Boom! At this moment, Chun Hao felt Hu Meinyang's vast and powerful essence, energy, and spirit gushing into his mind like a river bursting through a dam. D***men, this woman is really powerful. Chun Hao was a little surprised. After dozens of years, Hu Meinyang's cultivation stage had improved from the medium stage of the heaven's celestial stage to the peak of the medium stage. However, the essence, energy, and spirit contained in her body and soul were many times more powerful than before. Although Chun Hao was abnormal, he was only at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. He couldn't be compared with Hu Meinyang at all. Who are you scolding? I'm just lamenting. Why are you so excited? Chunhao said stubbornly. He had forgotten that they had merged into one. At this moment, not only were their souls merged, but their consciousnesses were also merged. Only in this way could Chunhao activate Hu Meinyang's essence, energy, and spirit. If you have the ability, you can resist the heavenly punishment like I did. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hu Meinyang suddenly imitated Chunhao's tone. When Chunhao heard Hu Meinyang's words, he was speechless for a while. He just said, I'm your father, but this woman just said, I'm your mother. This was simply not in line with her image. If her brainless fans heard this, they would collapse. Buzz. Just as Hu Meinyang's voice fell, her charred and cracked body suddenly trembled at an extremely high frequency. Soon after, complex and mysterious runes appeared on her exposed skin. Using your body as a cauldron to condense Taoist runes on your body, Chunhao said in surprise. Are you afraid? Humph. If you want to defeat me, you might have a little hope when your cultivation stage is similar to mine. Now you can't. Hu Meinyang said in her heart, then you'd better open your eyes. Let's begin. Boom. Chunhao took a deep breath and activated Hu Meinyang's essence, energy, and spirit. Then it shot up into the sky. Whoosh! A hurricane appeared. The tribulation clouds suddenly surged violently, gathering the energy of heaven and earth and Taoist runes at a terrifying speed. Kacha! Kacha! Rumble! At this moment, the endless thunder and lightning became even more frenzied. The prototype of the heavenly weapon shone brightly as it gradually became clearer. It was like a real cultivator. Their faces could be seen clearly. Their aura increased by several times and spread wildly. Chapter 787. At this moment, screams suddenly erupted. The sudden increase in strength caused the surrounding cultivators who had controlled their distance from the center of the heavenly punishment to retreat in horror. The first heavenly punishment ended. The tribulation clouds rolled in the void, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles were as dark as ink. Only the 10,000 miles of the core area was flashing with lightning, causing the dark night sky to flicker. You want to steal my technique? Don't make it sound so bad. Since you shamelessly said that you wanted to borrow my light and become one with me, that means you're unconditionally opening it for me. I want to comprehend it. What does that have to do with you? I don't believe you can comprehend it. This can only be done by the body of a connate Taoist embryo. Who do you think you are? I can't be bothered with you. Don't disturb my comprehension. Hiss. Chunhao took advantage of the gap between the second heavenly punishment, and his mind wandered all over Hu Meinyang's body, comprehending the mysterious runes on the surface of her body, using his own body as a cauldron, and using his natal treasure to refine it. How could Chunhao let go of such a heaven-defying opportunity? As for Hu Meinyang's so-called connate Taoist embryo, he didn't care at all. He believed that his evolving body was definitely not inferior to the connate Taoist embryo. On the other hand, Hu Meinyang's face was flushed red. Their souls were intertwined, and their minds were connected. Chunhao's divine senses wandered through every inch of her body, making her feel as if she was being watched and caressed. However, she couldn't stop it. Otherwise, their state of unity would be cut off. Chunhao, this shameless guy, directly integrated into the realm of thoughtless tranquility. In his mind, other than the comprehension of serious and serious, no other thoughts appeared. However, his mind focused on Hu Meinyang's sensitive parts, making her abnormally limp and numb. If not for her strong willpower, her state of mind would have been messed up. Hu Meinyang was sure that Chunhao was taking revenge on purpose. Crack, rumble, the second heavenly punishment descended. It was more than 10 times stronger than the first heavenly punishment. At this moment, Hu Meinyang was forcefully resisting the heavenly punishment. The profound and complex runes around her bloomed with resplendent light as they madly devoured the power of thunder to temper her body. This should have been several times more severe than the first level of heavenly punishment. But now, not only was Hu Meinyang's charred skin not severely damaged by this terrifying thunder, it even began to glow with vitality. On the other hand, Chun Hao was in a much more miserable state compared to the first level of heavenly punishment. Now, Chi. Beneath the endless pressure of heavenly retribution, Chun Hao forcefully endured the endless pain of his soul and body. But as the runes around Hu Meinyang's body began to revolve, a wisp of obsession cut into her, like a bolt of lightning. Don't force yourself. The third heavenly punishment will definitely destroy your physical body. Mind your own business. You don't know what's good for you. Humph. He can still hold on? As expected, you have the potential of Yi Xian's fleshly body. It's a pity that your cultivation level is too low. With the double heavenly punishment and the addition of my essence, energy, and spirit, you definitely won't be able to resist the fourth level. If I take it head on, will you give me a strand of your blood essence? Forget about primordial Een. I'm not interested. Scram. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Blood essence. Do you want to bet? If I can't take it, the Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Core and countless Dharma treasures will be yours. Facing the strong woman, Chun Hao could only take a step back and did not continue to tease her. Fine. If you can take it, I'll give you my blood essence. Not to mention one strand, even if it's 10 or 100 strands. Can you still become a Khanate Taoist embryo? What a waste of effort. If I were you, I would obediently comprehend and gain more. Hu Meinyang naturally knew why Chun Hao wanted the blood essence. Just wait and be dumbfounded. Madman, why aren't you defending? You're courting death. Hu Meinyang cursed as she looked at Chun Hao, who no longer resembled a human, in horror. With the two of them as one, Hu Meinyang could clearly sense that Chun Hao's state was definitely on the verge of collapse. However, this guy was stubbornly holding on. Under the terrifying pressure of the heavenly punishment, a strand of obsession was still locked onto her soul and body, maintaining the last bit of consciousness. Even Hu Meinyang, who was at the peak of the middle stage, heavenly immortal stage, only had a strand of her mind to pay attention to Chun Hao and warn him. The rest was resisting the terrifying heavenly punishment with all her strength. This was the heavenly punishment that would only appear when one stepped into the Daluo Jinxian. Although it was weak, it still put the two of them in danger. Of course, Hu Meinyang was much better. At least her body was unharmed. She only had to endure the pressure on her soul and the baptism of the heavenly Tao law. Crack. Rumble. However, Chun Hao acted as if he was blind and didn't care at all. He was on the verge of collapse. Not only did one of his obsessions lock onto his physical body and soul, preventing him from dying, another obsession was immersed in Hu Meinyang's physical body, constantly trying to comprehend. Finally, the fourth heavenly punishment ended. Lunatic, I've never seen such a competitive person like you. You don't even want your life anymore. Cut the crap and give me the blood essence. I know whether I want my life or not. What are you worried about? Are you feeling sorry for me? Chi. I can't be bothered with you. Hu Meinyang turned her face away. However, she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. How generous. You're actually giving me your blood essence. Chun Hao was slightly surprised. Humph. I don't want you to blame me for not having enough blood essence if you fail. If you still insist on the fifth heavenly punishment, I won't collect your corpse. Don't worry. Even if you want to, you won't have the chance. Both of them spoke without thinking. They did not think too much about it. They did not want their souls to be penetrated by the other party's heavenly punishment. Chun Hao opened his completely unrecognizable charred mouth and swallowed Hu Meinyang's essence blood into his body. Hiss, hiss, in an instant, the blood essence, which contained endless Tao principles and mysteries, was divided into cells under Chun Hao's control. First, it went to his head, where almost every cell had collapsed. Then it went to his internal organs, dantian, and finally his limbs. At this time, Hu Meinyang frowned and stared at Chun Hao with bright eyes. Up until now, the shock that Chun Hao had brought to her was completely beyond her imagination. Although she didn't want to admit it, she knew that Chun Hao couldn't have succeeded in secretly learning from her. However, because of the connection between their consciousnesses, she could feel that Chun Hao's divine thoughts wandering around her body seemed to have comprehended something. Now that he had obtained her essence blood, if Chun Hao had done this, perhaps he had a way to achieve the weaponization of the fleshly body without the innate Taoist embryo. However, it was different from her weapon transformation. The fifth heavenly punishment had arrived. As Hu Meinyang comprehended and endured the heavenly punishment, she separated a strand of divine will and nervously paid attention to Chun Hao's condition. She had no choice but to act. Although she did not want to admit it, Hu Meinyang did not want Chun Hao, who had been with her for more than 20 years and had truly saved her, to die under the heavenly punishment. Moreover, in her despair, she had done something that she could not let go of until now. Although it was only the beginning, it was her first time, and she had taken the initiative. Although a holy maiden could not have a Tao companion in her life, she was still a woman. Hu Meinyang, I know what I'm doing. Don't think you're smart. Focus on comprehending your own body and mind. Don't meddle in other people's business. However, what made Hu Meinyang angry was that she hadn't said or done anything. Under the protection of the state of thoughtless tranquility, she hadn't even thought of anything. However, Chun Hao seemed to know what she was thinking and directly warned her. This kind of dog-eat-dog situation made Hu Meinyang want to vomit blood. You think too highly of yourself. Do you think I'm going to meddle in your affairs? You deserve to die. I'm waiting to collect the Tao manifestation immortal fruit core. In anger, Hu Meinyang directly withdrew her last strand of divine consciousness and completely immersed herself in the terrifying heavenly punishment. Crack. Rumble. Condense. Condense. F*CK. Don't be so startled. It's like you're moaning in bed, okay? In the terrifying heavenly punishment, although Hu Meinyang was completely immersed in comprehending, her state was still one with Chun Hao. If Chun Hao's soul and mind fluctuated too much, it would directly affect the state of unity. This made Hu Meinyang scream again and again in her mind. However, just as she screamed and thought that Chun Hao was about to die, the state of unity stabilized again. Bastard, aren't you surprised when you try the state of unity? You condensed it? After Hu Meinyang woke up from her anger, she looked at Chun Hao's pitch-black body in astonishment. The surface of Chun Hao's body was completely devoid of human shape, and there were actually faint golden runes shining on it. They were mysterious and complex, but they were completely different from her runes. However, they were not as powerful as her runes. Of course, they were definitely not as powerful as hers. She used her body as a cauldron and turned it into a weapon. This was completely a gift from the 13 white jade crystal steels of the Misty Rain Pavilion. The runes on the surface of her body were condensed on the white jade crystal steels by the founder's supreme divine ability. Any disciple who comprehended the red dust heart sutra and refined the white jade crystal steels, and had a Khanate Tao embryo would be condensed on their body. This was a body that truly required a Khanate Tao embryo, using your body as a cauldron and a Khanate Tao embryo. That's all there is to it. Chunhao said proudly. Humph, what's there to be proud of when you're so low level? Low level is low level, but I condensed it myself. What about you? I'm talented and lucky. It's also a kind of strength. Now, it's also mine. Why can't I? Saintus, I really can't stand it. I wonder what those idiots who are chasing after you will think if they hear this. Don't you find me disgusting? I'm just saying it to you. We're a couple. If you like me, just say it. Although I'm not interested. I don't mind. Bastard. Bitch, you dare to say it? Damn it, I'll let you be proud for a while. When I become a heaven immortal, I'll definitely get back at you. Hu Meinyang finally stopped calling him her mother. Instead, she stared at Chunhao and said without showing any weakness, I'll be waiting. Immediately, the two of them entered a state of wholehearted comprehension. Crack, rumble, the sixth punishment of heaven descended. At this moment, Chunhao's body emitted a faint golden light. The runes were activated, and his body became a weapon. However, it was a newly formed rune that had not undergone any refinement. Chapter 788. Thunder rumbled, and runes flickered. Chunhao discovered that the pain his body had to endure was not reduced in the slightest compared to when he did not use the runes. Instead, it became even more painful because the runes devoured energy. However, the power required to destroy the body was also greater. In such a situation, it meant that the effects of tempering both the body and the soul had been greatly improved. Crack, rumble, under the continuous bombardment of thunder, Chunhao focused all his efforts on tempering and comprehending. Seventh heaven, eighth heaven. Even though Hu Meinyang had stepped into the middle stage of the heaven immortal stage, she was still unable to bear it. Chunhao's situation was much worse than hers, but what made Hu Meinyang unable to believe was that Chunhao had no intention of resisting the heaven's punishment. If I don't resist the ninth heaven, I will be seriously injured. My minor heavenly punishment will not be able to compensate for the damage caused by his great heavenly punishment. When the time comes, if I fight with him, I will. Hu Meinyang thought to herself. Why? Are you afraid? Chunhao suddenly said. Hearing Chunhao's words, Hu Meinyang immediately frowned. Clearly, the terrifying heavenly punishment had made her muddle-headed. She had forgotten that Chunhao was one with her and could sense her thoughts. Humph, even if I am seriously injured, I can still deal with you. She was still hesitating whether to resist the ninth heaven, but after hearing Chunhao's words, Hu Meinyang gave up the idea of resisting. After all, resisting the heavenly punishment was much better for tempering and comprehending. In order to defeat Chunhao, sacrificing the most powerful ninth heaven was not worth the loss. Besides, even if she was seriously injured, the minor heavenly punishment she had triggered had helped her advance to the advanced heaven celestial stage. How could she not be able to deal with Chunhao, who had just stepped into the heaven celestial stage? Crack, rumble, the ninth heaven's punishment descended. Chunhao and Hu Meinyang were immersed in the thoughtless tranquility, wholeheartedly tempering and comprehending. The terrifying nine heavens punishment, which seemed to be about to destroy the world, drowned them in almost an instant. Hu Meinyang, whose body was shimmering with complex and mysterious runes, was still fine. However, the low-level runes that Chunhao had condensed on his body were directly destroyed. They could not withstand the tempering of such violent energy. Condense! Chun Hao, who was about to fall apart, shouted frantically in his mind. The runes had to be condensed again. Otherwise, he would miss this excellent tempering opportunity. After experiencing several lightning punishments, the runes on his body became stronger at an astonishing speed. Although they were still low-level runes, they had begun to evolve under Chun Hao's refinement. Crack! Rumble, condense again. Condense! Condense for me. Chun Hao was destroyed again and again, but he was reformed again and again. Hu Meinyang, who was wholeheartedly immersed in tempering and comprehending, could sense how dangerous Chun Hao's current state was even though she did not deliberately pay attention. She could say with certainty that at this moment, he was on the verge of turning into ashes at every moment. However, at this moment, Hu Meinyang was no longer worried. She was only surprised. She was surprised by the firmness and confidence of Chun Hao's soul, if he didn't have absolute confidence in himself. How could Chun Hao dare to do this when he was lingering on the edge of life and death? This was a madman, a perverted madman. Even Hu Meinyang was ashamed of her inferiority. Crack! Rumble as the last wave of lightning disappeared. The void bloomed with dazzling light, endless energy of heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao poured down, like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, and directly poured into Chun Hao's body. At the same time, Hu Meinyang precisely controlled the timing of her minor heavenly punishment and fed it back with energy. Chun Hao's heavy injuries disappeared in an instant. His essence, energy, and spirit were replenished to a frightening degree. He was like an unsheathed sword that could cut through the sky. As for Hu Meinyang, her body seemed to be in good condition. At the same time, she had also received the minor heavenly punishment. However, her essence, energy, and spirit could not be restored to their peak state in an instant. Moreover, her body was severely injured internally. What are you doing? Hu Meinyang, who had long guessed Chun Hao's intentions, immediately dispelled the state of being one with Chun Hao. At the same time, her figure flashed, wanting to distance herself from Chun Hao. However, she did not expect that the moment she moved, Chun Hao also moved and pulled her back tightly. What shocked Hu Meinyang even more was that her soul was directly bound by Chun Hao using some unknown method. I'll take your life while you're sick. You want to kill me? Hu Meinyang frowned. How can that be? I'm just doing what you did to me. Don't be surprised. I realized that even now I can't fight against you in your peak state. So I can only take back some interest while you're weak. You dare? Ha ha ha. Chun Hao laughed loudly. With a slight force, he pulled Hu Meinyang, who was imprisoned by a sneak attack, into his arms. Bang! Both of them fell to the ground, pressing Hu Meinyang under his body. At the same time, Chun Hao activated his soul power again and cut off all the connection between Hu Meinyang and her body. She could only stare at him, but she could no longer move or speak. Doesn't it feel good? Chun Hao's lips curled into a devilish smile. He looked straight at Hu Meinyang, whose face was red from anger and embarrassment, and said, "That's how I felt back then." As Chun Hao spoke, he kissed Hu Meinyang's thin, tender lips under her gaze that was about to spit fire. Compared to Hu Meinyang, who had done this to Chun Hao before, Chun Hao was much more experienced. Not only was it a teasing kiss like a snake coming out of its hole, his large hands even wandered to Hu Meinyang's holy and towering peaks, and it was directly from under her clothes. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. Too bad, it's too late. Otherwise, Chun Hao suddenly separated from Hu Meinyang's body and rushed into the void. At the same time, he released Hu Meinyang's seal. Goodbye, bastard. I'm not done with you. heaven and earth. When we meet again, you won't have the chance. It feels good. Quite big, quite soft, and bouncy. I'm going to kill you. Boom. Chi, Hu Mainyang, whose face was red, suddenly chased after Chun Hao at a terrifying speed. At the same time, she stretched out a huge hand that covered the sky. It's too late. Hiss. Chun Hao directly entered the tribulation cloud and disappeared into one of the two miniature space-time gates that formed above the two of them. Soon after, he disappeared without a trace. Ah. Hu Mainyang, who was full of pent-up anger after being teased by Chun Hao, let out a shrill scream. Unfortunately, she could only watch as Chun Hao disappeared into the space-time gate. Bastard, see how I'll deal with you. Just you wait. Chi, Hu Mainyang knew that the space-time gate didn't have much time left. This was the space-time gate that was formed according to the brand she left when she entered. However, because of the heavenly punishment, it was only formed now. Therefore, she didn't dare to delay. She covered her breasts that had been ravaged and stepped into the gate angrily with a red face. Chapter 789. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the core area of the faction's ruins, many people walked out of the enormous space-time gate, whether it was the masters who had reached the heaven celestial stage or those who were still at the earth celestial stage. Their auras were several times more powerful than before. When they came out, their faces were filled with excitement. Their eyes and minds quickly scanned the cultivators who had stepped out of the space-time gate to look for their acquaintances. Not yet. The surrounding cultivators stared expectantly at the people who stepped out of the space-time gate. Unfortunately, the space-time gate had been open for such a long time, but they still didn't see the people they wanted to see. After a full hour, the aura of the space-time gate began to weaken. Apparently, it would end soon, and fewer cultivators came out. Countless cultivators who were looking forward to it felt nervous, let alone Qin Shui, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, the Flower Sisters, Long Ting, the Seven Women, Han Mei, Yun Wei, Fan Donglu, and Fan Dongsheng, as well as Chunling and Li Yang, who had come out with Helian Wuzi without the mark of the Gate of Spacetime. Except for Pan Long and Du Jing, all the members of Aotion have arrived, except for God of Slaughter Chen Hao. Why hasn't he come out yet? The space-time gate is about to end. Did something happen to God of Slaughter Chun Hao after he disappeared with Hu Mainyang? Some people didn't know that Chun Hao had appeared later. In fact, most people didn't know. Chi. The space-time gate, which no longer had any cultivators, suddenly flashed with a wave of fluctuation. A cultivator stepped out of the space-time gate with an extremely excited expression. The moment he stepped out, countless divine thoughts locked onto him. That's awesome. That's awesome. The moment the figure appeared, he said excitedly. Immediately, he looked in the direction of Chen Shui and the others. His expression changed slightly, but he still flew toward Chen Shui and the others. Lan Feng, Chen Shui, Long Ting, the sisters, Fan Dongsheng, Fan Donglu, and Yun Wei frowned slightly. Son of Destiny, do you have any treasures to give us? Sensing the powerful aura on Lan Feng's body, Long Ting stepped forward with a smile and stood in front of everyone. Her beautiful eyes were like crescent moons as she spoke in a carefree manner. Ahem. Yes, sisters-in-law, brothers and sisters, seniors, hello. Lan Feng cupped his fists awkwardly. Everyone was slightly taken aback. After the previous conflict with Lan Feng and the plundering of Lan Feng a few times, the crowd no longer hated him. On the contrary, they were very willing to see him. Every time they saw him, they would profit. However, they did not expect Lan Feng to take the initiative to come over this time. Moreover, The way he addressed the girls was very strange. Since when did he have such a good relationship with us? Boss Chun, how has saved my life many times. When I Blue Peak met him in the core district, I already applied to join Proud Heaven. He approved, taught me some of his ultimate techniques, and helped me take over an ancient legacy site. He should be coming out soon. Are you with my big brother? Hiss. Chun Ling silently approached Lan Feng and asked in pleasant surprise. No, we're not together. It's just that in our area, when the space-time gate started to condense, Boss triggered an extremely terrifying heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment has just ended, so I think he should be coming out soon. Voila! Lan Feng's words caused an uproar among the cultivators who were watching them. Heavenly punishment, and it's a heavenly punishment of the wrath of the heavens. Boss is too powerful. Wrath of the heavens. The surrounding cultivators were even more shocked at this moment. However, Chen Shui, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, and the sisters were slightly taken aback. Clearly, the 5 of them did not know what heavenly punishment of the wrath of the heavens meant. The wrath of the heavens is a phenomenon that only appears when a heavenly immortal cultivator triggers the advancement of the Daluo Jinxian. Lightning takes the form of a legendary heavenly soldier. Its power is extremely terrifying. Helian Wuzi, who had obtained the memories of the endless cycle of reincarnation, explained. Chun Shui and the other girls were shocked. Since the heavenly punishment has ended, he should be coming out. Why hasn't he come out yet? Chun Ling frowned. Everyone looked nervously at the space-time gate that was getting weaker and smaller. When Boss triggered the heavenly punishment, Hu Meinyang went over. It seems like she resisted the heavenly punishment together with Boss. As for the specific situation, because the heavenly punishment's pressure is too strong, I can't get too close. So I'm not too sure. The heavenly punishment needs some time. It should be soon. Hu Meinyang. That woman is very strong. Big brother should be fine, right? Are you sure the heavenly punishment has ended normally? I'm sure I can't be wrong. Don't worry, they didn't fight. It would have been fine if Lan Feng did not say this, but now that he said this, Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, and the others frowned. Their expressions were obviously conflicted. If they fought, they were not sure if Chun Hao was a match for Hu Meinyang. After all, when they stepped into the core area, Hu Meinyang had already triggered the heavenly punishment that was at the intermediate heavenly immortal stage. After a few decades, how strong would Hu Meinyang be? However, the fact that they did not fight also made the girls feel conflicted. Everyone hated that woman to the core. Moreover, with Chun Hao's character, even if his opponent was a woman, as long as he was strong enough, he would definitely kill her. Hu Meinyang would definitely kill Chen Hao and take the Dharma treasure of the Tao manifestation celestial fruit. But now, how could she not fight? Hiss. At this moment, the space-time gate that had shrunk to a radius of 1,000 feet flashed again. Everyone's gazes simultaneously turned over, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. A figure appeared before everyone's eyes. God of Slaughter Chun Hao. Buzz. At this moment, the entire sect ruins was in an uproar. There was a trace of excitement on Chun Hao's handsome face. His slender figure was as straight as a sword, and the aura that naturally emanated from his body gave off an unfathomable feeling. God of Slaughter Chun Hao. God of Slaughter Chun Hao. It was unknown which love-struck woman was the first to scream, but it soon turned into countless excited howls. Hiss, hiss, howl. Big brother, big brother. Chun Shui and the others rose into the air one by one, and Chun Hao's figure flashed and went to meet them. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Chun Hao grabbed Chun Shui, who was in front of him. His eyes flashed with excitement as he swept his gaze across everyone's faces. He did not say anything when he saw Lan Feng. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Then everyone turned into streaks of flowing light and left at lightning speed. Congratulations on your return, Master. Chun Hao led the group and flew for tens of thousands of miles. After making sure that no one was chasing them, the aircraft that had been hidden in the void suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Little Wisdom One opened the cabin door and said with obvious human emotions in its voice. Everyone did not feel anything. Even Chun Ling and Li Yang had seen it in Chun Hao's memory, but Lan Feng's eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, Lan Feng thought of many things, and he felt that Chun Hao was even more unfathomable. Where are the others? Chun Hao asked with a smile after he led everyone into the aircraft. Master, I asked them to explore the depths of the mine and the spiritual items of heaven and earth first. Edo Tai, Suzaku, and Black Tortoise also followed your instructions and went in together. I set some gathering coordinates in advance. Xiao Ji number 1 replied. That's good. I'll modify you later. Yes, Master. Xiao Ji number 1 said excitedly in a mechanical voice. How? What happened after Hu Mei Niang chased you? After some small talk, Chun Shui took the lead and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. It's a long story. Chun Hao had already prepared himself and did not hide his thoughts from the girls. Now, with the improvement of his cultivation, state of mind, and experience, especially the breakthrough in the cultivation of the secular sword principle and the secular heart sutra, Chun Hao was no longer the Chun Hao of the past. Even if he faced 7 girls at the same time, he could still be calm. Of course, the most important reason was that he did not think that there was anything between him and Hu Mei Niang. As for the 2 intimate contact, one was forced and the other was forced revenge. It was just a means to regain the dignity of a man. Chun Hao felt no guilt in his heart, and he did not owe Hu Mei Niang anything. On the contrary, Hu Mei Niang owed him a lot. How difficult is it? Tell me, I'm very curious. How did you escape from her? To everyone's surprise, Han Mei Immortal, who seemed to have been reborn, stared at Chun Hao and asked with bright eyes. Master, you... Chun Hao suddenly looked at Han Mei Immortal in surprise, with shock and horror in his eyes. Just now, when they exchanged greetings, Chun Hao also sensed that Han Mei Immortal's aura had become very strong, but he did not take it to heart. That was because every single one of them had become very strong, and all of them had stepped into the peak of the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. But now, the way Han Mei Immortal looked at him, and the invisible aura emitted from her body directly shocked Chun Hao. Master has cultivated for thousands of years, obtained the inheritance of an ancient almighty, broke through the shackles, and stepped into the celestial immortal realm. I accidentally comprehended the Tao, and my state of mind had a fundamental change. I didn't expect you to be able to see this. Han Mei Immortal felt Chun Hao's probing and smiled slightly. On the surface, there was nothing unusual, but in the depths of her heart, she was surprised by Chun Hao's keen perception and understood why Chun Hao could sense her change. Master, you didn't just change a little, Chun Hao said, although Han Mei Immortal's eyes were very calm and there was no aura released, but the moment Chun Hao met her eyes, he felt a kind of spiritual fluctuation from the depths of his soul, as if it had directly penetrated him. What did this mean? Big brother, Master Han Mei's spiritual altar is very strong, and also a little. At this moment, Li Yang suddenly said, Okay, what do I have to say? At your age, you are really strong. When you reach my age, I'm afraid you will already be Daluo Jinxian. How? You first. Everyone is waiting to hear it. Hanmei Immortal interrupted Li Yang and said, "You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.